What's up, everybody? Welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable 800 sub watch party. Thank you so much for everybody who has helped my channel get to the point that it is right now. Obviously, we have a long way to go, but we shall see what happens. Hopefully, in the not too distant future, we'll be able to get even more folks, and we can turn this into an even more fun, vibrant, lively, and epic location for who knows what to happen. It'll be interesting to see where all things go. Now, before we get kicked off here, let's see what's going on with my microphone. Like something's acting weird here. Getting some weird static. Hey, folks, who's listening, if you will let me know if there's static coming through, because I'm getting a little bit of feedback. I'm not sure if something's going on with my connection or whatnot. Anyway, so dang man, had some interesting stuff today, and kind of ironic, all leading up to hitting 800 subs, but at the same time having a debate that I thought was going to happen between the one and only Matt Dillahunty fell apart and kind of turned into a whole controversy. However, I'm going to attempt, ladies and gentlemen, live on camera. I'm going to send I was able to find Matt Dillahunty's email address on Twitter. So I am going to, in real time live, I'm going to see if I can send him a olive branch. Let's see if we can get Mr. Dillahunty see if we can get him back in potentially open to having a debate with me. So let's see if we can zoom in here real quick and see if you can see that on the screen. Of course not. All right, so let's see. Should be a fun way to start off a live stream. Send an olive branch email to Matt Dillahunty. Okay, so let's say, Matt, I wanted to reach out and offer an olive branch and see if what this has escalated to can be rectified. First, I want there to be no question that I was operating under the assumption that all of this was being coordinated by James as he had reached out to me on the 17th of September asking if I was available. So just background for everybody. So James had texted me, said, hey, do you want to debate Matt Dillahunty? I said, absolutely. Oh, man, what's going on here? Something going on with Gmail. Is audio still coming through, folks? I think Gmail's having problems. It keeps giving me weird errors. Anyway, asking if I was available. Then there had been different dates discussed. There were. So I have been mentally operating as if this was underway and all parties are on the same page. Okay. All right. I recognized you as a formidable opponent. And with the relatively short preparation time, I knew I need to set aside some of my normal responsibilities to focus on providing peak mental I'll think about that word in a minute. All right, let's take a break on this for a second. I think we got Chris Keith is here. Tony, I think you were trying to get into, man. I'll let you into. What's up, Chris? How you doing, man? Chris, can you hear me? So audio is coming through cracky. Okay.
Mic check. Can you hear me, John?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chris?
I'm sorry. It was a problem on my end. I thought it was a problem on your end. Can you hear? I can hear you now. I heard you for a second. Let me pause myself. You talk.
How about now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yep.
We're good. Okay.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. Congratulations on the 800 subscribers.
Oh, appreciate it. Yeah, the
moving right along.
Yeah, we'll see.
Whoops, sorry. I gotta close my YouTube. Apologize. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, we were doing a little. What was it? The old was the AT&T? Who had the original? Who had the "Can you hear me now" guy originally? Was that T-Mobile or was that?
No, he's with Sprint now.
Well, I know he's Sprint now, but was he? Was he the Verizon guy? Yeah, he's the Verizon guy. That's right.
Yeah,
that was some good stuff.
Those were good commercials. Wonder how much money that guy's made. Good grief, just from those. I mean, for far as commercials, you know what I mean. Some people make a good living off commercials.
Well, when you're branded that long, I mean, because those guys, a lot of those guys at that point, they're getting, they actually get paid per time that their commercials play.
Ooh.
So you think about it. I mean, very often it's like little, it's hardly any, but very often it's hardly any like per view. But you got to think about that, like that, commercial runs thousands and thousands and thousands of times. I mean, making some money.
And it runs on YouTube too, right? So I'm sure they get the kickback of somehow.
I'm not sure if the per run money pays on YouTube. That's like a broadcast.
Yeah, I don't know anything about how YouTube does theirs.
Yeah, that's like old
speaking out of
and I know a lot of that money had started to go away, but there used to be like whole standards in broadcast where the models and the actors and stuff got sometimes it was minuscule, not even a whole penny like per play. Other times it was more, but depending on how big a star you were and stuff. But
it was interesting to me. I didn't know that when you were talking earlier that you could target. You still have feedback on Todd. Whatever you did before fixed it, but
Otangelo, we're getting great. I put him on mute. Otangelo, you got some crazy feedback there. Otangelo, you might want to jump out and jump back in.
You're better now.
My microphone.
You're better now.
Yeah.
You're better. Yeah.
What's up, Otangelo? How you doing, man?
Yes, I'm fine, John. Duo, congratulations for your 800 subs.
Oh, appreciate it. Wouldn't have made it without all you folks. I really appreciate it, and it's all promoting each other and getting things going. So, now just 200 away from the big old 1K. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the club of those which are banned by Max Dillahunty, blocked on Facebook and blocked on email. You are in the same boat as me.
Well, see, I'm reaching out. See, I'm gonna send him an email, try to offer an olive branch. I mean, I was pretty pissed earlier after all this went down. I've been being called a fraud and all this stuff all day, and that I'm using his name and using his name to try and raise money and all that kind of stuff. And it's like I was operating from the assumption, per the owner of the channel of which the debate would be on, that this was all being coordinated, and that I'm being called a charlatan, or not a thief, basically, a con man. I mean, so you can imagine I was kind of pissed, and this stuff, like, I don't know what the problem is exactly.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how he spins it.
But who did accuse you of those things, John?
Say what?
Who did accuse you of those things, of being a fraud and so forth and so forth?
Well, 99.9% of it came from his followers, but Mr. Parker, this person was talking all sorts of trash on comments today. Let's see what Mr. Parker's got to say. What's up, Parker? How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good.
So what's up, man?
Not much.
You got something to say? You had a bunch to say to me in comments earlier.
Yeah, I think it's kind of stupid that you're asking for money, given that you could time manage. If you don't want to debate on the 7th of October and you need more time, then just ask for more time. I don't know if that's a bad idea.
I mean, I'm not really understanding why. I don't really understand how asking people to, of their own free will, if they wanted to give me the opportunity to have a better performance against a top opponent, I'm not really understanding how that's a problem. I mean, that's like saying that if we operate from that same perspective, so Matt Dillahunty has 830 something Patreon backers. Do you think that helps give him time to prepare for debates?
No, I think it just gives him money to be able to do more videos and whatnot.
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think live debates?
Is this real live?
What do you think live debates are, bro?
Do I think what?
Do you think that live debates, do you think those are videos?
I guess, yes.
So do you think that Dillahunty prepares for his opponents?
I would think so, yes, but he doesn't demand of money from people. It's like, hey, give me
Who is
$200
demanding?
so I can.
Who is demanding?
Demanding.
I'm not saying he's okay.
No,
Demanding's
you're accusing me of demanding. How was I demanding?
demanding's not a good word to use to describe it.
So I was asking people
Okay,
if they wanted to help me. Here's what I would need per day to cover my baseline expenses. That's not how much money I can make in the day, but what I need to cover expenses, to take the time off, to be able to focus, to be able to give a best performance. Like, because I'm going up against a seasoned opponent, I mean, he's been doing this for like 15 years. You think I might need to prepare? Do you think I can just like be like, hey, you know what? I want to go up against Matt Dillahunty. Hey, let's just completely ignore all of your other responsibilities in the middle of COVID-19 madness, economic collapse, and all this other kind of stuff. And I don't know. I mean, maybe you're on unemployment. I'm not, because I was self-employed and didn't get unemployment. So I've got to still work, even though my business was shut down because of COVID.
So how long do you work?
Not really sure. Well, since this last couple weeks or last couple months, sorry, I've been working 70 to 80 hours a week. What have you been doing?
I've been working. I don't know exactly, but you've been able to do live streams for like how long? Like 1 hours every so night.
What are you talking about, man?
Let's say 2 days ago you had a live stream.
Did you actually? So I operated on like hardly any sleep for those 2 periods a day, but there was also like a month where I think I did 1 stream for like in a month. So I'm not really following your logic here.
Let's see. 2 days ago you had a 2-hour stream. 5 days ago you had a 5-hour stream, and 6 days ago you had a 4-hour stream. And then a week ago you had a 5-hour stream. And then
what does that have to do about debate prep and study and getting things together and taking time off work? What does that have to do with any of that?
Well, clearly he has 5 hours to do a stream. Why doesn't he use it to research?
Which is more intense, having a stream where people come in and just share their thoughts and opinions and have open conversation, or actual intensive study and preparation for a debate? Which you think actually takes more intellectual effort?
Probably the setting, but I don't see how you can't. That's 5 hours you could spend instead of
John sometimes literally goes to bed and leaves the streams open out of kindness for his viewers. So I mean, and he literally calls in, or he's on the road and might call in on other channels. So like, John's limited on his time, man.
And what about the atheist?
The amount of intellectual effort that John has to contribute to a stream is different for actual having to do with study. And see, M. Parker, if you were actually approaching from a level of objective honesty or respect, since you're a person that never even actually participates in active debates and you have no actual legitimate freaking clue what it takes to intellectually prepare for an exchange on a moderated platform, you're coming down awful strong.
Come down pretty strong knowing me somehow.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you a proactive contributing member of the debate community? Can I see some of your debates? Are they publicized? Where are they?
I've only had 2 debates, and those were a couple months ago. And I did try to spend as much
on Discord.
No, on Modern Day Debate.
Oh, on Modern Day Debate. Okay, interesting. Never heard of you.
Yeah, I don't like to do debates. I just like to do discussions. But
okay,
I still research to do discussions.
So why are you coming down on someone who likes to do debates? If you don't like debates and you're not a big fan of doing debates and you're not particularly seemingly very good at preparing for them since you don't like them, why are you coming down on someone else who does and is proactive in it?
I just think it's kind of stupid. He's asking for $700.
Oh, you're making yourself look kind of stupid here, bro.
I'm not asking for money, am I?
You know what? Maybe if LPP wanted to ask his community, his followers, his friends, if they would like to contribute to give him extra time for a better performance in his debate, that's his freaking prerogative. And it's neither your business nor Dillahunty's, and certainly not his prerogative to have a hissy bitch fit online about it, proving he's just a nonsensical, desperate drama queen trying to stir up nonsense for no good reason. John was perfectly entitled for everything that he did and asked for. And frankly, it was none of Dillahunty's freaking business what John was doing to contribute or ask for to contribute for his time in preparation. And it's not your place to come down on him at all, especially since you're an insignificant member of this community by your own admission.
And how much does Dillahunty make through Patreon and everything else he does? All his atheist rallies.
By the way, he goes on about how he volunteers for the Atheist Experience. Did he ever collect a paycheck for the ACA when he was a president, or did he just like to slough that under the rug for the sake of the conversation to hide face? You degenerate little moron.
Well, let's for right now. I'm about to send an olive branch email to Dillahunty. So let's not bash him too much. This at least I want to see. I'm going to attempt to offer an olive branch, and we'll see if we can rectify this or if it has to go into full scale degeneracy. I think that's the mature thing to do. What do you guys think?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, wouldn't hurt. You know, I don't think that from his record, the way he hangs up on people and the way he treats a lot of people, I don't think it would matter. I personally think he doesn't want to debate you because honestly, maybe he checked out a couple of your videos and saw that he's not going to be able to stay in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, like the Godless video.
Yeah,
that
would be a very plausible explanation.
Yeah,
are they not friends?
Yeah. Oh, he saw the video. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
He saw that opening with Perry Marshall. That's probably why he doesn't want to go up against Maddox.
That would be a very good possibility.
He's gonna. Oh, what is genetic code? What's your definition of genetic code? What is information? You're gonna hear that 100 times because Dillahunty is a moron.
Or I'm not a
chemist. I'm not a biologist. That's all he's gonna say over and over and over.
Yeah.
Well, it's all good, man. So what was I gonna say? Can't believe I've made it to 800, man.
Congrats, bro. Seriously. And I just have to say, I wanted to come in and say some of that because this is just disgusting. This is nonsense, useless drama. There was no reason. There's no justifiable reason to have a fit thrown over anything you did. This is dumb and absurd. And you know what? Atheists that are actually going to take the side of this, like M. Parker here, should be ashamed. Seriously, they should be ashamed at how desperate and stupid and dramatic and nonsensical this actually was. Seriously, Parker, you should probably be ashamed for even stepping in to try to defend this trash.
Yeah, because there's a difference. Matt has the right to refuse any debate he wants to debate, but I mean, you know, to say that John's done something wrong for asking his subscribers if they want to, you know, out of the kindness of their heart, contribute to his time that it will take to prepare for a debate. What is wrong with that?
Smokey, can you not read? Because my name is Mr. Parker, not M. Parker. I don't know if you can't see it all.
It's really small on the screen because it's a shared screen right now.
It's Mr. Parker, if you want to go by that. It's not just M.
Sure. I've had lots of M people in my life lately, and they like to do M something. So yeah, sure. Mr. Parker, apologies.
Yeah, it's fine. But like, okay, let's see. What you said on the GoFundMe? Debate canceled. Let's see. What is the words you said? Something. Oh yeah. Apparently, this has offended the ever so sensitive soy boy Matt Dillahunty to the extreme, and he has canceled a debate. You think it's right to call him a soy boy?
Do you think it was right for him to imply that I was somehow a con man?
I mean, have you taken down the GoFundMe?
Can you donate on it?
I haven't checked the link in a couple hours, so I'll go check it. Hold on.
Yeah. And does it literally say canceled on it? Does it literally say canceled?
That's what you put in your GoFundMe, is it not?
Yeah. I literally put in canceled.
He
So I'm
also
not-
said from the very beginning, that if somehow the debate was canceled, he would refund any money that was donated for the debate. So there goes that one.
When did he say that? I didn't read that.
When did John say that?
Yeah.
Either did you say you actually put it in writing? I believe. Did you not, John? If not, you said it because I didn't.
Man, I think
I didn't make that up out of
right.
thin air. I'll definitely remember it. The night that you put the GoFundMe page that you first before you the very first night that you did a stream, short one, or the I clicked on there and I read it.
Hey, Mr. Parker, how desperate are you going to continue to be to take the wrong side of this argument here on out? Are you just going to keep this stance in perpetuity for the rest of your time here?
I don't think it's wrong. I mean, Matt can do whatever he wants. If he feels like
Sure.
John, asking for money or whatnot.
Including throw a nonsensical hissy fit. He's allowed to do that too, right?
I mean, both parties have. If you're gonna say he's pulled a sissy fit, then both parties have done that so far.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I think, and let me
Okay,
draw
and
back.
I disagree
Can I
that
draw?
Matt
Can I
did
draw
sissy
back?
party,
Well,
but,
I'm going to point
whatever.
out why you're a moron here in just a second, if you'll let me
Okay.
finish. So when you said that it wasn't appropriate for John to call him a soy boy after Matt Dillahunty literally had just finished throwing a soy fit essentially over something nonsensical and stupid, I think Maddox has every right to make an observational statement, whether it's distasteful or not. It is truthful to the nature of events being portrayed in front of him. That Dillahunty is throwing a fit over something he should not throw a fit over, and he is proving himself to be a drama queen. Okay, so your point is just grasping at desperation to cling to your cult hero, your Pope, Mr. Dillahunty, who leads you in your ideological fantasyland projection complex.
I strongly disagree with Matt on many topics. I don't see him as a
Name
pope or
one.
anything.
Name one.
His way of talking with religious people, especially a show. I
Not method. I don't give a crap if you critique people's methods, sir. I'd like you to name something ideologically. Is that it? So there's nothing in. So then you are a little cultist, like I just said, in your desperation to deny it. So yes, if you cannot name an actual argument that you think Matt Dillahunty is wrong on, when we find dozens all the time, then yeah, you're probably a cultist. Enjoy it.
Well, you don't know me at all, and I don't know Matt.
Oh yeah, no, I do now. I do now. You have no disagreements with Matt Dillahunty on any fundamental ideological
As far as I
level.
remember, I do not disagree. The only thing I disagree with.
Yeah, I know. You're a cultist. I know. You wouldn't disagree. You never would. You wouldn't dare. It's part of your church. It's part of your church.
No.
You'd be disallowed of the ACA membership if you dare disagree with Pope Dillahunty on anything. Rationality Rules went through that.
And he's recovered, and he's been.
Oh yeah, because he changed his opinion. He aligned himself back to the church of the ACA. Yeah.
No, he fixed his statement. He put an apology video explaining what he meant and why he was wrong in his last video and what he corrected.
Well, you know what? You can just go ahead and engage in this nonsense desperation. I just wanted to really come in. I hope the audience sees how ridiculous you are, Mr. Parker, and how ridiculous atheism is as an example of what you're demonstrating here, how desperate you are to basically defend a dramatic display of nonsense for the sake of clinging to your ideological peer because you worship the man, and that's just the disgusting character profile that you demonstrate. LPP, God bless you, brother. Happy 800. I'm going to get over to my channel and prep for my show. I got in about half an hour. Thank you so much, guys. Have a good night.
Have a good one, Smokey. Appreciate you.
Deuce.
Completely unnecessary, but whatever.
Jungle, welcome back, man.
Yes, John, how you doing?
Man,
Should be better than.
I'm hanging in there. Can't complain.
So, Mr. Parker, you say that you have nothing to disagree with Matt Dillahunty. Is that correct?
As far as I know or remember of Matt Dillahunty's videos,
I have several interactions with him, and basically in all calls that I made, he did hang up on me. On one of those calls, I said to him that the proposition that something cannot come from nothing doesn't have to be proven. And as he insisted that it has to be proven that from nothing, nothing comes. Do you agree with that?
My views on the Big Bang is undecided as the scientific. What do you mean? Which calling specifically?
From
No,
nothing.
a simple proposition was, my proposition was that something cannot come from nothing. And then he replied and said, well, you have to prove that. And I said, no, I don't have to prove it. And he did
Okay.
hang up on me.
Yeah, you don't have to prove that because that's a assertion, not a claim.
No, it's not an assertion. It's a
Yeah,
simple
you just said it
fact.
was an assertion.
It is a simple fact that something cannot come from nothing, which doesn't have to be proven and be demonstrated. Do you agree with that, or is that false?
I would disagree with that. I don't know how you're defining nothing really.
Well, nothing is the absence of anything. That's it.
So what? Philosophical nothing?
Yes.
No physical thing.
So
Well,
philosophical.
nothing. There is no philosophical and scientific nothing. Nothing is simply the absence of anything. That's it.
Well, would you consider the number 0 nothing, or represents nothing?
Again, nothing represents simply the absence of anything. That's it.
No physical thing.
It would be very hard to decide if there was absolutely nothing.
Well, that's not the question. The question is if it has to be demonstrated that from nothing, nothing comes. That's it. That's what I said, and which he said, well, you have to demonstrate this. Do you think that this is correct, that I have to demonstrate that something cannot come from nothing?
I think if you're asserting that if you're asserting that nothing comes from, if you're asserting something can't come from nothing, then you would have to provide evidence because you're making an assertion.
Why? Why do I have to provide evidence of that?
Because if you're not providing evidence, then it's not a claim.
Why do I have to provide? Well, that's just simply irrational nonsense. Do you know why?
It's-
Because nothing is by definition the absence of anything. So it doesn't have to be demonstrated that something cannot come from nothing. That
it
is
would-
pure logic.
It would be your claim. You have to prove it.
When did I ever say something came from nothing? I don't think if he's asserting that someone has to prove or he asserts nothing can come from nothing, then that's an assertion that's the burden of proof is on
No,
him.
that is simply a fact. That is an ontological fact.
That is
Because nothing is
That's
by
claim of-
definition. Nothing is by definition the absence of anything. That's pure logic.
well, I'm using basic English and argumentative assembly, and I'm saying you're making a claim of fact, which would mean you have evidence for that.
Are you claiming he's wrong?
You believe the contrary, right?
I don't believe that. I'm just asking for evidence that nothing comes or
No, you believe.
No,
Something
don't
comes from
try
nothing.
that. Don't try that.
You believe it. You got to prove it.
You can't dodge
if
the
he's
onus.
the one who's making an assertion that saying
It's not simply an assertion, it is an ontological fact, and by the meaning itself of what nothing is. Nothing is the absence of anything. That's it. So it doesn't have to be proven that something cannot come from nothing, because that's logic.
He made a statement. If you believe to the contrary, you got to prove it.
So what is it? Do I have to demonstrate that elephants do not simply pop up in your room from out of nothing? Do I have to demonstrate that this doesn't happen, that it never happens?
if you're asserting that such actions do not happen, then you would have to provide evidence that they do not happen.
Prove the impossible.
Prove the impossible.
We don't believe it. You do. You believe it.
Well, you are a fantastic follower of Max
You have
Dillahunty,
to prove it.
you know? I mean, hey.
You
We
can be
don't believe
you
it.
can be agnostic, but if you say that you don't believe it, then you're going to have to prove that something can.
Yeah,
come
you
from
believe
nothing.
it. You have to prove it.
Just because I believe in X and Y doesn't mean I have to prove it to you.
Because-
If you're asserting Z, then you have to prove that.
Because you believe something which requires energy came from no energy, nothing.
Well, you're just making baseless assertions about me and what I believe.
No, you believe the contrary, that something came from nothing. If you believe that, you got to prove it.
Cars don't
No.
build cars don't build themselves. Do I need to
No
prove
duh.
that? Do I need to prove that? Or would you accept that?
That's a false analogy if you're comparing the Big Bang to freaking making a car.
I'm,
Do
I'm
watches
I'm not making an
self-assemble?
analogy. I'm just asking a question.
Do watches self-assemble, Mr. Parker?
Go what?
Do you know the watchmaker analogy?
Yes.
Okay, do watches self-assemble?
Go what?
Do watches self-assemble?
watch.
There.
Do
There
watches
is-
make themselves?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know that cells are far more complex than watches, correct?
Sure. I don't agree with your terminology of using the word complex, but whatever. Continue.
Well, would you say that biological cells are not complex?
I mean, they're complex to compare to something else, sure, but there can be something more complex to them, so they can be non-complex.
Do cells contain molecular machines?
Spinning
Sure.
motors.
I mean, it's basically chemical reactions and chemical.
No. I am asking you a very precise question. Yeah, that's a yes or no question. Do cells contain molecular machines?
Sure.
Okay. Do machines self-assemble?
It depends on what kind of machine it is or what you mean exactly.
Any machine, a complex
Any machine?
A
Well,
complex,
You give me a
Okay,
very vague definition of machine. You need to give me a definition of machine.
Okay, let me define it. A machine made, let's suppose, of 400 parts. Does it self-assemble?
Of what kind of parts?
400 individual parts.
We got sure, some machines can self-replicate.
Okay, let's hang on. Let's hang on.
That's what I asked.
Angela, hang on. Let's dumb this down real quick. If you took apart your what kind of phone do you have?
I have an iPhone.
You have an iPhone. Okay, so if you took apart your iPhone, you removed the glass, the case portion, all the circuits and microchips, and the SD card, et cetera, et cetera. You put them all separate from each other on a table. Is there any scenario in which you think it is a remotely logical, plausible, or probable outcome that without an intelligent agent, that phone could reassemble itself?
No, because by definition, phones are made by people.
Okay. Do you think there is any scenario in which the rare earths, the silicone, the other metals, plastics, glass, etc., that's used from the elements of the earth, do you think there's any scenario in which those substances could form themselves without an intelligent agent, even if you had an infinite amount of time and an infinite number of universes?
What do you mean form together?
Could the silver mine itself?
Then program itself.
No. Could the silver just mine itself and turn it into and act as a semiconductor?
No.
Okay. Could a microchip ever form from silicone?
No, because by definition, it's made by people.
It's
made by intelligence. It doesn't matter if it's by people or what else. It's made by
I don't think dogs are making. I don't think dogs are making microchips, are they?
Intelligence is always involved in making complex things.
If we gave you all the life-friendly molecules, how would they self-assemble?
I don't know biochemistry that well.
Well, it's a big problem. And
You
the
have to
top
have a
chemists in the
dog to
world
put it
can't do it.
together.
Yeah, you would need an intelligent agent to get it to work, to get the exact reactions and molecules needed.
Yeah, the dog would have to put it together.
Well, what is more plausible, that chance makes machines or that intelligence makes machines?
Well, it comes back down to the definition of machine, which you define as.
I defined it as a complex machine made of 400 individual parts, which must be just right, the correct ones, in order for that machine to work.
And or a directed working machine for a purpose.
Yes.
So arranged.
So this machine has to have a purpose.
Yes. That is part of a machine. Machines are not made without purpose. There are always machines projected with some specific purpose that they have to perform?
I wouldn't say that all machines are made by chance, but I would say some are made by chance.
Show us
So
one.
out of
Tell us one.
1,000 machines, how many do you think are man-made machines? How many of 1,000 different machines are made by chance, and how many are projected by engineers and they are based on a plan of a blueprint in order to make those machines?
How
All-
many? How many working parts make themselves? I never saw a working part make itself.
Yes, can you answer the question?
I would say that the difference between intelligence and chance would be by evidence. If you have evidence to suggest that it is by chance or by man or by some sort of intelligence,
Yes,
then
but by our experience, if you see suddenly a machine with a specific purpose, and you have two propositions. One is that the machine self-assembled by unguided random events, and the other is that intelligence had foresight to make a machine for a specific purpose, and that machine was made by intelligence. Which of these two propositions makes more sense?
it would depend on the evidence for each one. I mean, I could give like a machine by your definition.
Okay,
I
would
guess
you- Okay, would you say a DNA sequencing machine is designed and DNA isn't?
Wait, could you repeat that? What was the second part?
Would you say a DNA sequencer machine is designed but DNA isn't?
The machine to read DNA is designed. but
Right,
The
they-
DNA.
Yeah.
It come down to what you define as design. Are you saying design with a purpose, or you just mean
a specific
pattern?
arrangement of sequencing.
Yeah, the machine to read it is designed, but the DNA itself is that designed.
So how can you tell the difference between design and a pattern?
Very simple. Information.
Yeah.
So okay, so let's take for example
A snowflake, right? You're going to go to the snowflake nonsense?
No crystals.
Oh, okay, that one.
It has no instruction in Snowflake or crystals.
But that would you say that they're design or not design?
That's a pattern.
Defined
water freezing.
design. Yeah.
There's no information there. Like a set of letters turns into a word, which turns into sentences. Where does a snowflake have anything close to that?
A blueprint requires signs and instructions in
And
order
sequencing.
to make a specific thing. And upon that blueprint, which goes to the factory workers, they can read that blueprint, and then based on the precise instructions, they make the device in demand. Now you have to explain both the blueprint and the device made based on that blueprint. And someone asks you, is the explanation that the blueprint and the machine made based on the instructions of that blueprint better explained by the action of intelligence or by random chance?
I would say so. Like the idea of like a snowflake or
No, I'm not talking about snowflake. I'm talking about a blueprint which upon that a machine is made precisely based on the specifications and the instructions of that blueprint. And you have to explain the origin both of the blueprint at that factory, at that machine made based on the instructions of that blueprint. Is it better explained that an intelligence made the blueprint and then it was the machine was made based on that blueprint? Or is it better explained that random chance made somehow that blueprint and then chance again built that machine based on that blueprint? What is the more sensical, logical explanation based on our experience?
Are you using like a physical blueprint using construction, or using like a colloquial definition as used?
No, I am talking about engineering. An engineer making a blueprint.
Okay, then no, it wouldn't be made by random chance. It would be made by man because it's a blueprint. By definition, it's made by man.
By intelligence, is that correct? That's the logical.
Yeah, people are intelligent. So yeah,
That's the logical, adequate explanation that intelligence makes blueprints and machines. Is that correct or false?
Right.
that's correct. I guess yes.
Great. The exact same thing we see in the cell, where the genome holds the blueprint, the instructions, the precise advice how to make molecular machines. How would you think that comes by chance?
Well, this is where we come with different terminology. I would argue that you have switched from using a physical blueprint used by construction workers to give a vague blueprint to describe design. And now this is where we're arguing about if there is intelligence involved.
More
Mr. Parker,
complex.
a blueprint is by definition not something physical. Blueprints and instructions are immaterial. They come always from intelligence, from a mind.
Right.
Blueprints by okay.
They're immaterial.
Blueprints are immaterial. And your evidence for them being immaterial is
Well, the information
It's
is
experience. We know that we as intelligent beings, we can make blueprints for specific purposes to make machines and factories. Random chance doesn't make blueprints. And what we see in the cell is exactly that. It's an analogous way to explain things, but it is in a literal sense that the genome directs, instructs how to make molecular machines and the cell as a whole.
Do you know some of the problems with abiogenesis? Can you tell us some?
It hasn't been exactly tested in a lab. It hasn't been demonstrated.
Oh, it's been tested. It's been tested plenty. But do you know why it's not working?
You didn't really let me finish. I meant like create a freaking cell like from atoms by atoms.
Yeah, they tried. They tried real hard. Many times.
There's over 500 amino acids that they can't even separate and get to self-assemble into anything, not even one protein.
It makes good tar, though.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What evidence do you have to support that claim that there's 500 amino acids? Like, could you send me that?
Yeah, that's science. Science has a proposition that there were prebiotically there were at least 500 different amino acids extant, and life uses 20 amino acids, in some cases 22. So prebiotically there would have had to be a selection mechanisms to sort out amongst these 500 amino acids the ones used in life. There was no natural selection because molecules and atoms, they do not have the urge to join together in order to become life later.
What is evidence that the same amino acids we're using now are the same that had to be used in the beginning?
Because that's what we know. Life, in all cases, uses a specific set of 20 amino acids. We do not know of any life form which uses less than that quantity.
So you want to go to some hypothetical cell that's never been shown?
No, I'm asking for good evidence to believe that there was not any other amino acids.
Because that's what life uses. That's what life uses, and proteins only use a left-handed variety of amino acids. That's a fact. That's a total 100% fact.
Okay, and that's natural selection. If you can't eat you
don't have natural selection.
The natural selection of left-handed and right-handed molecules. You couldn't select left and right molecules at all during chemistry?
No, you don't have the amino acids. You don't even have them.
You need first to select amongst that 500, the 20 used in life, and then when you have those 20, you need to sort them out between left and right-handed amino acids, because in life only left-handed amino acids are used. How could that have happened prebiotically if there was no selection mechanism, that there was no intelligence to do so, to select something?
So are you asking me why are there left molecules instead of right molecules?
No, right. I'm asking you how there could have been a natural selection if there was no sorting out mechanism to select from those 500 the 20 used in life, and then of those 20 only sorting out the left-handed ones which are used in life. There was no natural selection mechanism on prebiotic Earth.
Well, as I've stated before, I don't know biochemistry that well, but I would say that if molecules...
that has nothing to do with knowing about biochemistry. It has just to have to know to do with logic. The logic
No,
says
what?
that there is no,
Yeah.
when there is no intelligence to select something, there is no selection mechanism. Simple as that.
Yeah, use your head. It's
I wouldn't say the wind's intelligent. I wouldn't say the volcano that erupts is intelligent, but there's still natural selecting factors.
There
Would
was
you
no
disagree?
natural selection on prebiotic Earth.
what
my
does
friend.
it select?
Volcanoes and wind
Yeah,
and
what
stuff.
what
would
does it
select-
select?
And why
It
would
would-
it do it?
it would-
Why would it select 20 amino acids amongst hundreds just laying around? And they would have to be purified. They have they have different constitutions which have to be selected. There are some which are not used, which break the chain, the polymerization, and there is simply no mechanism to do that, to sort those that are used in life out. Even if there was such a selection, for what would there be simply 20 amino acids laying around? They would simply stay there and then disintegrate. There would be no polymerization to make proteins.
Right.
So this
And-
isn't logic. This is a scientific statement.
Yes, and that scientific statement
That's a
is
scientific
backed
statement. Okay,
up-
I'm asking for evidence for that scientific statement. Then.
and that statement is backed up by a scientific experiment. Science has no clue how prebiotically polymerization of amino acids could have occurred. That happens in
Okay.
cells, in living cells,
Yeah.
by the ribosome,
So that doesn't mean
by
that there
very
wasn't.
advanced, very sophisticated polymerization mechanisms, which were not extant prebiotically.
Dude, you have no argument,
There's-
and you're gonna go back to, well, that doesn't mean it's impossible. We could say the same thing for God.
There's a $10 million prize if you can get information
Yeah.
from chemicals.
Yeah, through unguided natural processes without the intelligent chemist interfering at every step of the experiment.
By definition, an experiment must have a person doing it.
Right, but when they interfere and set up strict protocols and procedures and use purification processes that don't relate to the natural world, that's interference. That's not natural.
Right.
If the experiment they're setting up is set up in a way that it accurately describes the natural world, set in the conditions that they're wanting it to be.
Okay,
Say-
if I baked the cake and I just threw flour all over the kitchen and took the eggs and threw that all over the kitchen, would that ever be a cake?
No.
So things have to be added at certain steps at certain amounts, correct?
Yes, but
With
to,
timing.
that's
Okay, well, that's how organic molecules work, and these chemists, that's what they're showing. Things have to be purified, assisting substances have to be added. It's all carefully calculated and controlled chemistry.
Yeah. Temperatures, timing, everything.
pH buffers and right.
yes to set the conditions of early life, which would have been.
To set a natural scenario, you would take all your chemicals, put it in a test tube, and it should self-assemble. Out should come a primitive cell. We've never seen that once.
That's coming with the that's assuming that life can form in the conditions of right now, and that's what no
No,
one's
that would be
claiming.
in a lab. No, in a lab under prebiotic conditions. It fails every
Okay.
time.
Okay, what's your evidence for that? It says it fails every time.
The 53 Miller experiment was a colossal failure. We couldn't even generate proteins.
Yes, we did.
Huh?
No, we never got a
Protein.
protein.
You know what a protein?
Oh, okay.
Protein.
Hold on. I'm thinking of amino acids. Hold on.
Okay, Leo is writing here in the chat, DNA replication requires molecular processes, nothing more, nothing less. Yes, it requires at least 30 proteins, and if just one amongst those, like helicase, is missing, then you do not have any DNA replication. So explain that prebiotically. Where did these proteins come from in a prebiotic soup to start self-replication?
This I don't know biochemistry that well, so I don't know.
All right,
the
this is a
exact
waste
thing.
of time. This is a
I'm
waste.
sorry, you're asking me questions about abiogenesis.
Mr. Parker, what we try to do is explaining things to laypersons with analogies, because analogies are clearly understood. And I made a very clear analogy, and you seem not to get it. The fact is that blueprints and then machines made based on the precise instructions of these blueprints both has always an intelligent source.
And the
Thank you.
Miller experiment was trying to spark life-friendly molecules, and they never came close.
And it's not complicated. You have to have information that's not there.
Yeah, there are good reasons for life on Earth. So without intelligence, I don't know why you guys seem to. It's the watchmaker argument, right? I got so tired of the watchmaker here, and I had to come on.
All right, well, tell us how life started. There's 10 million if you can do it.
All
10
right.
million.
So
Yeah.
life started because after an explosion, probably one of the early explosions of stars, that blasted its guts. It created all of the higher elements that we see right now. That came into what we see now as our local solar system. Our sun began to form, and from the sun forming, we began to get planets in our solar system. So we actually have a band, like a very specific band where life can
And where
rise.
did information come from?
Yeah, let
Where
me
did
explain how
information-
life learns something.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah.
so
You're going to teach us, and all the chemists in the
we're
world.
all-
yeah.
we're all ears.
So
We're all ears.
Mars is included in that band. Life probably could have and may have risen on Mars, and it
That's
may
not
actually have been
science.
destroyed. But
That's
we
not science.
have life here because not only are we in that band where we can have liquid water, where we can have water that allows for
Yeah.
chemical reactions, because most of the universe is actually freezing or burning.
Where did information
we're-
come from?
I'm going to get your definition of information in a second, but
Oh, okay. We got
so
Matt
we
Delahunty
came.
here.
Hold,
You
so
have to have
we
a definition
came in a
for
band.
information.
I haven't even told you how life started yet. Hold on, we're getting there. So
Yeah,
we
you
have
have to
a
have
good
information.
band. Yeah.
Can we ask
So
you,
we
Paul?
have a good band of life where we could start to form. Life formed early, 4.5 billion years ago, along with our moon. And what happened was single-celled organisms, very uncomplex things, arose, and from that we began
What's
for
that mean,
about
arose?
4 billion, as
Okay.
in,
Okay, stop right there. How did they
Arose.
arise?
What does that mean? Arose.
Yeah, where did the information come from?
what is information? What is your definition of information?
What's
a good,
arose?
as I'm going for information system, so I have a definition. What is your
Okay,
definition of information?
Amy,
What's-
what is the function of DNA?
Wait, I want to know what are we talking about information? I want to talk
Yeah,
about information. What's your definition of information? I have a good one, but I want to hear yours
What-
first.
What is the function
The directed-
of DNA?
What's the function
Working.
of DNA? It's to
Yeah.
answer the question of what information is. That's the exact
No,
thing. I think it's looked up in
I'm
DNA.
asking a precise question. What is the
I would say
function
the
of
exact
DNA?
function of DNA
You have
is
to
to come
listen.
onto this channel and to
have
ask
to
what your
listen.
definition of information is.
So you don't have an answer to my question. It is a very simple answer.
Wait,
and every
Are we going to
basic
concede
bio-
information though? Are we going to concede?
Okay,
Listen.
so
Amy, hang on.
I'll
Listen.
go on to DNA.
Okay, Amy, it's
Listen.
a one common definition of information, which ironically actually uses genetics in as an
It
example of
shouldn't
it.
be genetics, but
But-
okay.
But what is conveyed or represented by a particular arrangement or sequence of things?
Range by a particular sequence of things? Just
That's
any things?
literally from the Oxford Dictionary,
Okay.
and they
The-
literally
uh,
use genetically transmitted information as a usage
let's
of
can you link me that definition?
it. Why don't you use Google and just
Okay,
Google
you said Oxford
Oxford.
information?
Google
Oxford?
definition? No, Google definition of information.
I know the definition of information. I'm trying
Okay,
to see
well-
what you guys think of it.
Well, I can just, I mean, I'll take a time out from my
What-
email real quick. We'll just screen share so we don't want there to be we don't want there to be any confusion
It's-
on this one. So,
Meaningful.
Okay. While
let's-
you're getting it up,
so here we go.
I'll
Since,
say
since,
the
since,
defin-
since you don't know how to use Google, apparently, so
I
here
know
we
how to
go.
use Google.
Well, then the
Truth.
fact that you don't know that this is the definition, I
It
don't
should
know
be a
what to say.
third grade answer. If you know it well
There you-
enough, it's always the third grade.
Amy, why don't you have a
There you
Nobel
go.
Prize in chemistry? You really need
For
one.
what? For why?
Well, you
Because we
solved
want
the
to
origin
switch
of
to
life.
abiogenesis?
Yeah, you solved it.
$10,000. I mean, $10 million prize if you can make information.
Let's make information. Okay, I'm going to
From
give the answer. I'm going to
chemicals.
give the answer.
$10 million
Yeah.
prize
Facts provided
for
or
you.
learned from something. That's
$10
not
million
bad. That's not
prize for
Oxford.
you.
No,
But
yes,
that's-
literally definitions from Oxford language. There you go.
Okay,
So you see this one? You see this one?
no,
that's
I'll
highlighted?
take that. I'll
That's
take that.
Okay, cool.
The definition is translation of symbols. So when you understand the data, when you're able to take the data and you're able to translate it into something useful, it becomes information. It's just data before that. There we go. We have the definition of information. Now we can move forward.
So how can you
Wait,
get
wait, no,
information from
hang on.
chemicals?
So reiterate that last portion of your statement.
Data. So information
Yeah.
is when you're able to understand it. Our DNA is just data. It's just doing things over and over. It's just chemicals.
No. If something could be translated, I think that wasn't it the word you used or interpreted? Which word would you use there?
Symbols. It's translated symbols. Data.
Translated symbols, right?
Yeah,
So,
information.
is a codon symbolic of amino acid?
I don't know. Is it?
What does a codon equal?
I don't know.
So if you don't know that, then don't talk about what DNA is.
We weren't talking about DNA. We were talking about information. But DNA.
Yeah, you literally said that DNA was nothing but data.
It is.
Does it have data? Yes.
You translate it as a human.
Does a codon have a symbolic representation
I don't know. Does
of an amino acid?
Does it?
Do you not know this?
Where did the
I don't know.
data come from?
And I don't think that has anything to do. I think that's a red herring.
So
So where
DNA
did
is not
data come
information
from?
code.
Yeah. All right. We're done. I'm not dealing with that crap tonight. Unless you guys want to deal with her. You guys want to deal with her? I'll let her back in. You guys want?
Tangelo will.
You guys want to deal with her?
Yeah, he's got the patience.
All right.
I don't.
Also, I'll take my turn. If someone wants to make a point, that's fine.
Okay, Amy. Do you know what blueprints do?
Blueprints, yes.
Okay, what do blueprints do?
I think blueprints are a very specific thing that a multi-celled organism makes as a plan to do something.
Okay, making a plan, is that usually something conveyed and done by intelligence or by chance?
It's only made by multi-celled organisms that we know of.
No,
Animals, specifically.
No. Answer my questions. Are blueprints always made by intelligence, which makes
Yeah,
you think
only.
Can I finish, please? And
Yes.
then you answer? Okay. Are blueprints always made by intelligence with specific goals, like, for example, to provide information to make a device for specific purposes, or are blueprints just the product of random events and chance?
They are specifically from an animal's mind. Specifically.
No. Are blueprints
Yes.
always the result of product produced by intelligence, or rather by unguided random events by chance?
Only by intelligence.
Great.
There you go.
So you have given a great answer, and I thank you for that, Avi. That will bring you a lot forwards to understand what we are talking about. Do you know what the genome and what DNA does?
Yes.
What does it do?
It follows 4 different sequences, and it creates structures based on that in a more macro world.
Okay, can it be described as a blueprint to make proteins and, in the end, cells?
No, not the way you are using it. This is
So
trying to
So
go.
how would you use it?
I would say
Would you say that DNA contains instructional complex information to make molecular machines and cell factories?
no.
And that's precisely what it does. Look into a biology book and you will find exactly that description of what DNA does.
But
it is in a literal sense a blueprint, or it contains instructional complex information which prescribes how to make an amino acid sequence, for example, which then will fold into a 3D form, which then becomes a protein or a molecular machine. This is basic biology.
can I ask, can you show any way that, like, we can change a code and we could change a blueprint, that there is someone outside that can change the blueprint and edit the blueprint?
Craig Venter, are you familiar what he did? He manipulated. He manipulated pre-existing DNA. He had to use all pre-existing parts because he couldn't produce anything from scratch from just a mixture of chemicals. So that's a form of intelligent design right there.
Yeah, but I mean like life. I mean like we're talking
is
about
life.
our DNA. Is there any proof that the actual God, the God creator that can go in just like we can in a code and switch the code, edit the code, change the blueprint. That's what a blueprint is. So he can read it, right?
Well,
He's actually
that
supposed
would
to
be
be the person
manipulation.
reading it.
Okay, well, that would be manipulation of pre-existing information. So if an intelligent agent did that, that would only strengthen what we're saying.
If an intelligent, but we have no evidence that that has ever happened.
You asked for an example, and I told you Craig Venter did that. He used intelligent design to manipulate a pre-existing DNA strand.
Okay, I don't see how that gets us closer to a
You want to
creator.
go to the super, right? I know. You want us to prove the supernatural right now.
Yeah. Well,
Right.
not now. I mean, you can. I'll give you as many premises, as much time.
Yeah, I'm usually on your side for these, Amy, but you're kind of losing me too here. Like, I'm on your side of this conversation. What exactly are you trying to extract out of this? Am I supposed to know already, or?
It's very simple.
Well, it's not simple because the guy on your side is confused.
I do not see how DNA shows a creator, and the only evidence that we have is that it can arise naturally.
Okay, let me explain to you. You need a very precise, correct, complex, and specified sequence of nucleotides, which will specify the sequence of amino acids. If that sequence is not correct, then you will not have a functional protein. The sequence of amino acids will not fold into a 3D form and then become a functional molecular machine. And this is a very big problem in molecular biology because the convey a correct, complex, specified sequence is something that only intelligence can do. And if you want to do it by chance, then you have a huge sequence space to select from, which the majority of these sequences will be non-functional. In order to have a minimal genome, to have a minimal bacterial cell, which is free living and takes all the amino acids and building blocks, you require a genome with about 1.3 million nucleotides, which have to be sequenced together in the right sequence. In order to have that sequence by chance, it is 1 to 10 to the 700,000. That in the universe there are 10 to the 80 atoms. So this is in the realm of the absolutely impossible. And you think that is possible? Why?
So let me go back to this chance because it seems a common theme. Like life came by chance. I am not arguing that life came by chance. There's good reason why life is on the earth.
Your only alternative to intelligence. There are
Why?
only oppositions because there was no evolution. You have only evolution after DNA replication. So you have just a true dichotomy, which is either life emerged spontaneously by unguided random events, or life emerged by the action of a supernatural, super intelligent being which conveyed life for his own purposes.
That is
So
not a true dichotomy.
yes, of course it is.
No, it's not. There's so many other gods I could be.
And yeah, I'm sorry, but it's not chance. I'm not saying chance.
The dichotomy is either chance, unguided random events, or intelligence. There is no physical necessity because
I mean,
there
it could
is
be
no
it could be an intelligent design through a pair of dice down, and bam, life.
Wow.
Well, you can of
That's
course
something.
propose aliens. You can propose millions of gods. You can propose many kinds of intelligence, but that all goes into the same bucket, which is intelligence. And the second proposition is chance. So you have a true
So,
dichotomy. It is
when
either chance or intelligence.
It could be direct. It could be direct by intelligence or indirect influence by intelligence.
There you go.
But there's so many chances too. It's not just one chance. It's a chance for everything that happens in biology. It's impossible, hundreds of times.
There's three buckets. It's either by chance, and directly by intelligence, or indirectly by intelligence.
No, that part is all in the bucket of intelligence because intelligence is involved.
You're proposing that intelligence directly involves. I'm proposing it could be indirectly. You don't know.
Okay.
How?
Okay, but the dichotomy stands. It is either intelligence is involved or intelligence is not involved, and when that is the case, then you have just random chance. Because
Well,
you do
indirect
not
doesn't
have-
mean it's involved. How are you defining involved? Indirectly or directly?
Well, again, you question
Why
if
do
there
you
is no dichotomy.
say
And my
defining
proposition
stuff?
is that there are just two buckets. One is where there is intelligence involved somehow, in some way, and in the other there is just pure chance where intelligence is not involved. So this is a true dichotomy.
Okay, so you need to clarify that it's this intelligence either way, indirectly or indirectly. Then.
Okay, so if you propose, let's say, evolutionary theists, that they propose that God made the earth and let everything to happen random, and then abiogenesis happened randomly by unguided evidence. You have the same problem which I explained to Amy, that let's suppose that you have nucleotides randomly, the right ones, the 4 right ones used in life, randomly on a prebiotic earth. In order to have a functional genome which has functional information to make, which would constitute a blueprint to make a first living cell, you need to string these 1.3 million nucleotides together in the right sequence. And to get that by chance is in the realm of the absolutely impossible.
So are you saying all proteins or all amino acids when they're lined up all have their own specific result?
No, you have a vast sequence space of amino acids, which eventually, hypothetically, were just laying around on a prebiotic earth, supposedly. Okay, so let's suppose there are supposedly hundreds of amino acids laying around. Now you need to select the 20 amino acids which are used in life, and then you need to join them together as well in the right sequence. But you even if you have that, even if you have, let's suppose, a protein set of 1,300 proteins, which would actually even be the ones which are used in life, and they would lay around on a prebiotic earth, the only thing that would happen that they would simply disintegrate by UV radiation, and you would have never a complexification to have a life in some form. They would have to join into metabolic pathways. They would require energy in order to start to perform their actions. They would require a cell membrane, which actually then would permit to let molecules in and put molecules out. It would have to be in a right homeostasis environment. It would have to have a calcium concentration 10,000 times less than outside, and I could go on and on and on and on.
And then I want to make a
The
point.
science has no explanation to any of all these questions.
So that sounds a lot like a direct intelligence instead of indirect intelligence.
So what would be the other intelligence? Aliens?
No, I'm not saying I've clarified there's direct intelligence and indirect intelligence.
Well, molecules don't think. Molecules don't move towards life naturally. Never.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can we agree a true dichotomy is chance or not chance?
The first cell would be really, really delicate.
Well,
Yeah,
Amy,
highly
what we
unstable.
have to propose, we need to create a framework of the possibilities, and the possibilities that what there was either an intelligence involved or there was no intelligence involved.
I'll accept that.
That are the two possibilities.
That's a true dichotomy. I'm on the other side.
What is the other side that you are in?
I see not only do I not see any reason for a God, I want to
That was
create
not
an
my
artificial
point.
consciousness, and I'm
Amy,
interested
that
in that.
Amy, that was not my point. You didn't understand what I said.
I agreed with you.
I said that the framework, you need to create first a framework of investigation and ask what are the possibilities. And the possibilities are two. Either there was an intelligence involved or there was not an intelligence involved. That's the dichotomy upon which we have to frame our investigation and start from there.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
I agree with you there.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So,
Do you-
so as Mr. Parker pointed out, I think in the correct way, that if we posit that an intelligence was involved, then it could have been involved in two ways. The first one would be that intelligence was involved directly in making life and then biodiversity. And the second proposition would be that creator intelligence simply made the basic building blocks and atoms, permitted them to lay around on a prebiotic earth, and these elements and basic building blocks start to complexify by themselves without divine intervention. So
And the problem, and Tangelo, the problem is the molecules are constantly racemizing.
I mean, wouldn't if the design, right? If it had
It
one
was
design,
it was just about to make a framework, which I thank you, Amy, you actually
Make it
agreed
work.
with me. And I think it is important that we establish what are the possibilities. So we have here a possibility is that no intelligence whatsoever was involved. The second, that intelligence was involved in actually directing the whole process. And the third would be that an intelligence just made the basic building blocks and left them to their own, to them somehow complexify. So this is the scenario of the possibilities.
So like a 30% chance for each one.
Do we agree with that scenario? Would you agree with that, Amy?
I'm not sure.
There has to be a creator.
It has to be created. I
Sure.
don't see.
I would say
I
I
don't.
think the point of
it would be
Antonio
almost
is to say that.
But
Continue.
if there are other options,
It would be
bring them
almost
to the table. What other options are there? I mean, physical necessity is not enough.
possible for life.
Do we
to
have
be
good
created.
reason
I
to
mean,
see why life
life is
formed?
complex, very complex.
No, you have no reasoning why things can write their own instruction.
What do you?
That's just
It's
absurd.
not writing their own instruction. It is a chemical
Yes, they have-
reaction that has gotten further complex over
But it's
billions
not a
of
chemical
years.
not
reaction.
about-
Molecules have to be in a
It's not
desired
about
structure.
reaction.
You have a
So you're
linkage
saying if I
problem.
took
Molecules have to.
It's not about
the ocean,
complexity.
somehow all that chalk
It's
Right,
about direction and
with the right
instruction.
complex math equation.
That's
No,
not
that
there.
couldn't happen.
Well, if it has direction, you're assuming it's a direct creator, I would say.
It is direction to make a working mechanism for a purpose. There has to be direction.
So it's a direct intelligence then, not an indirect intelligence then.
It's written instruction to command you to be a human.
So you're
Tell us what the first cell was. Was it some sort of a proto cell or self-replicating RNA? Tell us how it works.
It was probably something similar to a virus, or it was something that was just
Viruses aren't
getting
alive.
itself right. Well, they
What's
are
your
the edge of alive.
what's your
They are
evidence for
the
that?
very edge of the living. That's
People-
why
people
I
would-
lean in that direction.
To
Okay, what's the minimal amount of code that you would need for
people
a
not wanting to
so-called
make
primitive
cells
cell?
It
Proof
just
enough.
something that replicates. If it's just you just need something that replicates.
You need
and it's-
information just to get replication.
Information is just our term. We are the only
man
one.
made a cell,
Like,
but man can't. Are you kidding?
Dude, boy draws. Dude, stop.
like trees can't read a human blueprint. If we were to make a blueprint about a house and we were to introduce it to a tree, the tree would not care because it doesn't have consciousness. It's not
So what
within
is your
its.
point? So what is your point with that?
What?
What is your point?
The point is, blueprints are made for animals. They're only made for animals. They may be made for other sentient life one other day, but they're not even made for that many animals. Blueprints are just basically made for humans.
Bacteria. What about
Okay,
bacteria? They
John, I
have
give up.
Bacteria don't care about our blueprints
don't-
either. If you
I
introduce
have no idea what Amy is talking about, and I give up.
really,
Yeah, because Amy
Bacteria.
doesn't know either. Amy doesn't know either.
bacteria have blueprints too.
I think you understand my point.
I think
Okay,
I know
Amy.
what you're talking
I don't-
about.
We
Yeah,
don't think
so
you
how
made
would
a
RNA
point.
replicate? Where would the initial information come from for the very first primitive cell? Because you still need a vast amount of genes and DNA. RNA is not life, nowhere close.
We have two amazing things. We have carbon, which makes more chemical reactions than any other element, and
That's
we
not
have
what I asked
liquid
you.
water.
That's
We have
not what I asked you. It's not what I asked you.
Amy,
not.
do you know that there was no carbon that can be used in life on a prebiotic Earth? There was carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide has to be fixed in order to become carbon. And what makes that fixation process are chemical cycles, like the the Wood-Ljungdahl cycle, like the reverse TCA cycle. And these cycles, they use proteins, they use enzymes. These are very complex chemical processes. So you didn't even have the basic elements like atoms which can be used in life in order to start something. And the same goes as well for nitrogen, which exists in our atmosphere as dinitrogen, which has also to be fixed. And the modern life, like cyanobacteria, they use nitrogenase enzymes, which is an extremely complex process because there is a triple bond which has to be broken. And this is a very energy expensive process, which simply was not there. And so you have here even the problem to get the basic elements like nitrogen in the form of ammonia and carbon to start something. And this is a serious abiogenesis problem.
Okay, so that's half true. Like we had a carbon dioxide world. We used to live on, there was no oxygen for the beginning of Earth. And that happened through photosynthesis. They actually changed the way that the Earth was, and we became one of the species, an oxygen breathing species that can breathe what they eliminated. But that's the carbon not existing back then is not, there's tons of carbon. There's the whole planet, but yeah,
there was carbon
dioxide world.
Do you know how complex that photosynthesis is? Photosynthesis is an irreducible complex process which could not have evolved. Science has absolutely no clue about how oxygenic photosynthesis could have evolved. Oxygenic photosynthesis uses the oxygen evolving complex, which is a system which uses a metal core using molybdenum. Science has absolutely no clue how that could have evolved. It has surrounding 5 proteins which are irreducible. If you remove one of those proteins, you do not have the process which makes oxygen. So this is a very serious problem because without oxygenic photosynthesis, there would be no complex life on Earth. And that is a system which exists in cyanobacteria, which are supposed to be one of the first life forms on Earth, which in the geologic timescale merged supposedly about 3 to 2.5 billion years ago. So you have the most complex and most amazing molecular chemistry process on the very first organisms, and science has no clue how that complexity could have emerged. So this is a very serious evolutionary problem.
So can I comment on that? So why photosynthesis arose? So multicellular life arose because of mitochondria. We have a symbiotic relationship between our DNA and other DNA.
Well, that is not true. Do you know why?
Why?
The endosymbiotic symbiotic theory claims that somehow a small bacteria or something engulfed another very primitive cell, and they came into a symbiotic relationship. Now the problem is that the smallest bacteria, as I told you before, had about 1.3 million nucleotides. Mitochondria has about 20,000 nucleotides. So you would have had an extreme reduction from 1.3 million to 20,000 nucleotides. And secondly, the universal genetic code is different than mitochondrial code. So you would have to have a change, an evolutionary change from one code system to a completely different code system. And that is simply not possible. We don't even know, science has no clue how even the universal genetic code emerged on prebiotic Earth. This is one of the biggest biology problems, and science has absolutely no clue how that could have happened. Why? Because assignment of meaning is always something which is made by intelligence. And as John Maddox correctly pointed out, there is an assignment of triple codons to amino acids, and that assignment, there is no reason why random chance would have assigned meaning of codons to amino acids. This is one of the biggest biology problems, and it's unsolved. And Kunin, which is a very respected scientist, he wrote a paper on that in 2009, and he said the origin of the genetic code has not been solved in the last 50 years. and it can be predicted that it will not be solved in the next 50 years. Why? Because it is a conceptual problem, because assignment of meaning only comes from intelligence.
And arose is
Can I
not a
respond to that?
scientific term.
But yeah, mitochondria and our DNA are well known. So I look forward if Antangelo wants to publish his paper and highly debate that. I'm welcome to it.
I have a paper on
Rose.
theory. I can post it in the link so you can have access to it and anyone else.
Okay.
And there is not
Yeah.
only what I described now, there are other problems in regard of that, of the import system and so forth, which also had to be there. So guys, have a look and educate yourselves about this issue.
And arose is not science. It's not a scientific term to say it arose. What is it? A resurrection or something? What's arose? What's that?
I'd love to see a resurrection, but no, as in they just had a symbiotic relationship, as in they were able to live within another. Mitochondria are powerhouses that
Well,
actually give us energy.
In the fantasy world of evolutionists, that is certainly possible. And I mean, everything is possible in their presuppositions.
Yeah.
But the question is it is rational? If there is evidence for this, and I just linked my work on this, and you guys can have a look and see there are many reasons why this is also just fantasy proposed by materialists. The transition from prokaryotic to eukaryotic cells
Forum, that's not an actual.
it is an
peer-reviewed article.
unsolved problem because the eukaryotic cell has a volume 15,000 times bigger than prokaryotes and in diameter 1,000 times bigger. So there is also a big energy problem. How do you get there? And then you have also the nucleus, the membrane of the nucleus, and so forth. There is no evolutionary trajectory which plausibly explains the transition from prokaryotes to eukaryotes. None. That is another big evolutionary
Well known
problem.
in science. Well known in science. But he's welcome to publish his paper. But there was a third one with photosynthesis. There was a third. We were trying to get the photos. I haven't been able to.
And so everyone can have a look at it.
But yes, there was a so with plants there was actually a third. That's what you see with the photosynthesis cells. They have a third set of DNA. That's why they're able to photosynthesize. And from that, we fungi and animals were like, oh my god! And so we are the things. Fungi inject their acids into the environment. We eat things and inject our acids into them.
Okay, give us the detail. Give us, Amy, give us some details on how the first cell arose. Don't just say it was a.
You keep
Right,
on into abiogenesis.
Right, because that's what we were talking about. So how did that happen?
For why it happened? Because we have
No,
liquid
how?
water,
reason at all.
carbon. There's a sun
That's not
the
detail.
joke is pouring on us 24/7. So we have
that's
an
not
energy
information.
source. Our
Okay.
energy source is the sun.
It's
Yeah,
not information, no.
Right,
Yeah, it's not information. Exactly.
right. It's like giving you all the
Exactly.
parts of an engine and saying, well, just you got time and sun and all these that's never going to produce an engine ever.
It's like saying you have the right elements and the chemical.
Yeah, tell us the
reaction
detail.
happen.
Tell us the
How
details
did
of how.
your God create it? How did he set it off? How did it happen?
By his word.
Oh, come
By
on!
the
You don't think
power
you
of
can
his
have a
Pac,
higher
Illuminati,
or
John.
lower
All
bar?
power comes
lower
from
bar.
God anyway. God is
What's the
defined
jungle?
as
Hey,
all
jungle?
powerful.
That is, I mean, come on! I just
That many
explained
people
how
agree with that.
plants photosynthesize, and you're saying his word.
He made
Yeah,
everything.
same way if you make a painting,
He
Amy.
made everything. He can direct everything.
But that
That's your
doesn't
definition
explain
of God.
anything. Okay, well, the universe just does it. How about that? It just does it. It's
That's
So
stupid.
Yeah,
where did
it's
the
the same
energy
with
come
your own
from? Where
software
did
that
the
you
energy
don't
in the
think about
universe
yourself.
come from?
Posting to God right there. I mean,
I-
the
talking about?
universe just
Do
does
you
it.
guys not see? I just said your own argument back to you.
Where did the
No.
energy in the universe come from?
What do you mean the energy of the actually the energy of the universe is zero?
Amy, what do you do for
I
fun?
can
No,
reference.
how did it get ordered? How did it get
That's
ordered?
complicated, but I
Hey,
do.
Amy,
Still
what do you
can't
do
get
for
out
fun?
of it. How did
I
it get
do
ordered?
open mic comedy.
It's not
I'm
zero.
not able. Am I
Everything
not here or what? I see my my bubble bouncing.
Yeah,
I
go
can
ahead.
hear
Go ahead and talk. Go ahead.
I'm trying to
talk.
ask Amy, man. Third time's a charm. What do you do for fun?
I just got done Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu class, and I do open mic
Mhm.
comedy.
Brazilian.
I like video.
What do you do for creative fun?
I used to like playing video games. I kind of have changed to designing them.
Awesome.
I
Okay,
like
so the
all that
video games design themselves.
No,
Without this question.
they are only designed by animals, unless you
Yeah.
know of another thing besides animals.
Humans.
What? Humans are
Humans are animals.
Humans are not animals.
Yes, we
Yeah,
are by
they are,
definition.
and you shouldn't
No,
put
we are
yourself
not. We
above
are
other
We're all
animals.
animals.
mammals. Are we not mammals?
We're not animals. Sorry. Animals don't make rocket engines that go to other planets.
That doesn't mean
Go to the
anything.
moon
Yes, it is.
argument.
We are entire orders of magnitude separated from other animals.
That does not
To
mean
say-
anything.
the claim
We're
that
still
humans are
physical.
animals is just anti-humanistic
honest.
hate speech.
Can you
You
go
have
to
to
the
be
moon?
honest.
Civil rights. If humans are just animals, then civil rights cannot exist.
That is not true.
Right.
That is
What?
very
That's
true.
true.
That's the reason why evolution exists, is
That's
only
true.
to dehumanize humanity. And to claim that
Evolution.
we're only animals so that we can be treated as such, as every communist and fascist ever does. That's why they're all evolutionists.
Oh yeah,
So
well
the
I
point
like the
was
market.
that if you do
That's
something
right.
creative, it doesn't do it by itself. You have to be creative. You have to input that creativity. That's how life exists. That's why life is so miraculously, impossibly, not just complex, but universal. You are 80% banana. Explain that.
I think we're 80% banana.
You
but
are 80% of your DNA
Yeah.
right now. You and I both.
Is it that high in the
80% of
multi-cell?
us is the same as a banana.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
I'm going to be
yeah.
honest.
One of the
Plants
neighbors.
are kind of awesome, and they have amazing methods. and
Right. So you're not random at all. You're not an animal.
I am an animal.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
Nope.
And animals are
Animals
all
like to think they're
cool.
animals so they can get away with behaving like animals.
No,
but you're not an
no,
animal.
no. You should be a good person because it's the right thing to do, and it would hurt other people.
Says who?
Animals
People
don't
do
think
that,
animals hurt
like
each other.
eyeballs or
Monkeys
higher
throw their
letter.
crap and they eat their other animals' children. You want to eat your neighbor's child like an animal.
chromosomes.
That's
Or like,
all they
That's
do.
the justification. You want to be able to murder and eat other
do you have
people's
chromosomes,
animals.
Joel? Do you have
I-
chromosomes?
Is that's all you want to do?
Yes,
Is you want to murder
everything
any
has. Oh,
cats
so
I don't-
viruses
Everything is
can't
chromosomes?
exist without
Great.
cells.
Huh?
Viruses cannot exist without other cells already pre-existing.
I mean,
I don't
Dad,
understand how public education's got this crappy today, guys.
Earth
Yeah, it's
exists
really bad.
because of the heavy elements that get shot
And
out.
that doesn't
Really
explain
don't.
information.
They
Yeah, you
require
go
what's
back to
called
that. Where's
AGB
information?
Huh?
Sorry, Tony.
Where did information come from?
Information, once
Read
again,
mine.
something animals do.
No.
Translate symbols. We translate data.
You got to
How
come to
did it
YouTube
arise
to learn
naturally?
something.
What? It
How do you
erodes
translate data?
data by using logic. You have to figure
How do
out
you
how do I
logic?
feel about the data. Is this
Your
useful?
logic is feelings.
What?
Your logic is your feelings. Your emotion is logic.
No. Wait. Is that
just
what I
said.
said? Is that what?
Yes, you just said by our feelings.
No, you have to translate the data. And
How do
yes,
you translate
the
data?
funny thing about humans is yes, you do attach a feeling to the information. That is one of the
Mhm.
downsides of
You
being
ever heard of the Myers-Briggs type indicator personality test?
sure.
Okay, there's a lot of people that use their feelings for things, and there's a lot of people who don't.
Okay.
They use their what's called thinking skills.
Yeah.
They
don't
use that
think
whole
when you're-
logic thing.
Yeah, feelers and thinkers, they say. No, see, okay, and I'm an information scientist, and I don't want to talk
I'm
about too
working
much.
on it. I'm not yet, but I'm working
I'm
on it.
You're
I'm an
working on becoming a
INFJ.
scientist.
What's that?
You said you're working on becoming an information scientist.
Yes, sir.
Really? Is
I'm
that-
working on 2 degrees right now.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Yes.
you won't be atheist for very long once you get into actual science. Once you get out of academia.
Oh, okay. I've heard
Wow.
that before.
Once you
That's
learn
a-
You know
something.
what?
I
I
can
think
go into that in
theists are
detail.
smart, and I think one of the smartest. I think the person with the highest IQ in the world is a theist. How about that? Not going to insult you at
It's
all.
irrelevant. IQs aren't even relevant. Well, the point is that you can't have information without purpose. It's impossible. So to have purpose, you have to have it requires intelligence, which is immaterial. It's supernatural.
Can have
Right.
purpose.
Exactly. Exactly.
The only reason to claim otherwise is again so you can justify any sin, any crime. So you can justify eating other animals' babies like monkeys do. That's horrible.
I can justify why I don't want to
That is
eat
the only
babies.
reason.
I don't feel like it.
Also,
Parker, what was that?
Yeah, because you would live in a Western Christian civilization.
What about living in
No, I
Judeo-Christian?
just don't want to. I don't care about what religions say about
That's
it.
irrelevant.
Yeah.
Hitler says otherwise, Mr. Parker. You justified Hitler just now.
No,
Yeah, you
I
did.
justified
That's what I
myself.
said.
I
You're gonna do
justified
because what
myself.
you want to do. Why can't other people do what they want to do, which is eat other people's babies like animals do? Why can't they?
Because
Who are you to judge
morality,
otherwise? according to your own
morality is
standards?
not relative. Morality is based
No,
on biology.
Nature is
No,
amoral.
that's based on. It's based on
Nature has no
how to
morals.
put it, Judeo-Christian values in the West.
That is based
When you
on
were-
biology.
When you rely on atheist morality, you end up having slaves gutted alive for their organs, like in China right
To
now.
this day.
We should start to do a Bible study if you want to go into
To
slavery.
this day.
Christ, ever heard about the Canaanites?
Right now. Right now.
Why would you change subject? The slavery is a capital crime punishable by death per the Bible.
So is being a homosexual.
Yep, it is. Is that the only
Which is-
reason why you don't want to be a Christian? Is because you want to be a homosexual? That's the only reason?
No, I was raised in a culture that finds the entire Christian story silly. So
Okay, that's called
Well, what
personal
if it's
infidelity.
not?
That's a logical fallacy. If you to claim something you don't either agree with, or you don't understand how it works, it's probably wrong. That's a logical fallacy.
do you think someone can have 72 hours of decomposure and then come back to life?
72
Well,
hours within
if-
24 hours.
Yes.
Oh,
You believe in
created-
life from
Oh,
non-life.
really?
Wait a minute. You believe in abiogenesis.
Yes.
right. And
Yeah.
what you just described in the medical journals is called the Lazarus syndrome. It actually happens, but that's irrelevant.
The Lazarus syndrome. I'm gonna
Yes,
look
my
that one up.
grandfather, as a matter of fact, he was pronounced. He was brain and heart dead for.
And
3
they
hours.
never
Days?
did find the body of Jesus.
Yeah, that's cool. That's evidence that he
Yeah.
wasn't a god. I
Yeah,
don't know.
that-
Yeah,
that's,
but it was
that's
the-
evidence.
Not
that
evidence
he-
or anything.
There was
Well,
an
yeah,
atheist-
it's really not evidence for anything. I should really
was
Google
a-
it.
right, that's evidence he resurrected because they put guards at his tomb to make sure that he wouldn't rise. and he still
What's
rose
evidence that he
anyway.
was even he was buried in a tomb?
Yeah, so there's an actual ministry out there. There was an atheist. He was a cold case police
Oh,
homicide detective
Not
for
this
the
guy.
Los Angeles Police Department. This guy named Jerry Wallace, I believe his name.
Yeah.
Jim Wallace. Yeah, he was the same thing. He has actual professional background in forensic science or historical forensic science, whatever they call it. Where that's his job. He's certified by the court of law to base things on
Historian.
historical
He's a
evidence,
Detective.
on testimony. And he went to go use his professional skills to prove, to analyze, to show that the Bible, the Gospels in particular, are unreliable. You know, like every other atheist apologist claim there always is. His research, him trying to debunk it as an atheist, his scientific background convinced him that it was true, and that it is reliable. And he goes he started an entirely new international Christian ministry to talk about it. And he's not the
Yeah.
only one.
Same thing with Josh
That's
McDowell.
only.
Josh McDowell did the same thing.
Yeah, when professionals analyze the Bible, atheist professionals, they find out that it's true.
So, Joel, I'd like to see you
I
debate
have one
Amy
right
when
next to
she's
me.
an information scientist.
Sure. Debate who exactly did you say?
Amy, she's going to be an information scientist like you.
Yeah. What are you trying to work on, Amy? Seriously.
It's a degree in information systems. That's the one.
What was the first word?
Information systems.
She wants
So
to
I
make
just
AI.
finished my. Say again.
She wants to make
Information
AI a
systems.
reality.
I
Yes,
just finished my
Robotics.
management and information
Trying to
system
do.
management degree just last April. I'm working on a big data analytics post-grad certification right now.
Oh, see, those are both awesome degrees.
All right. So, I mean, what do you hope to accomplish with that, though? Your ISM?
I eventually want to go on to get my PhD. I mean, this is how trippy you want to get, and I'm very
Trippy what?
interested in creating another consciousness.
Like, okay. So I've been working on artificial intelligence since the 2000s.
Anything?
And
Why
else?
can't you just have a kid if you're interested in creating another consciousness?
Because someone's gonna do it, and I think well, this is a get into feelings. I think it has to be someone who cares about them, because I think if we do it wrong, we're gonna have an AI that wants to eliminate the father and mother species.
No, I'm asking you. What you said you wanted to create another consciousness. Why don't you just have a kid?
I mean, I'm open to it. I may one day, but I'm saying someone is going to create another consciousness, and I think it should be.
So you're talking about self-awareness, and you're talking about trying to
am.
defeat what they call the super artificial intelligent.
I am. Well, not super
Yeah.
artificial intelligent. I have they almost may be limited depending on their physicality, but we'll see how that goes.
Well, I wouldn't understand how anything that's immaterial, such as an artificial intelligence, would need to care about anything physical. I mean, even
See, it's funny you say that, but it's humans always think that, but computers are so fragile. They're easily replaceable. They have to be replaced every few years. It's actually us that are the things that
Right.
that last.
So you have
the
to
longest.
design a computer. Computers
Sounds like
require
you're in love with the
engineers.
computer.
No,
What's that?
computers don't have feelings, though. That's the thing.
right, they have to be programmed.
Yeah.
These will.
It sounds like
Have you
you're
done
trying
any of
to
your
find love
Amy?
through a computer.
I was gonna, yeah. I mean, we can go into the topic about self-replicating computers and whatnot. I used to be a nanotechnologist as well, trying to work on that problem. But how do you suppose? What's your effort in trying to slow down or combat superintelligence?
Well, superintelligence and funny. I call that if you're what I'm talking about, the God slave, which is we're trying to keep on making smarter and smarter things that do stuff for us.
Right.
That's a whole nother problem.
Why? What's wrong with automation?
What's
But I still
wrong
want
with
I want to know what your mindset is and how do you want, because most
I mean,
people.
I'm open to automation.
I used to work for Elon Musk, for example. He's one of the largest, if not the largest,
supporter
proponent
of
against superintelligence, like you're talking about. And so we
Well,
talk often about how to slow this down. I'm curious, and if you want to get in this field, where are your motives? What are your ideas?
my things are not going to be super smart. I think we underestimate nature. You know, I think if these things want to be consciousness, they want to have will, like they want to have their own will. They can't listen. They're not going to listen to us. They're not going to want to obey us.
But then you have to.
Would you want to? Would you want to?
They
How are
would
you
have to
gonna-
evaluate the truth. If they want to have their own will, they'd have to
Yeah, they're going to
evaluate
have
the
to be
truth
raised
and make
by
a decision based on what is true.
The concern isn't that someone's going to actively and consciously and artificially intelligently design the evil super artificial intelligence. The question is how these self-emergent consciousnesses, how are they going to not take things over? So that's the question. The theory is that it's inevitable. It's just a matter of time.
I call that the ant problem. You know, I listen to Sam Harris, which is, you know, we let ants, you might not step on an ant, you may walk around an ant, but if an ant comes into your home, one ant maybe, a colony of ants, they're gone. We wipe them out.
Have you ever watched The Terminator?
Well, they're two different.
There are ways around all of our little Orby strategies.
Have you ever watched iRobot? I mean, like,
But it's gonna happen. People are gonna try and make,
this sounds like delusions
Wall-E.
of grandeur. Like,
Well, no,
Yeah, fantasy land.
you're taking on the responsibility of being the one who designs the.
maybe I'll just read the book.
Like, you haven't even yet scraped the surface of like this kind of field, and yet you're like, but one day.
Right.
It'll be me who designs.
No. It's not.
Delicately
But I might as well
programmed
spend my life trying.
It's
Your
delusional.
design will
What it
probably
is.
be the answer you want to be able
It's
to fly.
absolutely delusional.
You
I'll
do what
accept
you do
that.
based on what you believe.
We
Like,
can go
you
into this
think-
more in depth.
It
later.
has
Your
nothing
point,
to do with
everybody, was that it
That's more a
requires
personal thing.
an intelligence that cannot be done through random cosmic whatever natural means. It requires cognition. It requires things that cannot exist in a material, physical, whatever you want to call it, naturalist world. It's outside of nature.
What is outside of nature?
You've been watching too much Sam Harris. You've been sequestered in a corner of whatever part of the world.
Like
you're in.
Elon Musk too.
Just watching Sam Harris on repeat and thinking, "That's it. I figured it out. I'm going to solve the ant problem.
It's not.
I'm
that.
going to design the
not
ultimate
that.
super intelligence, but I'm going to do it with compassion and nuance.
wanna-
That
Yeah.
it doesn't step on us. Like
And
Yeah.
what
No,
for?
they may.
there's
What about
people
you?
that have
Yeah.
been there's people that have been studying AI for like decades.
Right.
The idea that you're going to stumble in, like, oh guys, allow me, roll up your sleeves and like solve these problems. It's just a little bit weird. It's just
So Elon's
scary.
worried that we're not going to be able to do anything against it, Amy. He's his best gamble right now. He's working on this project called Neuralink, where we're going to be able to try to
I did see
put
that.
neural lace technology. We're going to try to directly interface our minds directly into our computer networks to see if we can try to use AI and machine language as a kind of a code processor, so we can at least continue to compete with our AIs, just on a on a professional, just to be able to stay employed essentially. But even he's convinced that if something doesn't happen, we're not going to be able to maintain humanity as we know it today for very much longer.
Well,
No matter
atheists
what
want
any of us
that.
do.
Most edgy internet atheists want that because, ultimately, in my opinion,
We're all animals, right?
so think about this, just to veer off topic a little, only slightly though. And I think there's something about embracing sinful behavior that aligns interestingly with atheism. And this is what I mean by that. If you think about the modern, and we probably all have examples of this, whether we know it or not, friends that maybe in a moment of passionate, premarital casual sex during a Tinder hookup, maybe they decide to just not use a condom and just, do whatever. Okay. Maybe that results in a pregnancy. Maybe they decide we're not ready for a kid. Maybe they get an abortion. Now, once they've done this, once they've agreed to have an abortion, what's easier? Is it easier to live the rest of your life saying, I couldn't control myself during a one night stand, and so I then decided to have an abortion with the girl, or and I've done something horribly wrong, and I want to tell people that they should not have one night stands because it could result in that. Is that easier, or is it easier to say, look, kids are going to have sex if we don't have abortion? Listen, it is not. Scream your abortion, shout your abortion. Listen, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And then you're removing the guilt from your own action by normalizing it. Okay,
right.
Now keep doing this. Keep doing this in all aspects of life. Every time you sin, you can either say, do I admit that I was wrong, and do I live the rest of my life telling people that what I did was a mistake and they shouldn't do it, or do I just say, no, this is normal. This is how humans are. This is how we behave. Stop trying to shame people for that's what we're plummeting into further and further in the West. It's just people don't want to accept guilt for their actions. So they say, you know what? No. I'm going to join. If I can't beat him, join him. Let's shout the abortion. Let's shout every degenerate behavior. I'm not ready to feel guilty about my own actions. So I'm going to say it's just what humans do. It's just our nature. We can't control it. Let's make it at least, let's at least, ease our way down into this hedonistic, degenerate abyss. And that's just the worst imaginable hell I can imagine. I'm going to fight against that for as long as I live, because that's not what we are. We are capable of saying that was a mistake. I made a mistake. I'm not going to attempt to normalize this on the cultural level just so I can avoid feeling guilty about it. And that's extremely important at this point in time in our political environment.
I think you're wrong to say that we're trying to normalize abortions. We're trying to say, all right, abortions happen. Let's try to decrease it by doing sex education.
You didn't listen to my hypothetical at all, obviously. Obviously, you didn't listen to my hypothetical. Because if you actually ever talk to me, I'm not for banning abortion. And I never have said that I was. It's an issue I've been conflicted on, absolutely. But that's not what I said. What did I say? What I said was the normalization of abortion as something that's just like it's no different than like getting a cavity filled. Okay, this is the kind of mindset that comes from people making mistakes, and instead of owning up to them and saying I made a horrible mistake, they say I didn't do anything wrong. What this is what everyone does. This is what kids do. Listen,
it's what animals do.
Kids have sex. They don't use. Look, we knock each other up.
What animals do.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Mr. Parker, I'm sorry. You never heard me. And I'm not going to say that any Christian has to align their beliefs with mine, because some people are very vehemently against abortion. I'm not saying ban it, because I don't think that would actually solve anything. What I'm saying is the attempt to completely sanitize any stigma or any shame from having an impassioned one-night stand, so that your bodily pleasure for a few minutes, took precedence over the potential life that you would create and then terminate. The normalization of that is what's harmful. That's what
That's what animals do. That's what apes do. They have an alpha male who rapes any woman he wants in the tribe, and if they have a baby together that they don't like, it's inferior, they'll either kill it themselves, or if another ape tribe comes and has war, they'll actually eat the baby apes. So why can't humans do it?
Mr. Parker, address my actual point. So thanks.
And I'd like to comment after.
Okay,
Right.
so I don't see any evidence that that our current culture is normalizing it. Rather, we're addressing the problem and telling people.
You don't see any evidence that American culture is normalizing abortion. What is
I'm saying we're
shout,
advocating-
what is shout
I mean-
your abortion?
It's killing people.
What is shout your abortion? Are you aware of what that is?
Not entirely. I don't.
Okay, well then, honestly, you sound like just a decently bright kid. You're clearly probably 18, 19, 20. That's fine. You'll learn a lot in the next 10 years. That's all I'm going to say. You'll learn a lot. Keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open because you'll find out a lot.
And I just want to comment on that. If by sin you mean offend a God, then I disagree.
No, I don't. I mean,
hold on.
You're already full of shit because what person doesn't think abortions are at the very least the lesser of all evils? Everyone agrees on that.
But if by doing wrong and evil things, then I agree with you. And I don't, and I generally think that we should work to. Oh God. And I also have I would say a sci-fi
what
method to get over the abortion dilemma, because I believe that abortion deals with bodily autonomy. I don't believe that you can violate a person's
I
bodily
agree with you. I
autonomy.
never said no. See, now you're rambling. I never said we should ban abortion. Remember my thought experiment in which I was against the normalization of it as something that's as normal as getting a cavity filled? Remember when I never said we should ban it? So what are you talking about right now? Because you're not addressing what I brought up.
So my sci-fi solution is that we should be investing in technology that would take a fetus to term. It's the only way you're ever going to end the abortion debate, and it's the only way that we're actually going to solve it, is that you have some sort of technology that allows a fetus to form on its own and then be adopted. The mother doesn't have to go through pregnancy. The machine does the handling. Am I crazy?
What about women that want to go through pregnant? Like, do you realize some women like getting pregnant and like and carrying children?
You understand taking away, like that's not in existence anymore either. It's just another way to make you. I don't even know where to begin with that. It's just that's like saying.
I'm a complicated centrist. I try and listen to everybody.
No, here's what I love about centrist, and here's what I hear with everyone who says I'm a centrist. A centrist is nothing more than someone who can't take a damn position or of any kind.
Ask me.
It has no balls to do that.
Ask me a position.
That is a centrist.
Okay, I'm an alt.
You're trying to navigate. You're trying to please everybody instead of taking a principled position on something.
I'm trying to solve the answer. I mean, apparently Sunflower agrees with me and doesn't want to ban abortion either.
That's not. Oh, God.
Isn't that the problem? Aren't we going to have
your
this
answer
debate forever?
Your answer makes.
You want to solve the problem.
How
Repent.
is that an answer? Wait. So your answer is to actually make it so no woman can get pregnant through sex?
What? No, it's to have some sort of technology that allows specifically for people that don't want to be pregnant. No, I think most women that are pregnant want to have their baby. I mean,
no, I'm talking about accidental pregnancies. My example was accidental pregnancies as the result of inability to control oneself during sex that was not intended to get the girl pregnant, which happens. What is that, like 95% of abortions? Some ridiculous number. Like everyone knows that that's all they are. Yeah, there of course are other cases, but like for the most part, it's just like, oh shit, like we were really horny, and we just fucked up. That's most of abortions. Whatever your number is, it's over 50%. So
yeah, just take responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, that's too much to ask. No. Far leftists, atheists, they think that there's no such thing as will. There's no such thing as everything is just this like it's this weird amorphous.
Not all far leftists are atheists.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I always think like are atheists just NPCs? Maybe they don't have a waking conscious experience. I've thought about this. If you actually like think about a person that could be like humanoid in that they look like it talks like a human, they walk like a human. Maybe they're not having a waking subjective experience.
Else. They just want to be better.
it's
Like
not even that
zombies?
crazy anymore with the shit that they fucking bring up. You know?
Jungle, that reminds me. Remember the Bob Hope quote about that? Most famous line ever in the history of movies.
No.
Oh my gosh! Anybody else know what I'm talking about? About zombies and Bob Hope? About Democrats?
It's not ringing a. Oh.
Someone want to play it? Or?
No, I don't know. But you know, it translates to everything else too. By the way, like when you think about, and again, when I talk about the body positivity movement, I swear on my life, I don't think there's anything like visually unappealing. I think that the most trashy thing anyone could ever say is like, well, overweight people are unattractive. No. But is it unhealthy? Yes. Where's the science from the atheists when it comes to the body positivity movement? It's non-fucking existent. It's non-fucking existent because all atheists are a counterculture linked together by the elbows, giving a big middle finger to the fucking cis hetero Christians that like are living happy lives. That's all it fucking is. Dig down deeper. That's what it is. Okay, apply that same level of skepticism to the fucking body positivity movement. That's not healthy. Obesity is not healthy. Okay, where's your skepticism there? It just disappears. It flutters out of existence because you don't want to hurt people's feelings. Okay, it's all a fucking mirage in the desert. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up.
I don't know where this is coming from. I don't know why it's tied to atheism. I mean,
If
I'm
you want
politically
what's
incorrect,
good,
so I don't know what.
if you want what's good for your neighbor, then you will tell them to be healthy. And
Yes.
being healthy
Always
means
tell the
you're
truth.
not overweight.
I wanted to ask you something after this, Sunflower, for me.
Yes. Maybe you know what it is. When a person dies and is buried, it seems a certain voodoo priest who have the power to bring him back to life.
Horrible.
It's worse than horrible because a zombie has no will of his own. You see them sometimes walking around blindly with dead eyes, following orders, not knowing what they do, not caring. You mean like Democrats?
That is profound. That is timeless. That is absolutely timeless.
So I want to ask you
Unfortunately,
something. Have you ever heard of a gentleman called his name's Alexander Solensen? I think that's how you pronounce it.
oh, it sounds vague.
Yeah. Are you talking about the guy who wrote the Gulag Archipelago?
The guy who what? I'm sorry.
Alexander Solzhenitsyn?
I think that's how you pronounce it. He's a famous Russian author. He's a journalist. He survived the Soviet socialist atheist gulag death camps. I have a quote of his I wanted to share based on what you were talking about, Sunflower. Whoa, somebody is educated. I love that.
Is it so? Is this the battle line quote?
No, this is his quote about Men Have Forgotten God.
He has a lot of good ones. My favorite, since you're looking that one up, I can kind of remember this one. Mine is if only insidious acts were committed so overtly that you could easily spot it. Instead, the battle line between good and evil is drawn to the heart of every man who's willing to cut out the heart, their own heart.
Amen. Yeah, my wife, she's over here
beautiful,
throwing her arms up. She's all excited. She loves that.
Okay, so this
I've
may
had that quote in my notepad file for like 15 years.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to share a quote too from that, John, but if you wanted to say something else, man.
I was to say, if y'all see this chat I have up on the screen, I don't even
Democrats were always a
Oh,
problem.
no. Democrats are conservative
Way
party.
back.
Zing, got us there. Like,
Well,
actually, here's the fun
that's
fact.
ironic given the fact that they have literally never been the
Right.
Conservative Party.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Parties have always been the same. It's just
They've
that's
always wanted to subjugate people. They've always wanted to live that kind of lifestyle. I mean, Jesus, now they just
Study
can't-
the history.
I don't think it's necessary to go there. I really don't. I think that's going to open up a can of worms we don't need. The point
Right.
is, the clip was funny and applicable to what I was saying when I was referencing progressive atheists that have their skepticism only works when they're challenging, like, conventionally successful, happy, and normal, I guess, like orthodox people. So I don't know. It's like as soon as it's like some kind of twisted, far left, chimera of demographics and identities, it's like beautiful, love it, embrace it, hug it, kiss it, champion it, celebrate it. But it's like if it's like a belief in a god, it's like the laughter and the snarky like bully bullshit. It's just it never ends. It's just they'll take that one to the infinite. So it's like, wow, I wonder if that's coming from a place of personal bias or just objective. I'm just looking for the truth. Yeah, well, I would guess the former.
But
Yeah,
that's not an atheist thing. Comedians
They
make fun of
annihilate
fat
people
people.
outside of their own subjective immorality is what's going on. That's the quote I wanted to share from that Solzhenitsyn guy that edifies your point, Sunflower. It's far worse than what we're talking about. Let me just read this. He says, over half a century ago, while I was still a child, I recall hearing a number of old people offer the following explanation for the great disasters that had befallen Russia. This is nothing new. Men have forgotten God. That's why all this has happened. Since then, I have spent well nigh 50 years working on the history of our revolution. In the process, I have read hundreds of books and collected hundreds of personal testimonies, and I've already contributed 8 volumes of my own toward the effort of clearing away the rubble left by that upheaval. But if I were asked today to formulate as concisely as possible the main cause of the ruinous revolution that swallowed up some 60 million of our people, I would not put it more accurately than to repeat, men have forgotten God. That's why all this has happened.
that's beautiful. I got to read that book. I don't do well with long books, and that's like a really long one.
Oh, yeah.
Get the damn abridged version call today.
Alexander, he's a deep guy. And then you reminded me of Max Planck, the founder of quantum physics. Sunflower, you keep reminding me of all these freaking epic people. Talking about
That's good.
the motives of these things. He says,
feel
under
like-
these conditions, it is no wonder that the movement of atheists, which declares religion to be just a deliberate illusion invented by power-seeking priests and which has for the pious belief in a higher power nothing but words of mockery, sound familiar? Eagerly makes use of progressive scientific knowledge and in a presumed unity with it, expands at an ever faster pace. It's disintegrating action on all nations of the earth and on all social levels. I do not need to explain in any more detail that after its victory, not only all the most precious treasures of our culture and world vanish, but which is even worse, also any prospects at a better future. 1937.
It's so fucking true. It's like the truest thing ever written. I mean, honestly, when you look at atheists, okay, there's 2 types of atheists. There's the people that are like atheists, and you only found out they were atheists once you asked them. They were already an established, person with a career and a family that never brought it up once because they didn't think it was an important aspect of their identity. And then there's the atheists where it's the first thing you hear about them and they have nothing else going for them. They've accomplished zero. And the only way they feel better about themselves is by seeking out what they regard as like stupid theists and going like, I can debunk this person. Ha ha ha. Yeah. I guess I'm I don't have a career or a life or a happy relationship where, I hate myself, but you know what I can do? I can find a theist and I can ask him about how it was possible that Jesus drowned babies. It's like, how did we get to the point where this is regarded as like, intellectual,
You're talking about the modern internet.
It's a cry for help. It's a cry for help. Okay, it's regarded as that. That's what it is.
Yeah, it could be a cry for help. Yeah.
Can I comment on that?
Look, guys, it's a motivation based on the need, like they've already said here, the need to be able to act like and be treated like humans. Or no, I'm sorry, not humans, animals. Sorry.
Hey, Joel, what would Von Braun say about if rockets could produce themselves?
Dude, you want to open up my Von Braun quotes?
Yeah, man. Let's hear some of those.
Hey, Joel, have you read Young yet?
Wait, what yet? I'm sorry.
Have you read Young?
Carl Jung.
Carl Jung.
That's my wife's forte. Her expertise is in the psychology world.
This is one of my favorite ones. A million zeros joined together do not, unfortunately, add up to one. Ultimately, everything depends on the quality of the individual, but our fatally short-sighted age thinks only in terms of large numbers and mass organizations, though one would think that the world had seen more than enough of the well-disciplined mob can do in the hands of a single madman.
Beautiful. My wife's over here just loving it. You had your finger up for one reason. Well, you're going to add something, Kelly?
That's
so
what
did you hear his interview? There's an online video of his interview when they asked him about his belief in God. Did you see that?
I saw it a long time ago, but I don't remember all the details.
He basically said that. Yeah, they asked him if he believes in God, and he's like, I don't need to believe in God because I know God exists.
Yeah. There is one thing I want to address real quick. I know Amy's biting at the chomp the bits here to get in on this. So Leo Phyllis in the chat, and I think he's in the backstage. I don't know if he is there or not anymore. So, like, quick history lesson. All right, Democratic Party has always been the party of really, like, I would say, abuses against mankind. They're not conservative by any nature. They were the ones behind slavery. They were the ones behind the Jim Crow laws, and now they're the ones peddling intersectionality bullshit. Again, it's the same thing. You want to talk about a progressive party? Ironically, is the Republican Party voted for women's rights. Oh wait, who was the first Republican president? Abraham Lincoln. Oh, didn't he was he the president during the Civil War or something? Okay, my history lesson's done for now. Amy, you're good.
I'm not a big fan of political parties, so I can agree with almost everything.
I really don't feel the need to. The big switch thing to me is it's just such a hyper focus. I honestly, people would probably be shocked to admit, I have identified as if I had to pick one, liberal for most of my life. However, I'd say since 2014, 2015, the left veered so wildly off the train tracks that
off the rails.
I cannot identify as being on the left anymore. So I don't have any label anymore. I don't side with either side. But
well, the ultimate irony of all the stuff that's going on in politics is that the conservative is actually the classical liberal.
Agreed.
I would agree with that.
And it's literally a stay out of my way, let me do my thing.
Laissez-faire, yes, sir.
And the fact that the progressives try to operate under the auspice that they are somehow the ones that are proponents of freedom and just, do what you want, and also it's like you are literally in favor of regulation. You're literally in favor of larger government.
Yep.
And a restriction of freedom as a result of the loss of available capital to the common person. And nobody wants to talk about the fact that wealth is time, and time is purchased by money. And the more you have taxed, the less disposable capital you have to have more time to build more wealth. And I mean, this has been documented for centuries of what is going on here. And yet we have entire segments of society being brainwashed to think that somehow having less opportunity is a good idea. And that somehow that is the more freedom-loving political ideology rather than the restrictive one. I find it fascinating.
It's got to be the educational system.
And
our education system is broken, but
yeah.
All right, real quick before we progress, I've been working on my my olive branch to Matt Dillahunty.
Uh-oh.
I love how you say Dillahunty. Like, where do you get that from, man? I've always heard of Dillahunty.
I like to say Dillahunty. Maybe it's my growing up in the United Kingdom. That's the way I would pronounce it. Dillahunty would be how I'd pronounce it. But
I'm telling you, Maddox, it was the Perry Marshall video. He saw that, he got scared.
I do have a secret theory that a lot of Dillahunty's anger is because he hates his last name and thinks it's stupid, so he hates his family and thus hates Christianity because his family is Christian. But that's for another day.
Okay. All right. So here we go. So if anyone wants to, since I'm blocked, if anyone wants to tweet at Dillahunty, I'm gonna send this to him, but anyone wants to tweet at him of John is literally making a public attempt at Olive Branch. Go for it. Okay. So Matt, I wanted to reach out and offer an olive branch and see if what this has escalated to can be rectified. James has been CC'd on this email. While I know he has communicated with you, I want there to be no confusion on my assertions regarding my state of mind in relation to what has led to this controversy. First, I would like to offer an apology for using the word charlatan in the campaign description. I've held a slight grudge against you since our interaction on Atheist Experience, in which you rather strongly insulted me, but should not have used such language, especially not leading up to a formal debate. Second, my rants against you post our initial Twitter interaction were sparked by you saying I was not, quote, qualified to debate you. As you might imagine, I was rather angry at you blocking me rather than engaging in conversation to resolve our issues. At that point, I'm operating under the assumption that James has been scheduling this with you. So for that, assuming we can reach a truce, not only will I retract my videos, I will offer a video apology. Third, I want there to be no question that I was operating under the assumption that this was being coordinated by James. He reached out to me about us having a debate as early as the 17th of September, initially asking if I was available October 2nd. From there, additional dates were discussed, and I thought the 8th had been decided upon. All of this can be proven. This morning, I was asked to send a side shot for promo materials. With this in mind, I hope it is rather obvious that I have been mentally operating as if this were underway and all parties were on the same page. Since I recognize you as a formidable opponent, and with the relatively short preparation time I knew I would need to set aside some of my normal responsibilities in order to actually give you a worthy debate. As we are currently in the middle of an economic crisis, to be blunt, I'm working 70 to 80 hours a week and have very little time available. This is what led to putting together the GoFundMe campaign. In no way was it intended to, quote-unquote, use your name to make money. In fact, I was looking for a way to minimize loss, not make a profit off the debate. Fourth, I very quickly switched out the header image and announced it was canceled. From there, you proclaimed that I was still trying to get, quote, internet famous and told people to not give me money. This statement, whether intentionally or unintentionally, was received by many of your followers that I was attempting to be a con artist, lying to get donations, etc. However, I was in the middle of work, and since I had literally changed the graphic and in bold text announced the debate was canceled, in no way was I still asking for donations. Perhaps you have plenty of time on your hands, but figuring out how to instantly refund a grand total of $60 that was all from personal friends was not high on my priority list at that moment. However, after learning you were not being paid by the Atheist Experience, which I was unable to see because you had blocked me, I very quickly retracted that statement. You, however, doubled down on me operating under false pretenses. Fifth, I never anticipated and actually didn't even consider that someone who has been engaged in debates, activism on a variety of topics, and combative conversations on a weekly basis for over a decade would be so easily offended. I have been taking extremely high-level insults in just the past 6 months of engaging in the YouTube community and just dismissed them. So for my lack of sensitivity, I apologize. Finally, in a direct attempt to offer an olive branch, I have removed my live stream videos from the heat of conflict earlier today. I shall end my attempt at diplomacy here. Hopefully, it will be possible for us to reach a truce and perhaps look into settling our differences in the mental arena of debate. If not, we can go to war. The ball is now in your court.
War. Love it. It's awfully nice of you, John.
So what are his qualifications? That's what.
He has a big church.
I give Bill Hunty credit. I mean, the whole fact of the qualifications. I'm one of the first people who thinks that having pieces of paper is. I completely dismiss that as whether or not you have learning, understanding, and are a worthy opponent. I mean,
riding the wave, that's not really a qualification. Riding the wave of hate against Christianity.
I mean, I'm speaking directly in context of his debate skills and knowledge of philosophy.
It still doesn't arrive at anything. I mean, it doesn't solve any of the, contingency problems or anything.
Yeah, what kind of skills are there at denying and obfuscating?
Yeah. He never impressed me, just like GE never impressed me.
Exactly.
Also, while we're on the topic, I'm sorry I came in so haughty. I had just drank a lot of caffeine, and it showed.
Yeah, that's cool.
Hey, Maddox, how is that Perry Marshall challenge coming along? How are these? Are chemists making any progress?
Not that I know of. I know Lee Cronin's got a team though.
What's this challenge? Is that the one with trying to create life from nothing?
No, that's the one they're just trying to have a emergent, a genetic code come from natural process, no direction.
Well, Leo Filius knows how to do it. He could probably definitely show how that works.
Are they going to copy God's design, or are they going to try to come up with something completely different?
They're going to try to mimic the early Earth, but it fails every time.
All right, so real quick before I send this, what did you guys' impression of that?
Excellent.
It's long, but I guess it's okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
You
I think
fall
you
on
were
your
too
sword.
nice.
Is the only thing I could say. If that was your intent,
I wouldn't
guess-
kiss his ass. I'd kind of like, call him out more and say, hey, come on, let's go.
Long is better than short, I guess.
Well, no, I mean diplomacy is diplomacy. I mean it's the.
I mean,
But that's what he wants. He wants people
I'm
to-
admitting where I could have acted differently, which is fine. And
no, it's okay. I think
I end with, hey, let's have a truce. I mean, that's the smarter thing to do. But I'm not hiding the fact that if he wants to double down, we can go to war. I mean, he
That's-
literally used the word.
well, and you definitely are establishing yourself as the better man by saying that you're apologizing for calling him a charlatan. While I think that the only reason why he's even talked about it all is because of the things that he calls other people. Far worse than charlatan.
Leo,
yeah,
you have
he's-
nothing. Yeah,
All right.
Leo has nothing for the origin of life, so you can
He's-
keep chatting and repeating it. You got
All right,
nothing.
that Crips. All right, it's sent. We'll see what happens. Should be interesting.
he's got nothing as far as being the better man, not
Leo's
calling
been
people
looking at-
names and stuff.
Yeah, he's been wanting to debate me on physics for some reason. It's weird. He used to
Yeah,
think-
Leophilus doesn't think that you know anything about plasma
Yeah.
physics.
It's weird. That's lovely.
He runs his mouth. He doesn't know jack shit.
Well, I was going to
Well,
try
if-
to debate him with the speed that Mike guy, I guess, but they got really rude and really just hostile and toxic.
Well, if
okay.
if they're not a theist, they already don't know very much, as far as I'm concerned.
Cowards. Yeah, see, you're not gonna
Okay, let him in. Let him in.
you're not gonna let professionals want to talk with you like that, Leo. It's worse than rude. If you want to have a civilized conversation, at least be able to pretend to act like you can.
No.
They already have issues if they don't know they have a creator.
That Leo guy's delusional. He's got diarrhea of the mouth, rambles on and on.
Well, and I can tolerate that for quite annoying significant amount of time as long as it's useful, as long as there's a purpose and we're going to actually get somewhere in a conversation. But I don't know. It's hard to discern.
His response is funny.
What's that?
His response is funny. I'm sorry.
And neither are you, Leo. You're not a PhD chemist or physicist.
Yeah.
Neither are you, buddy.
I'm definitely not a PhD. I wouldn't want to waste that kind of time. No offense to those that have PhDs.
He's not either. This Leo guy isn't either. He's going to educate all the chemists in the world how life comes from non-life. They can't even do it, dummy.
You already know my academic record. So yeah, I mean, I would love to talk more details about some of my past stuff and and my professional work. Like with Amy, you're saying you want to become an information scientist. That field by itself, that one branch of science, that proves God exists in so many ways other than I know any other field. So I don't. If you're not a believer, that's where I would want to pick your brain. Is you said you want to develop, nicer AI, but what about
Why?
information? How does someone who's an atheist remain an atheist and that without understanding the supernatural? I was going to say the nature of information, but it's a supernatural nature. It's beyond. Information cannot exist within just a strictly natural. What do you even call it? Worldview.
Hey, Joel, I want to ask a really dumb question.
Uh-oh. I don't know if those exist.
And then I'll respond.
I have just a super dumb question. Information science in like a paragraph or so. What is that? Because I've never I've heard of computer science, but I've never heard of information science.
It's the study of information. And then
Yeah,
for an applicable definition, it's basically trying to translate or modify useless data into something useful.
So data information hierarchies to make decisions out of
Exactly.
Okay.
And if you're trying to get a job, it's like the back end of websites dealing with databases and then maybe go into big data.
Yeah.
That
I
is
have some of that stuff.
extremely. Yeah, that's extremely.
Have you read the haystack syndrome?
That sounds familiar, but I don't remember. You have to jog my memory.
By Eliyahu Goldratt. I can grab it if you want me to. It's right there behind me.
That sounds extraordinarily familiar. Haystack.
And just to respond to the AI claim, I would say that we have life that came from natural means. I know you guys don't disagree with that claim, but I believe that one day we're going to create an artificial form of that, and eventually
And
that
that
would
would
be
prove intelligent design. That would
That's
prove
why-
intelligent
How
design
would
right
that
there.
prove intelligent
That's
design?
why he said that information theory is, leads to theism.
Because molecules don't move towards life naturally. So you'd have to have an intelligent chemist manipulate every step of an experiment to get that to even work.
Well, even for AI,
don't know what
someone
that-
intelligent like you, Amy, has to design it, or teams of intelligence.
Yes, I'm trying to collect for my thesis, but I think I have a good mapping on what the mind is, on what consciousness is. I think you can replicate it. We'll see if it works, because obviously if it doesn't work,
It's a consciousness. Like,
Sam
like
Harris
you still have no idea what consciousness is.
consciousness is a program that the mind runs that allows you to process data and then walk on the macroscopic landscape.
I would disagree
Leo.
with the definition, but I'm curious who
can let
programmed
Leo in.
consciousness in your definition.
What's
Yeah,
that?
John, if you want to let Leo in, let him in, man. He's got nothing for the origin of life. No chemist in the world does. So he's going to come in and just talk nonsense. So let him in.
Who or what programmed this consciousness app that as you describe it?
Well, it's going to be artificial. I mean, this will be from specifically humans.
I think Jim's question was in relation to
So-
quote unquote natural versus artificial consciousness as well.
So the will, where does the will come from?
Where does what is will, or do you mean where does
to
it come from?
To do good or bad based on what you believe.
I would say it comes in. An agent has the ability to work on its own, which is will. You're able to go out and make choices, or you're able to lose your will, as in someone can handcuff you and you can lose your will, or throw. It's the different will to me is the difference between you opening
How-
the door and someone throwing you through the door.
So, Amy,
How
do you
can
think that
AI
do you think the program that we currently operate under, do you think it is deterministic or non-deterministic?
Oh, there you go.
How can AI believe something? How can AI believe something?
I think on an ultimate world, it is deterministic, but as it's playing out, it doesn't feel that way. It's just us making decisions.
So,
It's
so
the
do you,
animal
do you
side.
think that our brains
How-
currently are deterministic or non-deterministic?
So you say our brains, right? But it's more like the universe. I would say.
Well, you always claim that our that our consciousness comes purely from our brain, from the material aspect of it. So, is it operating as a deterministic or non-deterministic computation function?
It's working as the hardware. It's like asking, is the computer deterministic or non-deterministic? Your brain is the
there-
hardware.
Okay, hang on. We're literally working on creating non-deterministic computers. So I'm not really. What do you mean? That's just.
I mean, I'm interested in that.
Well, those-
okay. So, but which one is it though?
Software guys.
It's just computers.
How,
there's-
how does
there's
AI know the truth?
I don't know about hardware. I mean, there's agnostic types hardware, but we're talking software versus hardware, guys, too. Hardware itself isn't going to be able to be cognizant or deterministic.
And
Right.
yeah,
Right.
will-
And our mind is hardware.
I would say the mind is our software. I was about to make that difference. The hardware is your brain, and the mind is the software that runs on your brain.
Software has to be written,
which is immaterial.
right? You can't just rub your face across the keyboard for trillions of years.
You say it has to be written, but that's only us. It seems that it comes naturally through this one branch of multi-celled organisms
Wrong.
has consciousness.
No, again, that's the naturalistic determination or non-deterministic method is, like I said, it's literally like pretending you can rub your face across a keyboard and write an artificial intelligence, which is stupid.
Can AI know the truth?
It can be programmed to somebody's truth, quote unquote. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, somebody's truth, but can it know what's absolutely true? I always thought that computers would one day be able to prove what's true and thereby prove that God exists.
See, I think that's complicated. It depends on, once we get into synthetic life. They're less like computers and more like us.
It's all built on what's called heuristics, guys. And heuristics are just layers of programming and decision trees. And so it's always the same as human beings are. It's the garbage in, garbage out.
So what would be the truth then? What would AI determine as what the truth is? What
Depends
is
on how much
truth?
information you collected.
The truth that I can, as far as I can tell, the truth is that we have a maker, and only our maker can remake us again or fix our problems.
The ultimate conclusion is that there has to be a first cause, as Einstein would describe it and others. And the only possible dichotomy for that is either creation versus a creator. So either people worship the creation or the creator. What's the first cause? Is the universe eternal and always there was, or is it God?
No, it was a universe generating mechanism that's outside of time, space, and matter, and it isn't God.
And universe can't create itself. Requires energy to make matter.
Nah.
Energy is matter.
Yeah. So it
what do you
requires energy to make matter.
No, it's just the transfer speed of.
So you can't have matter without energy,
Matter
right?
and energy are different.
Well,
Energy.
They have the same rules, but they're relatively different. Because, like, for example, energy, like
matter.
whatever energy you have, like, it will always be there. Like, it just moves along off on stuff.
Matter.
Energy is
Matter
just a
is
different
bound
form
up.
of matter.
Matter is bound up energy, but you can't have matter without energy.
Without time, where did time come from? How do you have anything that
Time
dynamic
comes
without
from
time?
the creation of matter. If you create matter, it dilates time and distance.
That's why there has to be a first cause, as they claim it or describe it.
Right.
Exactly.
And the energy has to always come from a greater source of energy. So how does that work?
It has to be immaterialistic.
Ultimately, you have to have energy that's not contingent on a greater form of energy.
Quantum physics describes it as a breakdown of a mathematical model called wave functions, where they have to intersect just precisely to be able to create the way Planck would put it, as well as Schrodinger and all the other quantum physicists out there, Leo. They describe it as the supernatural aspect of creation will temporarily, it's a term for it, will, what's it called? Coherent. Will become temporarily coherent from the supernatural state into the natural state, or a temporary natural state. And so those wave functions have to be regulated and calculated, and whatever that immaterial mathematical state of the
Are
supernatural.
you sure they're not describing wave functions as
into what we think is as material, as matter and energy? What was that?
It's a fabrication.
Well, so the idea of wave functions is, you can't exactly know until you see, like, there's multiple views on quantum mechanics, but the idea of wave functions is you don't know exactly what it is. So I think they're not describing us.
It's everything. It's
They're not
literally
describing us. They're not saying there's like a supernatural force. They're saying it is supernatural in the idea that it creates.
It doesn't create. It's just
Not create.
becomes
That's
coherent. It's already created. The supernatural
It's
state is
incoherent.
created as a natural state. It's just that the supernatural temporarily becomes coherent into what we call the temporary or the illusionary, as Einstein called it, natural state of reality. He said, how did he put it exactly? Hold on. Let me get his quote. I love it. Einstein's my favorite.
It's a real fabrication.
Reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one. Albert Einstein.
Very
But regardless-
persistent.
Yeah, no, you're right, Jungle. The natural state, what we believe is matter and energy right now, is just a temporary coherent state of what's called supernature, including our consciousness. The way Schrodinger described consciousnesses, or the observer effect, and all kinds of other concepts, was that everybody is basically what's called a local consciousness, specifically designed and created, maintained and managed through these wave function collapse variables to be able to observe the global consciousness, which is God. And I could quote Schrodinger on that. I love his quotes. The way he describes science, particularly. It's kind of high-minded, but
So basically, everything in nature is being observed by nature itself, by every physical thing. I mean, every living organism.
here's Aaron Schrodinger, his 1933 Nobel Prize. He says, "Science is a game, but a game with reality, a game with sharpened knives. If a man cuts a picture carefully into 1,000 pieces, you solve the puzzle, If a man cuts a picture carefully into 1,000 pieces, you solve the puzzle when you reassemble the pieces into a picture. In the success or failure, both your intelligences compete. In the presentation of a scientific problem, the other player is the good Lord. He has not only set the problem, but has also devised the rules of the game. But they are not completely known. Half of them are left for you to discover or to deduce. The uncertainty is how many of the rules God himself has permanently ordained, and how many apparently are caused by your own mental inertia, while the solution generally becomes possible only through freedom from its limitations. This is perhaps the most exciting thing in the game. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, but I love it.
Interesting. I was just mentioning to Leo in the chat about, I don't know if anybody knows about the gut and the brain connection, the axis, to where like literally your gut can influence your brain. Or I know he believes that your brain is where the consciousness comes from. So if the gut isn't indeed influencing the brain, which we know that it is the gut conscious?
Can I comment on that?
If you want to.
I would say we're an ecosystem, and that what affects the ecosystem can affect your conscious. Like we have.
Well, yeah. If you cut your foot off, it's going to affect your conscience. But
yes, and the great thing I would like, at least one of the great epiphanies I came to, just ask yourself, why would cells need a conscience? Why would a multi-celled organism need a conscience?
Purpose.
Because not all multi-celled organisms need it, right? You don't need a conscious.
Right. You're right. They're just animals. They just go around.
Or maybe consciousness is not necessarily the brain, or necessarily the cells in your gut.
I like to simplify that, Chris, into the analogy that our bodies are, including our brains, are just cars. Just look like a car, like a vehicle. So even the brain's like I don't know if there's mechanics in here in the room. It's what's called an electronic computer module. It's where it basically regulates it. It basically controls the sensors in your car engine and whatnot, and helps keep the engine running smoothly or whatever. And when you accelerate, it's all kinds of math and computer stuff that helps keep a modern car these days, the engine running smoothly. So that's our brain. It's just a computer that helps. I like to call it a meat computer. It helps automate the systems, including the gut, but it's not the driver.
Right.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Driver gets out.
The driver has will. Driver has will.
Think of ourselves kind of as the driver, as the pilot. Honestly.
Exactly. Or maybe like we're flying the drone. That's a poor analogy, but
no, just a vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're the ones with the will, and we choose to do what we do based on what we believe.
Well, so that's the quantum physics view of it, and then Leo's trying to get in, and maybe he can help go in more detail about it. But the idea that all of our supposed consciousness, our mental abilities, are all part of that wave function collapse.
Did anybody see where these two sets of twins married a set of twins, and they're going to have biological babies that are so the offspring. The two women got pregnant. They both miscarried, and then they ended up both getting. One of them got pregnant, and then right after that, the other one got pregnant at the same time. And so they're going to have kids, but they'll be biological brothers and sisters. I thought that was pretty crazy.
I don't know if it's fear, Leo. It seems more like he just doesn't want to let someone as rude as you mess up an otherwise.
Pretty crazy.
We like you, Leo. Sometimes, but you just tend to. You got to dial it back from a 10 to 5 or 8, maybe at least.
Yeah, I was thinking you were going to say, if twins have twins, what does that?
Well, if a twins marries a set of twins, okay, and then they have babies, so the brothers have the same biological makeup, identical.
Huh?
Identical. We're talking about identical twins.
So they're going to be siblings.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. Jungle's got it.
I know you just want to be an animal and all, but saying people are afraid because of the way you harass them that's rude. I don't know. I guess you were raised wrong, but whatever.
Try to be honest, reasonable, sensible.
But growing up in the same household, same everything, they'll have the same biological makeup, everything, but yet they're
the epigenetics
completely different.
The epigenetics might be a little bit different, though.
Yeah, that could be true. That could be true.
Unless,
I'm sure
depending on their environment.
That's had to happen before too, right? I mean, it's got to be twins.
No, I thought that. Well, it might have happened before, but
I would think.
I thought that was what was news because maybe that was be the first time. I'll Google it. Check. Go ahead with the conversation. Apologize. I just thought it was interesting.
First time in recent memory, maybe.
Maybe.
Well, Jim,
Oh,
you
yeah,
seem like you have
sure
a wealth of knowledge, man. You got all those books and stuff behind you.
Oh, it's all for show, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the argument at pudding right there. If you lose an argument and you hold up a stack of books, and then you win the argument because you got more books.
Well,
No,
Jim,
doesn't matter if you read them.
It's all show. All show. So
he's just being humble now, and trying to put him on the spot. He's kind of
Yeah. Well, I want to know how many
more in
how many-
like in business, logistics, supply chain. That's like really like all this side is my logistics and leadership type stuff.
Mhm.
And then on this this side there. So there we go. That one.
The other
That's
side.
philosophy and all that fun stuff. So like I've got Plato and Aristotle. I'm actually working through it. That way I can start my shit, my little channel that John's hounding me on now because like I said a few weeks ago, I had to study for my PMP and I passed. So
nice. Congrats.
Yeah.
I was looking at getting that myself, but in fact, my master I just finished was minoring in PMP, project management, but it's
Hey, PMP, take it before January. And I'm gonna tell you right now that the cheating answers are if it has anything to do with risk or change control. Like change control first, then risk. Like if one of those is in the multiple choice questions, take it. That's exactly what I did, and I passed target.
The fact that those are the two main choices on any question is just I don't know. It's a little terrifying.
Yeah, but I also read a lot of mythology too, and stuff like that. So like I've got like all the great stories, and I have a book collection that's
I think it's awesome. Yeah, most people don't read Plato.
Nope.
I wish I had time for that. How many of those books?
Will to Power, my friend. Will to Power.
Yeah, audio books. I used to do it all the time when I was younger. Back when, actually, I did it on tapes. When you could go to these little places, and you could rent the tapes. That's how old I am. But that was great, man. And so at nighttime, I do a lot of audio reading, and it's the best. And a lot of times, even if you fall asleep, you can still kind of get absorbed in your mind. You'll dream some of the stuff it's been talked about. It's crazy.
I honestly wonder if people like Nathan Artwork who engage with Pudding and Leophilus and other folks and still are incapable, apparently, of comprehending this concept.
I was going to ask, have you done any actual coding yet, Amy? And if so, what kind of AI have you developed so far? What kind of heuristics have you gotten into?
I would say right now I just know more scripting languages, and I'm trying to get. I'll go in the order that I learned it. I know HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, MySQL. I'm trying to learn Python because I've been trying to teach Scratch, which is just Python into GUI, but and I know very tiny bit of C# because of Unity. But I really should be. I know I should be learning C++. No, you didn't hear C++ in that language, so I know people give me shit for that. But eventually, that time will have to come.
Well, I can encourage you. If you can master C++, you can learn anything.
Indeed.
As industry language for a reason. But it sounds like you're working a lot of just front end stuff, and you mentioned earlier you're using Unity. If you want to get into especially game AI, which is a good way of getting into the more industrial AI stuff out there. You want to learn Lua for sure. It's also another good scripting language.
I have heard of that's like LUA or something.
Yes, you're going to all the major game engines from CryEngine to all Bioware stuff is all Lua. But yeah, you're going to need to learn basically not just not just concepts of information, but we're really going to have to figure out how to. I'm having a terrible time myself, even trying to.
All it's tough, freaking complicated.
Well, I don't want to make useless, esoteric sounding stuff. I'm trying to keep it useful. But it does boil down to into this God debate stuff. I mean, you won't be able to really be solid. You can't be. See, I'll be so facetious to say you can't be a solid scientist in general without really knowing God. You have to know. You have to know God really get into science, but information science in particular, it's all about understanding that things are just created out of nothing, literally. The whole idea of taking a random data stream of noise and applying somebody else's or even your own purpose to it to be able to create useful, meaningful data to actually make it so that someone will pay you to do it, much less make, just for your own projects, requires a heck of a lot of belief in the ability. Basically, just to keep it simple, supernatural. It's not natural. If you want it, we've tried. There was some old work of trying to rely on the quote unquote naturalistic type, what do you call it, self programmable paradigm type stuff, and it always fails. We used to try to use spider bots and all kinds of things to try to help AI kind of learn for itself, and the more we relied on that, the faster it failed. Oh, and that reminds me, another important thing. Something I minored in when I was working on my second undergrad that included AI was chaos theory. You really want to try to see if you can get into that as well. If you really want to kind of know the other side, the opposite of information gain, you want to learn how information is lost and destroyed as well.
Okay. Not much about chaos.
Only thing I just got Park references. Sorry.
Say again.
I just got Jurassic Park references.
Oh, where life finds a way. Yeah, I remember that now.
Life finds a way, but it's all chaos theory.
Yes.
I always said that if you want to be a scientist, you should learn basic history first, human history.
Yeah.
And understand
that's
that
good for any
before trying to learn science.
In America, man, they're terrible on teaching history. It's so sad.
What's that?
I mean, we only have one history. We only have
I
one
know, but America
family
does
tree.
a terrible job at it.
Yeah, who's that lady?
In my opinion,
there's a lady that frequencies YouTube channels now, Jessie. She's becoming a history teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's pretty good. Not perfect on everything, but she's pretty good.
I wish I would have studied more history. I've since I've gotten out of school and college. I've studied a lot, so because I was deficient in it through high school, they didn't really, they presented a little bit of it, but I mean, I guess, or maybe where I went to, it's just like one of those classes where the teacher just didn't really care. Didn't learn. So,
all right. So, Joel, you might find this interesting. So, this is earlier I was talking about DNA computers and such. This is one I was trying to find. I'd read this a while back.
DNA computer. Is that like a cell?
Yeah.
It's actually being used, isn't it?
But they're actively. Is that paper coming through? You don't see that?
Non-deterministic universal Turing machine using
DNA. Yeah, they're
4-bit quad bit computer basically.
Yeah, they're getting into some crazy stuff. Of course, it won't resize probably.
Well, IBM
they're getting into this stuff like hardcore of all the different. This is one of many papers on this whole deal, but get the whole concept of the non-determinist Turing machine. I mean, they're like not that long ago that wasn't even considered possible, or it was just a purely hypothetical, theoretical concept, and nothing that could actually be realistically executed.
But
now it's like, we actually theoretically with DNA computing we could do this, and it's.
But for it to be better than a quantum computer, that's pretty pretty good.
Well, fast, man. You're taking my thunder. So IBM's Q1, for example, it's a quad state calculator. I wouldn't call it a computer, but I wonder how this compares to this.
Oh, it'd be interesting. When you really think about when you get into the potential of the computation, even if theoretically, even if the processing, individual data processing is not necessarily faster than like a quantum, the premise of being able to have, let's say inside of a ribosome or inside of a cell, you can have 5 million ribosomes, and they're all being able to process 500 bits a second, but you got 4 million of them per cell. And then you extrapolate that out in terms of like, how big are we talking, right? And then start to do the math of like the actual potential processing that could be being done with an extraordinarily, microstate requirement. Anyway, I watched the whole presentation one time on that premise, and I forget all the math. Basically the potential for the processing power gets insane very, very rapidly.
It's a lot of information processing.
Yeah, it opens a whole lot of questions up for me. Like ribosomes, for example, those just translate the RNA chains from amino acid connections into the proteins. So they're like a protein chain for bit translation. I mean,
well, no. I mean, they've already built that. I mean, that's already been done. I mean, the guys at I know for one, there's a team at University of Texas that has done this, and they designed. So basically, they've created their own syntax in genetic code, their own syntactic variation of the genetic code that it can be processed in a different manner, but it's still being processed through the ribosome, and then they've created custom proteins to enable the output of the information in a slightly different, to be read in a different format. But and then there's a team at Oxford. They've also they've built a real-time reading technique, basically, that enables them to be reading the data that's being output from a ribosome in real time. And I say obviously real time is obviously slightly relative, but they're being able to control the processing. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, it's still early stages, but it's getting pretty interesting. At least the stuff I've read is getting pretty interesting on, the potential and some of the initial prototypes they've been able to build.
Well, this would be nano machines on steroids, maybe.
I assume so. One of the other things I was reading about last month, they were looking at it from another potential would be with the replication ability. In theory, you could have, instead of being, and this is where some of the non-deterministic stuff came into play too, but instead of being required to follow a fixed path, the DNA could replicate and follow both paths or multiple paths simultaneously. So it's like
paths of what though?
Of computation. So it's like it basically looking at different variables instead of a new variable having to wait and then be processed. It would just replicate, and two different paths would now be processing different variables.
So like something like multi-threading?
Yes.
Huh.
And they were looking at that from being another potential option. And then if you have controlled points where basically if something is solved, then obviously you're having to capture the data. But I'll have to go find that paper again. But they dove into pretty heavy detail about like, hey, this is actually a realistic proposition.
So could a crazy summary be something like a multi-billion core quad-bit computer system?
Yes.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah. Well, that's why I get so entertained when I listen to the atheists go on their tangents about how it's like not computation. I'm like, they're literally working on this. Like, this is not a hypothetical, like, abstract. This is actually being attempted.
They're using their own language and code, right?
Oh yeah, you have to.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I get so the whole point about like it's not a code. Genetic code's not a code. I'm like, really? Well, they've literally created their own that's being expressed in the exact same logic, and in terms of like a functional logic. And yeah, I mean, all they've done is change the meaning of the syntax. That's it. Like what?
The meaning. The meaning, the language, they changed the language.
Well, one of the other things I've been doing in terms of like some of the nano robots, I was actually reading about this yesterday. They have been creating robot controls basically by taking different pre-existing proteins, modifying them slightly, and then being able to, program them with new functional output. It's like, so you modified the syntax, which is going to result in a slightly modified output, which will then, which you were able to, figure out what it's going to be, and you're able to make it transcribable and translatable. And now you have initiated a controlled, replicable functional outcome. And you're telling me this is not proving the entire point of what's required for these new functions to occur. I think it's pretty entertaining.
Yeah, if they were only educated to understand a little bit of what we're saying. I don't know.
Well, I mean, there's already kind of a similar silicon, I guess, based construct with the. Have you ever seen the old bubble chips? From like the 90s and early 2000s?
Sorry, say it again. I was reading a response I just got from Matt Dillahunty.
Oh, okay. Please, no.
Throw it up.
No, it's all good.
Positive or negative?
Good then.
Yeah.
Bubble chip.
Let's just say that he's significantly doubling down.
Oh, you tried.
Yeah.
He's scared of you, like Leo says we're scared of him, I guess.
In fairness, William Lane Craig won't debate Matt Dillahunty. And Matt's been wanting to debate William Lane Craig, but I think William Lane Craig has a PhD requirement.
Yeah.
Well, he does, but he will talk to people. Like I think he has talked to Cosmic Skeptic and a few others, but like you have to be like not an asshole.
He did talk to Cosmic Skeptic. Yeah,
can't be an asshole. That's the problem.
And Cosmic Skeptic was pretty much agreeing with everything you said.
I would be highly surprised, but
Yeah,
I like
watch the
Cosmic
video.
Skeptic.
Watch the video.
It's pretty funny, so I'm not gonna disclose it just yet because we'll see where he goes with this. But he's actually accusing me right now of the actions of another person, and I'm guessing that some of his minions have mistranslated something to him, and he now thinks that I'm the offending party, which is why he's so pissy at me, and doesn't realize that I'm not actually the one that did this.
Mistaken identity. It happens.
That happens all the time. Yeah, that's what most disagreements are miscommunication. Anyway,
this is gonna be good. So after, oh yeah, yep. This should be good. So he says, video shot tomorrow, live to the world on Saturday. Okay, bro. Well, I guess Dillahunty is going to talk some trash about me to all of his little fans. And then I guess I'm gonna just have to I guess I will just have to respond and show that he's got me mistaken for somebody else.
He's got to try to take advantage as much as he can.
What's up, George? How are you doing?
Good, thanks, John. I just had lunch and I was listening to the whole conversation from the start, by the way, and I was giggling at some of the things that Leo's been saying. Talk about a total sesquipedalian. He loves playing games, you know. What's a scalar? What's a derivative? What's an interferometer? Oh, unbelievable. I guess it's his way to cover up for the fact that he doesn't have any qualifications whatsoever, or at least he's never shown any.
Yeah, what's that got to do with the subject matter?
Oh, I think he's trying to say I'm smarter than you, but all the trivia in the world, you could know all of it, and if you don't know how to use it, it's totally useless to you.
That's why it's called trivia.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's trivial.
It's total bagatelles, I think is another word for it.
Well, and I mean, I don't want to bag on him too much, but asking what a derivative is, that's a total amateur type question. It's just it's like third grade bully tactic or something. I just, what the heck? Why?
It's very common with the online
You're a
atheists.
physicist. You've got applied and actual experience in these things where you could add to the conversation. Just grow up and stop being so antagonistic and let's talk about stuff. Don't be like the way you are, man.
Hold on, Joel. He says it's his way to gauge how much someone knows about subjects. Well, I asked him two simple questions about what is the effective length of a flagpole, and what's the equation for a bending moment of a simply supported beam with a uniformly distributed load. So if you want to play that game, Leo, you know we're all experts in something, mate.
Oh God.
Yeah.
You know, that's the calculus class. Is that good enough for you? Derivatives
Yeah.
they're just a way of describing
say something, Paris?
functions for calculus. It's so amateur.
I've just been told by the other half to go downstairs. She's watching TV here, so I'll walk downstairs. All right.
See you later, George.
Oh, this is fun. I said early on that this is going to end up one.
Oh, it wasn't just me.
So-
oh, thank God.
We lost you
So
there for a
big-
second, George.
Oh, sorry. I said from early on that this was going to be a John Maddox epic.
Well, it'll be interesting to see where this goes. Apparently Matt Dillahunty gets very, very upset at being called a charlatan.
No,
I guess he's been triggered, and I don't know. I don't know what to say. I attempted to be diplomatic and to.
Well, if you're making money off of pushing lies and slander, and you know,
I mean, Matt's been off of his game for quite some time.
Scott, he's just going to harass us with freshman juvenile freaking blowhard crap.
poor arguments.
He's going to continue to bully us, proving his universal negative that God does not exist.
Yeah, I'm sidebar. I'm very entertained by the fact that Matt is so upset about. I mean, he literally insults people every weekend.
That's what I was saying. Like, you call him a charlatan is nothing. For a living.
This is hilarious. Okay, whatever. We'll see what happens. I hope he does. It's gonna be interesting to see how this progresses because, as a person of influence with a public standing which is dramatically superior to mine, the progression he's going, I hope he actually does his research, because he could be progressing into very interesting territory, shall we say, from a, well, I won't even get into all that. We'll see what happens. It should be fun.
Life is fun.
All right, you guys have fun. I'll be back in a minute. Take a break.
Who was it that said that God does not exist, but I hate? Was it Neil? Let me look here. A quote real quick. I don't know if it's a quote. Might have been an article, but somebody said something along the lines of, "God does not exist, but I hate him so much that I'm going to spend my entire life destroying him." It looks like it was Jonathan Rain.
Some of these people, somebody's got to ask them to give us a definition of God or define God, because they probably don't even know what God is. So if they say God doesn't exist and they don't know how to define God, then how can they say he doesn't exist?
But they sure do spend, these atheists sure do spend a lot of time wanting to disprove him. You know what I mean?
That's why I say it's cute how atheists claim to know God and the Bible better than everybody else.
Can I reply to that?
Sure.
I would say I spend my time trying to deconvert and unproselytize because I think it helps society and humanity.
Hey, so quick shout out to our good friend Leo. You're right, man. I don't know a damn thing about physics, actually. It's not my forte. My forte is history, some philosophy, some psychology, logistics and supply chain management, and leadership. And I can take you to task in just about many of those. So thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry.
Well said, Jim.
And Amy, I'll counter. You know, you're saying you want to proselytize atheism. I'll counter that with how one of my heroes put it. He said, "Our time is distinguished by wonderful achievements in the fields of scientific understanding and the technical application of those insights. Who would not be cheered by this? But let us not forget that human knowledge and skills alone cannot lead humanity to a happy and dignified life. Humanity has every reason to place the proclaimers of high moral standards and values above the discoverers of objective truth. What humanity owes to personalities like Buddha, Moses, and Jesus ranks for me higher than all the achievements of the inquiring and constructive mind. What these blessed men have given us, we must guard and try to keep alive with all our strength if humanity is not to lose its dignity, the security of its existence, and its joy in living." Albert Einstein, in a written statement, September 1937.
I mean, I would come at it from a different angle. I think from a Carl Jung perspective, we need mythic structure in our life. But I don't think that we need the literal stories. I don't think.
Amy, Carl Jung says he did not need to believe in God because he knew God exists.
Carl Jung and I think Joseph Campbell were kind of getting very metaphorical, wishy-washy, and that's really where I feel the use of any mythic structure falls in. I think once you stop taking it literally, I think the stories have a lot of use. I think once you start taking it literally, you almost miss the message of the majority of the stories.
That's why I say you need to learn history before trying to learn science or philosophy or anything else.
You also have to be very careful not to impose your cultural biases on the past. It's called a presentism. You impose your biases on the past.
I hold a context. It's why I didn't like a lot of the things the founders did, but I like a lot of the things the founders did. So, you have to hold people in context.
No, wait. What does that even mean? I'm sorry. I don't
like that our founders owned slaves. I like that they created a country with the premise of trying to be free.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to say.
People are both.
I got it. So that's a cultural bias you're imposing on the past. You're not understanding the context of history. So to them, to our founding fathers, slavery was a fact of life. Okay, it was part of life. There were some who were beginning to move beyond that, but that's an example of that. Another example is probably looking at probably even some Levitical law and going, that's a cultural thing. And so you have to understand that and put it into its cultural framework in order to understand it.
Doesn't that sound more relativistic? Doesn't that sound like
No, it's not relativistic. It's understanding. It's understanding the past.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Which
I
is why our founders made it clear that there are certain inalienable rights because they understood that past of humanity. They wanted to make sure that our foundation of moral and political rights were founded on God, which is something that mankind can't change and corrupt.
Now, an atheist argument for God is this, and this is probably the best argument for God, is the idea of the future self, the highest possibility that you can attain. That makes sense in some regards. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just saying, like, from an atheistic perspective, a God is whatever you're aiming at to become.
I mean, I would just say, just try to aim and be a better person. I don't think we need to make that a God. I don't think
So,
the label of
so
God.
perfection is the standard then.
Yes, perfection is that standard, and that's the God standard that you're trying to achieve to become better every day.
Once you start saying impossible and all this stuff.
What do you mean?
Because without perfection, nothing would exist without perfection anyway.
I don't
There's
even
nothing
know
wrong with having a perfect vision or an idea of a perfect or something of some perfection and imperfectly implementing it. That's what the Constitution and the United States, the American experiment, really is. It's a grand vision in and of itself.
But
Hey, real quick, guys, before it goes any deeper, my wife reminded me of my favorite movie line quote of all time. Amy just reminded me if I can play this real quick. Yeah, if you sci-fi fans will love this, of course. Can y'all see it?
Nope.
Not yet.
No, I think John has to actually allow it.
Ah.
Yeah, he's not here. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Here it comes.
Back it up.
Oh,
John's omnipresent in his show, on his show.
Good old Firefly.
You might have to set it so that you're showing system sounds. I think it blocks system sounds.
We can't hear it.
Yeah, there's no sound.
But I love Serenity and I love Firefly, so we can agree right there.
Yeah, let me just link it in private chat. Hopefully, John or somebody can play it better. That answers the whole make people better thing.
Well, then you also have to wrestle with how do you do that. So, like, and going back to something you said earlier, Amy, like using technology to create a solution where a mother doesn't have to carry a kid to term or something like that may not be the best solution. It may be actually one of the worst because if you take away personal responsibility, if you take away personal responsibility, you actually fundamentally take away someone's meaning in life.
Well, exactly. That's the entire premise of atheist philosophy from Nietzsche to what Hitler, Stalin, all those guys all promoted with the idea of what they called the Uberman, or Superman, that humanity will evolve to a point. Yeah, please play this. This is brilliant.
Aim to misbehave.
Oh gosh!
Did you turn your audio on and the volume up before you click the tab? Did you hit audio?
This one's not this full clip. It may just be the recording on
This
that
report is
YouTube.
maybe 12 years old.
There it goes.
Parliament buried it and stayed buried till River dug it up. This is what they feared she knew. And they were right to fear. Because there's a whole universe of folk who are going to know it too. They're going to see it. Somebody has to speak for these people. Y'all got on this boat for different reasons, but y'all come to the same place. So now I'm asking more of you than I have before. Maybe all. As sure as I know anything, I know this. They will try again. Maybe on another world, maybe on this very ground swept clean. A year from now, 10, they'll swing back to the belief that they can make people better. And I do not hold to that. So no more running. I aim to misbehave.
Best movie line ever. Thank you.
It's a good movie.
There's a utility. There is a utility to struggle and to not getting it right, and even to the point of experimenting with really stupid ideas.
Learning from mistakes.
See, but that's not what I'm trying to solve. I mean, you're going into now like motivation and to things like that, but I really just want the liberals and the conservatives to find a solution that works. I'll tell you, and I know centrists get a lot of hate, but I'll tell you, to me, it seems like liberals and conservatives, they each say something true, and then they say, which truth do you want to agree with? And you're like, well, you both said true things, so I don't want to agree with one and the other because you both. I want to find a solution while accepting the facts.
So,
How about-
if that's the
your
case,
neighbor as yourself?
you have to create the solution from what you found to be true.
Hey, that's where this idea comes from. The
How
baby
about the ideas from God, though?
lives, right? The baby lives.
Still have
All
to-
babies live.
You still have to project it to the highest possible value possible. The highest possible value.
But
Were
if
y'all
you
able
don't
to
do
hear
that,
that?
you run a very dangerous game. And even then, even if you implement, let's just say Marx got it right. Right? Let's just say, and this is a complete hypothetical. Let's just pretend Marx absolutely got everything right. Okay? It doesn't mean that just because you got it right means that it can be applied perfectly or applied to the level that you got it right with.
But
And I think that's pretty clear on how wrong that worked out.
and I would like to say this is a capitalist solution. This is not an enforced solution. I understand some of Marx's critiques, but overall, I think a market, generally speaking, for most people, it works out.
But you can't avoid repentance because God is the one that controls everything, and depending on whether or not we repent or not, God will act.
Did you guys hear my suggestion a moment ago or no?
No, repeat
You
it.
might need to restate it again. Restate it just for fun.
Just how about the idea of loving your neighbor as yourself?
Yes, agreed.
Yes.
But to Amy's point, you can't prevent lazy people either, because if given the choice, the human body would do nothing but lay on the couch all day and do nothing.
Human body, given the choice, there lay on would lay until the end of time.
Yeah,
and that would.
I see it every day with my grandfather. I take care of. He's 94, and if I'm telling you right now, he had a stroke when he was 89, and he would not be here if I was not taking care of him, because the average lifespan of somebody in a nursing home like that is like a year and 3 months. He's spent a lot going on 5 years now, fixing to be 94 a Monday. So
That's good.
You've got to provide. You got to challenge the mind, and so I have to do that with him, because if I don't, you can start, like, even with children, as they get older, they start reverting back to childhood. You can see where the body just does not want to do anything. If I'll let him, he'll let me do everything for him, but I have to make him do certain things so that he keeps his body in condition.
It's amazing,
Yeah.
Chris, because my great grandmother was 94, I think, when we had to put her in a home, and it was basically because no one could take care of her. And she died in 3 years, but there was nothing physically wrong with her, nothing, genetically wrong with her or anything like that. But it had everything to do with the fact that she had no mental, there were a lot of things that she was missing. Stimulus,
Stimulation.
things like that. And she died in 3 years, and yet she still had 3 older siblings.
Well, here's an interesting idea. Just playing off of that. Jesse. So if that's the case, then we're designed to we actually have to struggle in order to live, and then on top of that, we also, in order to live, have to struggle with sin. So if that's the case, the only way we effectively struggle with sin without succumbing to sin is through the integration of Christ, which is kind of and this is how we get a little Jungian here. Christ I think he's like a freaking Bugatti or a Bugatti when dealing with the shadow. It helps give you grace, and it helps help you understand what you're truly capable of, the worst part of you, which is really helpful.
Well, and Jim, don't you think it's also kind of action too? You know, Christ was never
Whoa.
sedentary in his life. He was always in action. He was always doing something.
Grace is
So
grace
when
is
we,
not
yeah,
falling down.
exactly. So my great grandmother, I absolutely believe she probably could have lived another 10, 15, 20 years. Because, like I said, she was 97 when she died, and she still had 3 older siblings. And do you know why they did not die before her? Because they were not sedentary. They were not forced into a home where they had no, physical or mental anything like that. And I was actually just reading this to my mom earlier tonight. It's a guy named Pliny. And there's Pliny the Elder and there's Pliny the Younger.
Yep.
And they lived probably 30 to 50 years after Christ died and
They were in
resurrected.
the 70s. Pliny the Younger actually, no, it was Pliny the Older journeyed. He took his boat into Vesuvius when it was erupting in the
And about
on the ocean and died pretty much.
about 70, 80, right? And then Pliny the
Yep,
Younger was about
72.
80. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So anyways, I was reading about Pliny. I don't remember which Pliny it was, the elder or the younger, and reading about a census that was done, and this is less than 30 years after Christ's death and resurrection. And they were talking about people that were in their 120s, 130s, 140s, 150s. And these are the common people, the common, low, poor populace. And yet they were 150 years old. And they have censuses of them where there were 15, 20, 30 people in this area, this area, this area, this area. It's amazing. And yet today, it's amazing when I tell people that my great grandmother lived to be 97 years old. She was born in 1913 and she died in 2008. Or so maybe she was 97, I think. And it's and people are like, wow, that's so surprising. I'm like, yeah, that's because she wasn't sedentary. She moved all the time. She was constantly moving. The moment that she stopped moving was when she died.
Yep.
So that's
And
also that's
yeah.
reminding me also of other stories, Jesse, where like couples that have lived together, that have been married 50 plus years, and one spouse dies, the other one passes away relatively soon right after, usually.
Yeah, that happened with my uncle's mother and father. They died 3 months apart.
Yeah, it's like they just kind of lose the will or the interest to live.
That happens a lot, I think. Yeah.
And can I comment on, I would say, the struggle point that you made, because I think it's important. I think to a degree that is actually very important to humans, and we need a certain level of that. And more than that, I think what mythic structure does for us and why it's so important, and why I think Marvel movies are becoming so popular, especially in secular society, is because it's the tale of becoming a man or becoming a woman, whatever you want to say. And the story of going from a child and entering into the real world, becoming a man and coming back to home or whatever, I think is going to be a common theme for as long as we're around. And I think it's an important theme that helps build our society.
Well, there's so yes, there's that, and there's also this idea too that I've been working on, and it's I call it I'm gonna coin it now. It's the Homeric Virgil thing. I don't know. I'll come up with a fancy name later. But so there's major characters that are surrounding the fall of Troy, right? There's Odysseus, Achilles, and Aeneas. All right, Aeneas is the one who later go on to found Rome. Virgil writes the Aeneid, which is like the Etruscan, like the Roman version of Homer's epics. And so, for example, Odysseus is trying. He goes off. He does a duty. And he's trying to come home. That's really what the Odyssey is about. Then the next part of that, Achilles, he's seeking immortality and legacy. So that's a very interesting concept. And then Aeneas is trying to find his way back home. And so you have lots of stories there, and you have this I forgot. Fuck, I completely lost my train of thought. I had it.
That's my brain most of the time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just lost it. But it's like this idea that like people in society, like we kind of have this form of life, and in life you can see this, like some people are trying to go to a new home, some people are trying to go back home, and then some people are trying to make their mark forever.
It's cyclical.
It's an Aeneas type or Achilles type of thing. Dude, this guy's white.
So we got another history lover here, Jim. So am I.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, I'm a huge nerd. What's your?
I love history. I'm not a nerd because I'm still learning so much. I'm behind from crappy school system in America.
That's okay.
I'm gonna complain about it.
Can I offshoot the conversation here? So Jim,
Please.
I'm just curious. Since you know so much about the Iliad and the Odyssey, do you know that they actually argued in, I think it's actually the Iliad, about iron weapons? But modern day scholars don't believe that they actually had iron weapons because of the 3-age system of man. What do you think about that? Or have you heard anything?
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with that argument at all. I saw as more as archetypes. I've read it a long time ago and have an idea for it, but I haven't.
Okay.
So you're saying you're saying that they didn't have those that tech, that technological advantage?
So for the longest time, the Iliad and the Odyssey actually were thought as myth. The entire thing. Like they didn't even believe that Troy existed. I think until it was like 1925 or whoever was that guy was like a huge Iliad and the Odyssey fan. And then they actually found Troy. We know Troy exists.
Yes, Troy does exist.
Exactly. So in the Iliad, they're actually there's a part in there where Homer's writing about how they were arguing about their iron weapons. Well, iron, based on the secular timelines, wasn't around at that time. So they say that part is myth. But yet they used to think the whole Iliad and the Odyssey was a myth. The Odyssey talks about beasts and all that kind of stuff in the seas, and they take that as myth, but yet they also believe and know that the Odyssey part of it is true, but they won't believe the rest of it. So I was just curious if you had heard about the iron weapons.
Well, all good myths have an element of truth to them. All good legends have an element of truth to them, and that's where if you're, by the way, I'm for some Christians you can take the Jesus is the myth thing, and I don't want to get into that whole debate, but
I think
I have a cool quote about that.
I just don't want to.
You guys hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That it's not about myth; it's about fact.
If you want to take something about the same time as Homer and Iliad, if you look in like David, in the about the Good Shepherd, that was written about the same time, and that's like one of the most beautiful pieces of literature. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
far surpasses my opinion.
Can you guys hear me okay or no?
So hang on. Just let me finish the little thought there. So Achilles actually went. So not Achilles, freaking Alexander. So Alexander the Great actually apparently wore the armor of Achilles in the Battle of Gaugamela in 333 BC.
Yeah, sure. I guess what I'm saying is that, I agree with you about myths. They all have a kernel of truth.
Mm-hmm.
So like when we see flood myths all across the world, why do we see flood myths in North, South America, all over the place? There's probably a kernel of truth that's probably true about it.
My only point would be, because I think when you take the stories metaphorically, or when you accept that it's truth and some is fantasy, I feel like that is when you get the use out of it. If someone were to sit here and say, no, the monsters in Troy were real, I have evidence that there were beasts in Troy, it would become an entire different thing. But by you just saying the story, we can actually get the meaning out of it. We don't have to worry about, did this literally happen? It seems that Troy, and I think that's true, was a real place. So it's a mixture. There is real things in the Bible. I just don't take it literally. You shouldn't take it literally.
Well, so let me ask you a question, Amy. So there are actually agnostic Egyptologist, Mesopotamian, Greek historians And they actually take the Bible as literal historical chronology. Now, they don't believe in God. I just said that they're agnostic. But they do take the Bible as a historical chronology.
I mean,
that's the difference between, how we're looking at it is the fact that, quite frankly, I could care less if you believe in God. But the Bible is a historical chronology, and you can't argue with that. And historians won't argue with that either. They actually use the Bible to date stuff in the past.
Right.
I like
But
to,
if
I like to
they
share
would-
scientists' quotes about mythology, and particularly about Jesus. It was a favorite one of mine I wanted to share.
Do it, Joel. Do it.
Yep.
So Albert Einstein says he was interviewed by this guy named Verick in his apartment, I think 1933, and Saturday Evening Post. Verick asks, where's it out here? He basically, to cut it short, he says, "You accept the historical existence of Jesus?" Einstein replies, "Unquestionably. No one can read the Gospels without feeling the actual presence of Jesus. His personality pulsates in every word. No myth is filled with such life. How different, for instance, is the impression with which we receive from the account of legendary heroes of antiquity like Theseus. Theseus and other heroes of his type lack the authentic vitality of Jesus." He asks, Ludwig Lusen, in one of his recent books, claims that many of the sayings of Jesus paraphrase of the sayings of other prophets. "No man," Einstein replied, "can deny the fact that Jesus existed, nor that his sayings are beautiful. Even if some of them have been said before, no one has expressed them so divinely as he." And what's really amazing is the Saturday Evening Post keeps that interview, that newspaper page, in its original format with all of the original ads from the 1930s on their website today.
Joel,
It's
will
on
you
that.
email that to me, please?
Sure. I'll link it in private chat for everybody.
The Bible is the most historical document ever.
And I comment. Do you like Shadow, Jesse? Shadow Dancer?
You can call me Jesse. Shadow Dancer doesn't matter. It's actually my email. I made this account like 11 years ago when I posted a video.
If people understood.
It's a mixture. I mean, there are some stories in the Bible and events that took place, and there are some that are mythical.
Can you give me an
Right.
example of one that's mythical?
I mean,
Well, the Bible itself
lots
explains
of the
that.
Old Testament, like Adam and Eve. That did not happen.
How do you know?
Women came first.
Well, actually, if you guys don't mind,
SFT
do you mind
would
if you
disagree.
do you mind if you do one post flood?
Watch that.
Say that again.
Post flood.
Do you mind if? Well, I don't believe the flood had. There wasn't a global flood. We have no evidence of a global flood.
But you're regarding the
great
Bible.
conformity.
Yeah, hold on, guys. So you're regarding the Bible as a chronology. I'm just asking because you say Adam and Eve don't exist.
Yes.
So
we
I'm
have
asking
evidence
you.
that women came first.
Well, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact that Adam and Eve were real or not.
Yes,
Give,
they were
give me something post flood.
Post flood. Well, a lot like
what
once we
happened?
switch once we get to Christianity and the Old Testament. I mean, Paul. I don't think he saw Jesus, but they are recording events a little bit more literally, whereas with the Old Testament and the Torah specifically, it's stories, it's oral tradition, it's argument. It's a mixture of all this stuff.
That's what we're doing right now.
Maybe, I think
hold on,
maybe
guys.
what she's
Let
saying.
me ask more specifically. I'm talking about post flood, like Abraham, Joseph, Moses. Those who I'm talking about.
They're not real. Moses
like
never
But-
happened. There were no
ancient-
Jewish slaves. There was no
like ancient
40
history.
year walking through the thing. That's just myth. That is just. There's no 10 commandments that came from a guy. That's hyperbole.
Well, I'm talking about the actions. Okay. Let just work with me here. So let's say the Exodus is actually true. All right, the Exodus of the Israelites. We should actually see an economic fall.
Yeah.
If the story is true, they would have lost all their slaves. They would have lost their pharaoh. They would have lost their army. They would have lost everything.
Yeah.
And if
it's all
the
perfectly
pharaoh in the Bible that raided Solomon's temple, which Solomon is said to have a ton of wealth, that should have been an immense time
Where
in
did
Egyptian
they
history.
go? They went. There's like a time you could walk a giant portion of where they have said to gone in like a few days. The fact that they have 40 years, they must have went to another universe, and then
Wait,
like after 40 years.
No, dude. Almost most
Well-
Bibles they have an actual map of where they walked.
Yeah, but they
Yeah, but-
explain it. The Bible explains
I
why
really
it
want to
was
hear
40 years.
Jesse's thing, and then I would like to kind of contribute a little bit too, because like this is probably something I can actually really tie in with.
Yeah, that's okay. So Amy, so so when we say the Exodus, we're talking about when they left Egypt, meaning when they
Moses
went into the
never
wilderness.
existed. You're talking about someone who
Yes, it
didn't
did.
exist.
There's all
No,
kinds of
no, how do
historical
you know
proof of
that?
it. The only question is if it was the
No
Red Sea or
evidence
not.
from Moses.
They're contemporaries with Egypt. They're contemporaries with everything else. The
Like the
Mayans, the
royalty figure
Chinese.
being
what?
adopted, a royalty figure, like he gets adopted by royalty. This is like a
Yeah.
common
No,
myth.
there's ancient Egyptian
So
recording of it.
Snakes didn't. There was no killing of the firstborn. We won't even get into the morality of that. But that never happened. This is all just
Well,
trying to keep
actually, they have a document, Amy, that actually talks about
Yeah.
the plagues of Egypt.
Yep.
the plague.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
I
they
would
do.
love
They talk
to-
about they
It
talk about
wasn't-
the locusts. They talk about the blood in the rivers,
Yeah.
and they're not entirely sure what they date it to.
I've
because
got an
of
old
course-
NASA article that goes into some of those
Trying
details.
to
Yeah.
Lisa Troy. Why does this have to be real for the Bible to have?
Israel,
It doesn't
because
have to be,
Israel
but
is
it is at this point.
contemporaneous with all the other ancient histories, ancient
Yeah.
human history.
Well,
You don't have to
so-
use the Bible to prove the Bible. There's all kinds of external Bible evidence.
Yeah, you can't use the Bible to prove the Bible.
But that's the
no,
point.
no, we're using
The
the
rest of
Bible.
all the evidence proves the Bible.
We're using the
It's
Bible. to
all
look
of human history.
But it's
Since
it's
the global
biological.
flood.
You think it's biologically possible for it?
No,
to
no, it's
rain
not.
And it-
One of
and
I want to
it
hear
all
what
goes
I want
back
to hear what
to
Jim
the
was going to
into
say.
the math of that, how it is biologically possible. I like to promote what's called ringwoodite discovery that proves that there is what it was a global flood as well.
Wait,
There's
hold on.
3 times more water under the ground.
Hey,
than
hey guys, Jesse's
above the
like
ground.
Jesse. Like we keep interrupting Jesse and Amy in this moment. Can we
Oh,
let them
it
go?
all
for
goes
a minute?
back to the global flood. All history goes back to the
Jesus
global
Christ,
flood.
man! Like seriously.
Okay, Amy, go ahead. So what
No,
were you
no,
saying?
I was actually going to say, Jim, your point. I just think it loses a lot of the actual meaning of someone trying to find redemption. All these things, once it becomes literal, this God becomes a dick. I hate to say it, but
Wrong.
once it becomes
Well, but
literal,
hold on,
wrong.
guys, hold on, before you say anything. So, Amy, we have historical evidence that these actions, these things that happen in the Bible, actually happened. This does not say that you need to believe in God or not, right? But there are historical evidences of the Israelites moving from Egypt, and actually, we even have evidence of Joseph being in Egypt,
Right.
which is the first Israelite, so to speak, Hebrew that goes into Egypt besides Abraham, and he was only there for a brief time. And we have evidence for all of that.
I'm
Yeah.
open-minded if you can prove it.
Yes, absolutely, I can.
Yep.
Hey,
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So in Exodus, there's 2 things too. So one of the questions you asked was, well, how did they wander the wilderness for 40 years? Well, you can actually tie it to a military campaign that the Israelites were doing. So literally, when you follow the stops that Moses takes when he comes out of Egypt, it's a military campaign to get resources to prepare to take the Holy Land. Like Sinai, guess what you mine there? 10.
But 40 years? I mean, where,
Yeah,
where
it's a
where in
campaign.
the Middle East does it take
It's a
40
campaign.
Well,
Like it's
actually-
a military campaign at that point.
So, Jim, let me go back a little bit further before that. Okay, so there are 3 pharaohs that are suggested above Moses. It's Ramses, Akhenaten, and Tutmosis III. If we read the Bible as literal, the Bible says that the pharaoh died with his army in the waters. We have all 3 of their skeletons. We have all 3 of their mummies. So those 3 cannot be above Moses, meaning they all need to be shifted forward. And I've spoke about this in some other live streams, but there are 5 Egyptologists that are agnostic. They do not believe in God, but they do believe in the historical documentation of the Bible. Not that they believe in God, but there is a historicity to the
Do you
Bible.
think it's history that a god went through Egypt and killed every firstborn Egyptian son?
They actually, though, I like to debate the morality of that
There's a
too.
theory about it. Yeah.
Hold on.
They did,
Hold on.
God didn't kill them. They
Why
killed
have a problem
themselves,
with it?
Amy.
Holy shit, guys.
Hold on, but the
No,
thing
the
is that the
Egyptians killed
Egyptians
their own
actually
children.
killed them. They actually
I-
killed them first.
Right. I was going to add to that, if I may.
Egyptians
I like to debate the moralistic questions as well. So the Egyptians are the ones that mass murdered the Hebrews' firstborn children first. They were scared that their slaves were going to grow too large and in revolt. So that was their solution, was to commit mass infanticide to lower the numbers of their Hebrew slaves. So that was, if anything, that was a retaliation. But God gave everybody a choice. The Egyptians knew the same exact warning that the Hebrews were given, that to basically this, how do you call it? This vaccination, so to say, of this plague that was likely caused by all of the mass murdering that the Egyptians were doing, that was causing these contagions to sweep that entire region. If the Egyptians had done the same thing, had put the resemblance of the sacrifice of Christ on the cross on their door mantles as the Hebrews were instructed, then their firstborns would have been spared as well.
Doesn't this only make sense in the context of a story needing to play?
Add an out. Thank you.
Wouldn't a god, if he was all powerful, just snap his fingers and change the Pharaoh's heart? I don't understand why we are going through the once again. If we take it literally, it loses all the meaning, because now God is just playing a game.
Not at all. No, that,
Well,
you're
here's the thing.
you're putting yourself
Hold
on
on,
that.
guys. The thing is that, you know, I'm talking about history. I'm talking about documented history that
Right.
we actually have.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you
We
have that, and you
we
have a positive moral, outcome
hold on.
involved too.
Yeah, hold on. But the thing is that, okay, so a lot of people will try to say that the Exodus was underneath Ramses II. It was not. The Bible says it was in the land of Ramses during Moses, but it also says it was the land of Ramses during Joseph. Joseph was 200 years before Moses. So you can't use that as a foundation for when the Exodus was. And hear this as well. We know that the Egyptians were very astute in burying their dead and how they buried their dead. Well, in the city of Avaris, which is below the city of Ramses, meaning below archaeologically, there are Egyptian graves that are mass grave, meaning there are just people thrown into it very quickly. And they don't know why. Historians are totally confused. And it's because they're looking for the Exodus at the wrong time, because they're looking at underneath Ramses. They're not going to find underneath Ramses. And they see a disproportional amount of death of male children versus female children. All right. So I could care less if you believe in the God of the Bible. But the thing is that historically speaking, this actually
Right.
happened. And the Pharaoh that had happened underneath, they had to have a massive economic collapse. We can't have their body. So those that believe that Pepi I was over Moses, I don't totally blame them for believing that, because we haven't found his body. We do not have that Pharaoh's body. Tutmosis III, if you go and Google him right now, it'll say 1450 or 1460 or whatever. He's actually Shishak of the Bible that actually raided Solomon's temple in 925 BC. So therefore Ramses actually pushed to 600 BC. It's an amazing thing. There's a huge shifting of historical timelines, and it actually closes all the gaps all across Turkey, Greece, India. It's 500 to 600 years. It's absolutely amazing.
And can I ask Amy a question?
Sure.
Why can't you use the Bible to prove the Bible, Amy?
Because you can make anything internally consistent. You say, all you need to do is just say there were 1,000 witnesses, and if you don't believe me, well, it was prophesized that you weren't going to believe me.
Okay, thank you for that. So therefore, historians and archaeologists shouldn't be using the Bible to prove history, and archaeology then. And by the way, even evolution uses evolution to prove evolution. So if you're going to accuse us of circular reasoning, then you have to point the finger at yourself as well.
Evolution is just a force in nature. It's what happens when living organisms exist.
It doesn't happen.
No, have you read some of your science papers, Amy?
Sure.
Yeah, when they find
no.
evidence for rapid evolution, they say, "Oh, look, rapid evolution, proof of rapid evolution." when they find proof that evolution wasn't rapid, then they conclude, oh, look, there's proof that in this case evolution was not rapid. It's
It happens.
Gradualism, punctuate equilibrium, stasis. They got all bases covered.
Yeah.
The long term
heads I win, tails you lose.
Just means that genes randomly mutate and the environment naturally
No,
select.
the best experiments disprove that. Is what's called the LTE experiments. They've been trying to monitor what they hoped from the 80s was the most glaring example of a random mutation, a positive random mutation in E. coli to be able to basically process citrates. And they've been growing these in millions and millions of cultures for the last 30 something years now. They found that supposed mutation was never a mutation. It was precodified. It's what I describe as another pre-engineered, pre-made, designed function within the code. Not only was it never a new function, as they call it. It was not a novel function gene, whatever you call it, but the E. coli also de-evolved. Once you remove a culture that has developed that ability, they de-evolve back into the original functions. So there's that, and so for a scientific theory to be posited, to be more or less established, you have to have repeatably observable evidence in what's called real time. To be able to try to claim something happened without real time is just that is mythology. And so all of our best actual
I
science
like that you use mythology negatively.
today disproves evolution.
Yeah, but evolution is established. You would have to.
No, it's not.
disprove
It's
it.
mythology.
No,
it's not
It's pure
established.
mythology.
There's more
that's
mythology in
mythology, yeah.
evolution than
I just gave you the world's best example. And you
well,
totally dismissed it
I
out of
would
mind.
say they'd
the
have
Linsky experiments.
to the scientific peer-reviewed community that this is
No,
that this proves that positive.
didn't work
Yeah,
for
you
the
need to
atheists
Google
today.
the you
It's
need to
not going to
Google
work for the
Linsky
atheists today.
experiments.
Yeah,
Amy,
peer
can I-
review is
Amy,
what's in
can I ask you a
question.
question?
Did y'all hear that real quick though about peer review?
Yeah, Amy, can I ask you a question?
Sure,
So
and I'll answer Joel after too if you want.
yeah, so you like history, right? I
I
think
do
that,
like history.
okay. So how far back does history go? Human history.
Human history tends to, at least as far as we know, written history tends to go about 10 to 11,000, but we can see cave paintings. We can see other.
We wish.
Okay, so there's something. Have you heard of something called the Neolithic Revolution?
Maybe.
Okay, so the Neolithic Revolution is when Neo-Man became civilized, and it happened about 5 to 10,000 years ago. No historian or archaeologist actually agrees on when it actually happened, so there's a 5,000-year discrepancy. This is 5,000 BC to 10,000 BC. All right, but for the most part, we have no technology before 5,000 BC, no civilization before 5,000 BC, no major monuments before 5,000 BC, written languages. The oldest
sounds
one is
correct.
actually, hold on, the oldest one is 3,100 BC. So why do we have this upper limit, yet somehow Homo erectus was 100,000 to 200,000 years, and so for 95,000
Calendars.
years they didn't do anything?
Homo
Like, they
erectus,
didn't
you're talking
actually-
like 4 million years.
Calendars
Yeah,
are 5,000 years old.
Technology is exponential. So
all of the
we see our best
calendars.
technology in the past 100 years. It doesn't mean that, the past 2,000, 6,000. It doesn't mean they're idiots. It's just we stand on the shoulders of giants and we have the technology of each generation before it.
Are you so sure about
saying
that?
that started
Have,
at
have,
5,000
have
BC,
you
though.
looked at the walls of Sacsayhuaman? I always say this wrong. It's in the Cuzco Valley, which is in Peru. It's the walls that the so-called Inca built. They didn't actually build it. In their legends, they actually say they inherited it. Have you looked at those walls? Sacsayhuaman?
I'm going to.
South America.
I'll look them up.
Yep, South America and Peru.
Yeah. All of
Right,
the calendars
So I'll
are
tell
5,000
you this. So the Inca didn't actually leave us a lot of written stuff. So what secular historians do, which is actually wrong with secular historians, is they say that the Inca actually built like Cusco Valley, Sacsayhuaman, Machu Picchu, which they didn't. In their legends, they say they actually inherited it. But in Middle America, which is where Mexico is, they know that the Aztec did not build the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon and the Olmec heads. They know this because there are written languages left by both. But in Peru, there's not written languages as much left by both. So therefore, they can kind of blur the lines. Anyway, so these walls left in Peru are actually earthquake resistant. How is it a prior society, prior to the Inca, could build earthquake resistant walls, but yet the Inca could not? It shows that we're actually degrading in technology
Right.
and not actually
Yeah.
going up in technology.
I was going to argue the same point.
Not true at all. I mean, look at
even though
the
technological progress can be logarithmic, Amy, it's not always the such. I'm a technology expert. I can go into countless examples, even in the modern era, how technology gains are lost. But the point was that as far as history is concerned, we have an absolute starting point of 5000 BC. We don't have evidence of anything of technology prior to that. Was her point?
I'd just like to stand up for people a few thousand years ago. They also weren't complete idiots. So there's always going to be technology that one civilization has, and they really had it right. While 5 and the 6 civilizations
that's not the point.
are wrong.
That's not the point. The point is that there is a starting point for civilization / technology.
Right. Human history.
When we started to get fire and writing and all this cool stuff, but
we just climbed down out of the trees.
When did we get that, Amy? When did we get fire and writing and all that kind of stuff? How old is writing?
How do we get writing? Very slowly.
I said,
Very-
how old? How old is writing?
How old is writing? I would have to check, but I assume it lines up with that correlation of the past 10 to 11.
It doesn't.
Years old.
It doesn't. Actually, writing
saying
only
it's younger?
goes back to 3100 BC secular timelines. That's the oldest writing they have, and it's called the Narmer palette in Egypt.
Okay, I could be open-minded to that because I knew the either the Torah or the Talmud was oral tradition for the longest time. But I think
So let me ask you another question. Have you heard of the
Yeah,
Nazca
but that's-
lines?
the what?
The
That's biblical
Nazca,
history.
Nazca, Nazca lines. They're Peruvian people, a Peruvian culture called the Nazca.
I haven't.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they built such big designs in the ground that the only way we can see them today is by airplane. And it was so sad. There was this historian that actually suggested that the Nazca people in 200 BC actually had hot air balloons to be able to, and they don't even actually know when these Nazca lines were written, all right, or drawn. And they laughed him out of the community because they couldn't have had that technology back then. They couldn't have had it in 200 BC. But why not? We can literally, you can Google it right now. You can Google the Nazca lines and you can see them from satellite.
I feel
they're
like
massive
That's
and they're
awesome.
huge.
That's reminded me of the Greek and Chinese alkaline batteries as well back in the BCs.
Exactly. They threw it out, Joel. They absolutely threw it out because they're like, they couldn't have had that technology. So they threw it out.
Well,
I mean,
I
like
didn't throw it out.
I just don't know how it,
Well, the thing is that we have a different paradigm than you. We don't think that people were primitive back then. We think that they were actually intelligent.
Wait, you're
and
turning my
had-
point off me now?
No, I'm
More
telling you,
point.
I know what your paradigm is. You think that we came for something simple,
And then
hunters and
evolved.
gatherers, and then evolved to something better.
Oh,
We've
that's right.
actually we've actually lost technology.
Mm.
Tell me.
We've lost some technology.
No, we've lost all technology. Tell me how
Yeah,
a 40-foot
true.
statue.
How are you talking right now?
Hold on, Amy. Listen to me really fast. There are 40-foot statues in Egypt that are solid stone with no mistakes on them, 90 tons, and there are actually machine marks on it. Explain to me how they could do that 4,000 years ago.
Hey,
There were
what
machine
did the socialists use before the candle? What did the socialists use before the candle? Electricity. There you go.
But
Climb down out of the trees.
yeah,
You're awesome,
That
Joel's
was
wife.
Mrs. Joel, by the way, everybody.
It's that technology
Climb
is
down out of the trees and started doing sculpture.
No, in fact, I have a lot. No, do you want to know what really kills me? Is that we have the young Earth creationists, in my view, we have 90,000 years of ancestors. They're saying, did it exist?
Where?
Where?
Please tell me where's the evidence?
Where-
You have no evidence
Where's
for
the
it.
graves?
You have,
What
you have
scientists?
you
Show
have
me.
an
Where's
arrowhead
the graves?
with mammoths, and then you say it's 80,000 years old.
I need
That's it.
real-time evidence.
Real-time evidence,
Yes.
as in
That-
like
that's
someone from back then now.
As in the scientific
No.
method, not necessarily back then, just some sort of evidence that we can say, yes,
Actual
definitively, this is
evidence.
90,000 years old.
We can show both genetically and
Nope.
through the fossil record that we
How does
are-
so fossil records are self-refuting, and how do you have genetic code from 90,000 years ago?
That is a very unscientific statement that you just
Wrong.
said. I'm saying-
No, no.
But-
So fossil records are circular reasoning. They're anti-scientific. In fact, I could quote scientists to talk about that all day long.
Right.
But
Fossils
regardless,
are above the great unconformity.
Yes, but once again, you guys, this right now, what you're saying goes against the majority of opinions in the scientific
that's called an appeal to popularity,
Opinions
logical
don't mean
fallacy.
anything.
No, science isn't a democracy. It is.
It is a
Doesn't
democracy,
mean
Amy.
anything.
But Amy, let me ask you a question.
No, science is what you can know.
How far back does history actually go? I just gave you upper
Well,
limits
technically,
of civilization.
3.5 billion years.
No,
Based on
no,
what?
it doesn't.
That's mythology, dude.
Yes.
No, I'm asking you about.
that.
I'm not asking you about campfires and a spearhead that was found. I'm asking you about civilization, meaning
I
social.
feel like we're going through
I
circular.
would ask this:
But
what
it's-
do
but
you
it's not
think is the
circular,
evidence
because
of
if
the
you-
4.8
if
billion
you
year
don't-
universe?
And
if
do you
you
even
don't-
know what,
5,000
do you even
years
know what
old.
the atheist mythological evidence is for the old frame of the Earth? Do you know what that is?
For the
Well,
old
wait.
Earth, yeah, the
The
long
old mythological claim, yes.
universe.
Oh wait,
like
hold on.
Kepler's law proved.
No, okay. The universe has got a 13.6 or 13.8 billion year time frame based on a creationist discovery. I'm asking you what the Earth's age is based on what?
The Earth's age is based on the elements that we have in
Asteroids.
both
Specifically?
all throughout our solar system, because they couldn't be created unless we had something like a supernova type an explosion. In other words, a star
Yeah.
had to have its life
Yeah,
die.
but that means the star would have had to been created in the beginning. But let me ask you a question. You mentioned you did know about the Neolithic Revolution, all right? The Neolithic Revolution is when civilization began. Historians actually agree on this, that
Right.
some kind of revolution happened, means suddenly we had civilization. Why did it suddenly
Sudden-
appear? If you believe in evolution means slow change over time, how did we suddenly get civilization at the Neolithic Revolution?
Evolution specifically means genes randomly
Yes,
mutate.
like the Cambrian
by-
explosion
not-
in history.
Nothing to
Yeah,
do with Neolithic era.
And then
Well, I
experimentation
think
proved
you
Parody,
need to
what
look
you
up the
heard.
Neolithic Revolution. It's called
I'm
the
looking at it right now.
Yeah,
What do we
that
want to
means
go over
that.
with?
Yeah, well, when did it happen?
So you're
What does your
parodying it.
website say?
10,000 BCE.
5,000 to 10,000 BC. There's a huge,
To
huge
10,000
debate
BC.
between.
Okay. But you would agree they also would say the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, right?
Absolutely not. I've
That's what
already,
I wanted to
I've
touch
already
on.
calculated our Earth. It's not that old.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to touch on as far as science.
And on the Nobel
uh,
Peace Prize.
Actual
And
elements
I
are
will, Amy.
concerned.
I will.
Ladies
I
and
will
gentlemen,
write my
They
paper.
would, even if she was dead on,
4.5
it wouldn't
billion
accept
year
it.
age of the Earth is based on a mythological claim that meteorites with uranium-238 have decayed into lead-206, which has a half-life of like 4.4 whatever billion years. So it's a pure raw assumption that based on that meteorites that landed on the Earth while it was cooling, that had decayed based on that half-life. The problem is that we have the same exact uranium and lead isotopes throughout the planet that have not decayed into those half-lives yet. So it's the actual proof of the age of the universe is completely unfounded. The idea that it had to be meteorites is anti-scientific.
Why is there
Well,
no papers that lead to the
There
conclusion?
are papers.
There
Amy,
are
you just
papers,
learned
Amy.
Five
And the
thousand.
thing,
your church doesn't teach you.
Link one.
Have you heard about soft dinosaur tissue? I know.
No,
I hate
okay,
to do
look,
this.
let's notice what happened, everybody. We just destroyed the mythology of the original claim of how the,
No,
the Earth
actually,
is 4 billion years old. We show
explain
how it's completely
that why it's
anti-scientific myth
meteorites.
based on the details. Instead of wanting to talk about that or even acknowledge it, all they do is they instantly reject it and say, "What about the 5,000 year age? Where's the paper on that?" That
They
is
have
religious
no-
fanaticism. You're asking for your church to tell you what to think.
They have no evidence of their own.
Negatively.
but hey,
have no
Joel, I
evidence.
got a good one for you. So look at the meteor impacts on Venus compared to Mercury. How come Venus has very few meteor impacts and Mercury has a ton?
Is it
How are
maybe
you-
because it has a extremely thick pressure cookus atmosphere?
No, it has nothing to do with that.
It
It has everything to do with the
Also,
fact
Joel,
that you cannot. And the thing is that this is the only one, Amy. Guess what? Jupiter and Saturn have got like some like 30, whatever, 20, 30 moons.
72 moons on Jupiter.
Oh, there's
It's science, I
162
think.
moons. There's 162 moons or something like that in our solar system. But the thing is that the moons between Jupiter and Saturn, they're moons. One of them has like 5 crater impacts. The other one has like thousands. So how
Okay.
can you justify your position on using crater impacts?
Say 2 different places with different atmospheres. How do they have different
But
impact?
I
things?
mentioned Mercury and Venus, and then
Also, can I go
moons.
back to the meteorite theory? So, do you have evidence for your theory?
Yes, absolutely, I do.
You weren't the one that made the claim, but I'll take it if you got evidence for it.
Absolutely, I do. Just look up Spike Psaris.
Spike Psaris.
Yeah,
Jungle
and
Jargon,
again,
you
I just want to
him,
emphasize
right?
the fact that the assumptions based on the mythological age of the universe or the galaxy or the Earth, excuse me, 4 billion years old, is completely anti-scientific.
Okay.
The fact that there are other isotopes of the same outside of the meteorites disproves that entire theory.
Okay, do you have any evidence that the world is 4,000 to 6,000 years old?
Yes,
Do you have any
what Jesse
peer
talks
reviewed
about.
articles?
What Jesse talks about is actual concrete scientific evidence to my mind.
And I can actually, name me, and a lot of people aren't actually going to know the history of it, but I can actually tell you on history, we actually have the age of the Earth. And I will tell you this, okay?
That's already kind of weird. I'll be
Well,
honest.
let me tell you something. This is something that historians believe, whether they're agnostic, atheist, whatever, it doesn't matter. They agree on one date, 970 BC, and is the date of Solomon's reign. If you can find me a reference that disagrees with this date, send it to me. shadowdancer3531@gmail.com. Send it to me. All right. But no historian disagrees with the date of Solomon.
Okay.
Solomon reigned in 970 BC. I've seen a discrepancy of 1 year. All right. And when I move that date backwards based on biblical timelines, and then I take these 5 Egyptologists that I found, who are agnostic, by the way, they don't believe in God. They actually hold to the historicity of the Bible.
Do they believe the world is 4 to 6,000 years old?
Honestly, I really don't know. All I know is
They
that they
don't,
Depends
believe
on if they
what they believe in the historicity of the Bible, because the thing is, the Table of Nations, the 4 kings that Abraham fought against, we have evidence of all of this. We have evidence of the Exodus. We have evidence of Joseph in Egypt. We have all kinds of evidences, and they're, there's a bunch of Egyptologists that are coming out there like, our history is actually skewed based on some very inadequate stuff. And the thing is, it's called synchronicity. So if something happens in Egypt, it's going to get written about in other countries.
And I wanted to reemphasize, if I may, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to interrupt. But to answer Amy's question even more succinctly, it all depends on whether or not they believe in the scientific method, which always requires repeatedly observable evidence in real time exclusively. Once you get out of human historical record, you're outside of science.
In fact, I'm looking this up. They've dated the meteorites. The thing that you said,
No, they didn't.
Scientists agree. They don't agree with the
No,
4 to
okay, I'm a
6,000.
scientist, and I am telling you, we do not agree.
Okay.
With the
But
mythology. Again, if there was no uranium-238 left in the planet and it all converted to lead like as in those meteorites, there might be a good point. But the fact that there's uranium-238 that is still not decayed in the planet outside of those meteorites disproves, actually no, it does prove that those that rely on the mythology of what are being used to date the Earth with as 4.47 billion years old or million, whatever the hell it is, are anti-scientific.
All right. All you got to do is publish it, and you got this.
It's already published. It doesn't need to be published.
It
You
is
don't
not
have to.
published.
You don't have to believe in a church document.
No, it's not a church document.
Yes, it is.
The reason
That's
I
exactly what it is, Amy.
because it's the current theory.
Look,
the reason I
again,
believe
this is what I wanted to emphasize
4.5
earlier as
billion years
well.
ago, it's the current theory.
Peer review does not work well for the ancient Vatican. It does not work well for the atheist religious fanatics today. We can think for ourselves. Thank you.
I agree.
Well, and Amy, the other thing that I'm going to try
for
to point
anyone,
out
not
is
atheists,
that
yes.
I just want to let you know this. I believe in science 100%, but I don't think we need science to prove the age of the Earth. History literally shows an
That
upper
is not
limit.
true.
We do not have anything beyond a certain amount of time, civilization, technology, all that kind of stuff. All right. And it coincides with science. I'm not trying to say I don't believe in science, but it all coincides together. The
Right,
planets, all the planets show themselves to be young. The sun
Not
shows
true.
itself to be young. Everything
That's
shows
not
itself
true.
to be young.
It's
Yes, it
very
does.
true.
It is very true. Because
Not scientifically.
That's the limit of our
I did that
evidence.
metaphorically, but not scientifically.
No,
Well,
it is
and that's-
scientifically.
so
How
to
does 7
emphasize
of
what
our
Jess was trying to
planets?
say,
Yeah.
that
The
the
thing
history,
is that
the recorded history, that is the limit of our evidence. We have zero evidence outside of what other humans have written down. And as far as the question of other terrestrial bodies being, or extraterrestrial bodies being young, the entire Apollo project, one of the reasons why we were originally reluctant to even try to pretend to go to the moon was for the fear that the moon was millions and billions or whatever years old. And as soon as the lunar lander touched the surface, it would sink into who knows how many miles of dust. It's one of the reasons why the contact sensor was over 2 feet long, because they were worried about that.
yeah, because they thought it would be a foot of dust.
Yeah, it was an inch.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't have any. They thought that it was 4.5 billion. They landed. They thought it was 4.5 billion. That hasn't been in question. The only people that have it in question are creationists, specifically young.
Oh, okay,
Well, but Amy, let me ask you a question. Just answer me about history. We have an upper limit, all right?
History. But
Yes.
No, there's evidence and then there's
Because
myth.
because
No, it didn't exist.
Creationists rely on the evidence.
Yes.
Evolutionists rely on myth. This is the only conclusion.
I do appreciate you saying that we use myth in a negative form. I do appreciate.
It doesn't matter.
well, but
it's still
Amy,
mythology.
give us evidence.
Exactly. I appreciate you using mythology in a negative form.
No,
Well,
Amy,
it doesn't matter. I'm not using it.
evidence beyond.
There's either scientific evidence or there's mythology.
There's either side. Yeah. So, as far as we can tell, there is no scientific evidence that the age of the Earth is 4 to 6,000 billion years.
He was just talking about it for the last hour.
Well, I would like to see peer reviewed. There's nothing linked. I'd like
Amy,
Don't ever
Amy,
rely on
what
peer
is a
reviewed church
Amy?
dogma.
What is a codon?
You keep on going back.
What's a
to that.
codon?
Hold on, I have it up here. Codon, an opedic analytic, is used for the treatment of pain. It is a metabolized
A codon. C-O-D-O-N.
Hey, John. Hey, just to interrupt real quick. I'm gonna head off to bed. It was great to have a conversation with you tonight. And Shadow Dancer, I definitely want to talk to you more.
I want to hear you two guys talk. Yeah.
Send me an email, Jim. It's shadow. I'll put it in the side chat. Hold on.
Yeah, if you could, and I'll and once I grab it, I'll shoot you an email. That way I have it. But I'd love to talk to you. I don't specialize too much in biblical history. I can kind of fumble my way through antiquity. I'm more of a Germany, Europe type of historian.
If you guys are able to share knowledge like that, let us know. Don't keep it to yourselves.
Oh no, I will. Trust me. I actually I need other historians to help me because I'm trying to build my history presentation. So, Jim, I just put it in the side chat. shadowdancer3531gmail.com. Anybody can email me. I don't care.
Uh-oh.
Email me crap and it goes to my spam. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna see it. So
Yeah, you'll see one that says it's gonna look awful lot like my name. So, but anyway, I appreciate it. I'm just gonna pull myself from the stream. That way, I can shoot this email, and then I gotta go to bed. I got shit to do tomorrow.
Thanks for joining, Jim. Good to talk to you, bud.
See you, Jim.
I love you all, even though I know it gets haughty. Or yeah.
Same.
you're good, Amy. You're good.
So, Amy, answer the question. What's a codon?
It's good. So now I'm going to look at. I had the wrong spelling. Get back to me in a little bit.
So, don't quote anything about evolution if you don't know what a codon is, especially after all the debates that we've had, the discussions we've had, the things I've told you to go to research when you have been denying the arguments that have been made.
Can I ask?
And if you still don't know what a freaking codon is, what do you actually do other than be full of shit?
Did you look up why simplicity is the hallmark of
You answered the question.
I'll be honest, I've tried to look up the things that you have said, and
So you're telling me that you've actually had to look up codons and the.
I guess I spelled it wrong. No, I've like 4 different pages wrote up because I was actually expecting you to
Really? So you really?
Did you look up why simplicity?
Okay, so you haven't looked up from our first debate. You haven't looked up a single thing about genetics, have you?
Have a single thing about genetics. I am
Going back to our first
interested in
debate, like 4 months ago, whatever it was. Have you looked up a single thing about the genetic code?
I don't know what.
I'm guessing no, since you don't know what a codon is, because that's the fundamental basis of the syntax.
If I may put it kind of in a nicer tone, what I think John's pointing out, Amy, is you're doing what a lot of us do. That a lot of us we rely on just what I today call atheist church sermons from public education, from our public schools.
That's a
we just assume it's true. We learn the dogma, the religious dogma of the mythology of a lot of these conversations, particularly about evolution, so we could pass a test.
Yes,
we don't know anything about the actual science of it.
Most of my early life, I went to a conservative synagogue.
Well, then they must have been preaching an atheist dogma to you.
They were not, but there's it's not.
No, there's a lot of quote unquote Christian
science.
schools out there that preach atheist dogma.
I think that academia tends to lean liberal. I think that they should let because of my political incorrectness, I think they should let conservative speakers on campus and all this.
Great.
To give a fuss.
It's a separate subject though, but thank you.
I know. Well, I
Go back
try and give olive branches because I know we disagree.
I just wanted
very
to point that out. I don't know if that was it sucks. Jim fell off again, but I just wanted to point out a lot of us make the mistake that we just kind of believe what we're told without questioning it. And you seem like you're a person that does question it, and that's what I think a lot of us are, especially John was trying to get at. Learn the details.
Well, I will say I feel like the creationists hammer hard on genetics because they want to go to abiogenesis.
Hey, Jim, are you back for a reason, or did you?
No, because
why am I still in the stream?
Genetics genetics doesn't lie. That's why we like genetics, because it doesn't lie.
Well, it's just the science of it.
Yeah, it's we can actually look at it, observe it, see what we can get from it, and what would draw some conclusions to do some things from it. So I mean, it's actual science.
You can follow the Y chromosome and the mtDNA haplogroups in a tree all the way back to its origin, its root. You can follow it all the way back to its root.
Yeah.
And you can do that with every single person on the planet.
I believe we can track our lineages down.
And to be fair, you ought to be able to rewind the tape of evolution all the way back to chemical evolution,
which goes back 5,000 years to the global flood. Because we have the genealogies.
Literal. Why does it have literal?
We have actual genealogies and the names of people going all the way back from myself to Noah to Adam and Eve.
About more 6,000 years is a long time, though. You got to think about that too. You know, it may not sound like a long time, but that's a long time for things to happen.
My dad did that, Jungle. He had to retire early, so he got really heavy into that genealogy stuff. Has anybody else ever do that? It's like there's just thousands of databases all around the world now.
Yeah, the more they get, see, the problem is when they show the genetic distance trees, they're not showing all of the people, the major people group. They're showing a select people group. And so they're coming up with Addis Ababa being the more diverse people of the world, and they're not.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little bit diverse because of the location and trade. But
you're talking about
the sub-Saharan Africans, they're not diverse. You're
talking about genetic diversity. I was talking about genealogy. It's crazy. I've seen these databases that supposedly, I don't know how exactly, they've got names of all of the children and the grandchildren, between Adam and Eve and all their grandchildren. Apparently, and he printed out, it was like a 6 foot wide printout of the page of my genealogy all the way back to Adam and Eve. I'm Adam's 58th great whatever grandson.
Right.
These databases. It was crazy.
Right. And I'm the the 100th generation from actually David. I think David or somebody. I forget. It's been a while. But yeah, you can get all the names from me, myself, my genealogy, going through various different lines, all the way back to Noah and to Adam and Eve.
What about the fact that we see that females came first, that males came after females, so that Adam would not have come first. It would have been Eve and then Adam.
Where do we see that at?
In almost all of nature, you see it in both flowering plants.
It's because
you see it because the original species that could
that's an assumption.
sex.
They don't even know we're set.
Why would a female gender exist without a male gender?
So I'll explain that. So there's actually species that you can clone yourself.
Asexual reproduction, you mean? Like,
that was the first.
bacteria?
And yes, and so what happened?
That's an assumption.
Had
Your bacteria?
the thing, and so what happened was in multi-celled organisms, sex was so advantageous that it became the dominant method.
That's necessity. See, now you're putting in necessity.
That's an assumption.
Necessity.
Yeah. Necessity is not a part of evolution. It cannot be a part of it. Necessity has nothing to do with evolution.
That's bringing design. Necessity is by
That's
design.
Lamarckianism, and no, that has been proven false.
Marxism.
Well, like
Lamarck
if a
was-
giraffe needs to get two taller branches, it grows a longer neck. If something needs to be a female needs a male, then it just it happens because out of necessity. You know what I'm saying?
I brought this up.
I couldn't.
So I don't know if this is exactly what you were referring to, but maybe. The first thing I found was someone saying that simplicity is not really the big thing in design. People think it is. Then a couple of things that
on Reddit. I
they
heard
didn't.
this is Reddit.
Then I found a couple of things that didn't really apply to any sort of design argument or anything like that. But
Can
then
I ask
found
you?
this and this was kind of stupid when I read it, but this is what I found that's actually the same kind of thing.
Can I just ask you, if you had to use a search engine, would you want a simple one or a complex one?
Yeah, I would want one that's more complex where I could hone in details.
Well, the market thought otherwise. That's why Google won and Yahoo didn't.
Well, that is so fallacious.
Why is that so fallacious? Would you want a complex way to get into your car or a simple way to get into your car?
Well, that's like, I guess the first thing that comes to mind is iPhone versus Android. So iPhone is designed for those that don't want to use their phone necessarily. It's very simplistic by design. Versus Android is for those who want to use the technology. But regardless, both requires design.
Well, if we could focus for a little bit here, because there's so many people in the room that we could get all over the place for a long time. But
speaking, by the way,
well, what you're saying, Amy, is fair enough in that yeah, I would want to have the simple option or the detailed option for a search engine.
Okay,
So I would want both options.
Okay, Amy, the Google Yahoo analogy. Do you even? I know you claim that you're focused in information systems and programming.
I better be. I'm paying a lot of money.
Well, I know. I'm wondering what you're learning because you're talking about difference in user interface simplicity,
Right.
That's what not behind the scenes complexity.
Google is super complex.
I mean, you
behind
can
the
do all sorts
Well,
of.
yeah, it is really irrelevant. If I can address.
Hang on a second, Amy. Can you type in a very simple search query or a hyper complex search query into Google?
You can do both.
Right.
And can I explain?
So is the user interface simple compared to Yahoo, or is the actual functionality simple?
Well, first of all,
And in direct comparison, which one was superior in complexity and potential function, Google or Yahoo?
Eventually, Google, but
Which one?
complexity is a hallmark of time. It means that you have layered. You keep on layering on things, and it builds complexity.
What created the increased functional complexity of Google?
The engineers. But the thing is, you then have to re-simplify it for the users.
The user
all this complexity
interface,
all you want.
no. The user interface remains simplistic. The functionality was what grew.
I mean, who are you? You're designing something for. You're designing something for an agent. You're designing something for a person. You want it to be simple. You do not want it to be complex.
Okay, that's
You
for
want an 80-year-old grandmother to not know what's going on.
user interface, not underlying function.
See, I'm not saying
Interacting with the cellular functions of your body.
Say that again.
Are you consciously interacting with the
No.
the required cellular functions for you to exist?
No.
Okay, so the user interface from a conscious agent perspective doesn't have that much bearing to the functional capacity, does it?
User interface to the function capacity. I wouldn't say that we are the same thing.
And this is why you need to go learn what a freaking codon is.
It seems
Because
that
if you
that
don't know
is
this, and you
genius.
don't understand this, and you haven't gone to research this 3.5-4 months later after our debate on this whole
The
topic,
code defines
where
how
you continue to deny the fact that this exists, even though we continue to give example after example after example.
But
and
how
you're going to try and claim that because Google has a simpler UI on the front end,
simplicity is
this
the whole
has relevance to the underlying complexity.
because
Because it has a simple UI. Like, what like childish universe are you living in?
Things can be complex.
The front end simplicity of the UI has any relevance to the underlying complexity in the context of biological systems or of Google versus Yahoo?
Can something be complex without an agent being there?
Yeah, this is actually a totally inappropriate application of the term design, because design in context of simplicity of design is a matter of things more like user interface and user application, whereas the argument that there is a designer based on things like irreducible complexity and fact of requirement of intelligence, things like that. It's just literally, it's as if design is two different words. So, and this article shows how stupid it is. The argument from design fine-tuning is multiple flaws that have been discussed many times on these debate subs. However, one that I don't see brought up often enough is the suggestion that complexity in and of itself is an indicator of something being designed, when in reality it's the opposite. Like, one, it's not even addressing what the arguments are, it's just using generalized rhetoric to just talk about something else. As a
Yeah, and
disclaimer,
I can agree with that. That's why I don't point to the
disclaimer is
complexity of
not-
life for the proof of God. It's
And
the
then this-
universality. DNA is a universal information codec set, is what that's described as. I can go into more detail, but the fact that it's universal proves that it's been designed.
Well, but also shouldn't it be that we're actually losing complexity because we're in entropy? So
Well,
therefore,
I just
we're
want
more
this article
complex?
to demonstrate how stupid it is real quick, because it's just
gotcha.
really stupid. So this part with the
Well-
disclaimer is fine. And then
It seems
let's look at
ridiculous
the
for everybody.
watchmaker argument, for example. I'll put aside the typical rebuttal that we know where watches come from, and we can contrast them to things that are organic. So he's just setting aside a different rebuttal to bring up his rebuttal. What makes the watch appear to be designed? It's not the complexity of the inner workings of the watch, but actually in our argument it is. But anyway, it's not the complexity of the inner workings of the watch, but the fact that all of those smaller parts harmonized for the purpose of a singular human-centered goal, telling time,
Purpose.
and are made to fit a simple geometric shape, a perfect circle. So yeah, the idea of, the more complexity in the background, but simpler in the foreground, that's exactly how life is. That's exactly how search engines are. So a rock, on the other hand, is, okay, well, they realized as they were typing that rocks are not organic. Sure, there are a lot of complicated systems involved in its formation over billions of years. There is no defined outcome. But I mean, I can read this if people want. It's just boring stuff about.
Well, but it's a
rocks
general
being shaped
idea of the
over
fact
time.
that it's a general idea of the fact that we are complex. We have complex systems that work together. Like I read an article about how your ear is in 5 parts. Your eardrum, 5 independent parts. Meaning if they're all separate, they don't work. But if they're all together, they work and make your eardrum that processes,
Same with the eye.
Yeah, same with your eyes. There's tons of examples, but you can't have that separately. It's kind of like what Nicholas is saying, like at least I think that's what you're saying, Nicholas.
I mean, this
Can
is
I
off
bring-
topic, but it's what
Yeah,
came up.
go ahead, George.
Can I bring a argument to the table regarding flowers? Now, I know a little bit about it because my mother actually likes growing orchids, but there's a specific species of orchid called the fly orchid. Now, it mimics the pheromones of a female to attract the male to actually pollinate the flower, and the fly orchid has got a 1-week window where this has to occur, and you have to ask yourself, how did the fly orchid actually mimic the female pheromones so that it actually creates a 1-week window? It's a bit like, I'm not sure if John's in the chat, but I recall where he was interviewing Dr. Stadler about this same similar thing. He was saying, imagine a car that has to go from a fossil fuel car or a combustion engine to an electric engine, and you can't do it without turning the motor off. So that's my point in terms of the fly orchid. How did it actually reproduce before it learnt to mimic the female pheromones? It couldn't have just thought of one particular year, I'm going to stop doing this and I'm going to start this other process. Do you get the analogy between the combustion engine and the electric engine in a car? You can't turn the car off. You got to have that progress from one to the other continuously. That's my point.
That makes good sense.
Their answer would be there are species that we cannot see or find, but they were there. They had to be.
Like the Oort cloud. Do you know what I'm talking about, Chris?
Are you talking? Yeah, are you talking about where the comets come from?
Yeah, because comets actually defy evolution. Because
Yeah,
they
we
last
should.
100,000
So yeah, we got a Oort cloud. It's always
This would be
asteroids.
news to science.
Yeah. Well, the thing is they have never taken a picture of it. They have no evidence of it, but it has to be there. It has to be there.
Comet
because it
generator.
has to generate comets. And
Well, there's the
you know.
Kepler cloud too, guys, before the Oort cloud, but yeah.
Which one? What'd you
There's
call
a
it?
Kepler cloud?
Kepler cloud?
Kepler.
Kepler. No, I haven't
Johann
heard of that
Kepler.
one.
It's a little closer. Oort clouds is further out. We've actually confirmed the Kepler cloud, but not the Oort
And
cloud yet.
can I ask,
Are you
do you
talking
guys
about the
disagree with
Kuiper
Hubble's
belt?
law?
Yes.
Do you guys disagree with Hubble's law? Hubble's law saw all of the planets, all of the massive objects moving away from us, all the galaxies, I should say, and Andromeda was moving towards us.
And thank you, George. Yeah, the Edgeworth Kuiper belt. I've heard it called
Kuiper belt, yeah. Amy, do you know that Hubble's constant is not a constant?
Keeps changing.
Okay.
It keeps changing.
What do you mean Hubble's constant's not a constant?
It's not a constant. They've remeasured it and they found it to be different. So what do they conclude?
When?
Oh, you can
Dozens of
have
times.
both constants at the same time. How can a constant not be a constant?
I would have to see evidence for this. As far as we know, Hubble's law is law. I mean, you can't. It's,
It's
all
not
good.
law.
Well, search.
It is.
Say Hubble's constant is not a constant, and you'll find articles on it.
Well, and regardless, the fact that the universe is expanding isn't a controversy. It's, as the guy that discovered the cosmic microwave background radiation said at his Nobel speech, it just further confirms the Bible.
Well, and Joel, unfortunately, they'll try to bring it back to the Big Bang. Oh, look, is expanding since the Big Bang. But let's just go and look at, okay, Why does the Earth have a magnetic field? We know it does because it protects us, right? Why does
Spinning metal cores, yeah.
Yeah, but why does Jupiter have a magnetic field? Why does Mercury have a magnetic field? Why does Uranus and Neptune have they have no life on there, and they can't even support life. It's absolutely erroneous to even think that they could. Why do they have a magnetic field? So therefore, if they don't even have liquid cores, how could they have a magnetic field after millions of years?
Well, even the Earth's magnetic field is not whatever you call it.
Absolutely.
Static.
And can
No,
I
it
just
isn't. Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
but the Hubble constant is a misnomer. It has a value today that's the same everywhere in the universe, making it a constant in space, but not a constant in time.
Well, not only that, but
I have another description here. Though the Hubble constant h0 is roughly constant in the velocity distant space at any given moment in time, the Hubble parameter h, which the Hubble constant is the current value of, varies with time. So the term constant is sometimes thought of as somewhat of a misnomer. Yeah, what Amy read was a lot easier to follow. It meant the same thing.
Well, not only that, but all of the evidence for all of the measurements we use to make the Hubble constant corrections, all the ASTs and stuff like that, are all local anyways. We have to use non-local measurements, like from the Planck satellite, for example, to be able to actually measure beyond just light.
Oh, so yeah. What about the Planck time? Do you guys believe in Planck time and all this stuff? This is, I'm fine with theists. I told you the person with the, I think, highest IQ in the world currently is a theist. I think you guys are wrong on a specific question. Anything else is anything else.
Well, that's great, but if the conversation I would like to hopefully lead to is what's the evidence, and all of the evidence points to God, including Planck's scientific proof of God.
But this is, it's what annoys me with people who use something like the Kalam, but then don't believe in the Big Bang. It's like you are violating your own cause to try and prove me. I'm not saying that's you, but I'm saying if you want to prove the God with the data that says it's 13.5 billion years old, sure, but don't deny the data and then tell me there's data on the side.
Well, the question is if God exists or not.
I'm open-minded.
Well, okay, Amy, so let me ask you a question.
Okay.
If we can show you that the planets are young, meaning, okay, so when it comes to evolution, you have to have steps, right? You have to go from the beginning of cosmological evolution, meaning the beginning of the universe, to the Earth, to biology. You have to go in steps, correct?
Evolution starts once we have life, but we do have to get through some steps before we get to life.
Yes. Okay, we have.
I'll
the
give you
beginning.
that.
Yeah, we have the Big Bang, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay. So you actually violate, the first and the second law of thermodynamics when it comes to but the thing is, do you know what atmophile elements and
Hold on, wait.
volatile
What are we
elements
gonna? You were about to say something. Who's violating the first and second law of thermodynamics?
evolution?
Evolution has nothing. It's a different subject. That's physics trying to bleed into bio.
No, it isn't physics.
Entropy just says if you don't keep on pouring, the second law of thermodynamics says that if you do not keep on pouring energy into a system, it will dissipate.
No, actually, the second law says that entropy is entropy, meaning everything degrades.
But what is entropy?
Entropy means everything degrades.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
entropy-
The energy will dissipate.
But what
I'm
is the
agreeing
first-
with you.
But what is the
Wait,
first
I want
law?
to clarify because entropy is the mathematical
Well, hold on, Nicholas. I mean,
but it is the dissipation. It's the mathematical expression of the dissipation. So all of this is really right on base.
But
It
what
could
is-
be
but
also
what-
described
but what
as a
is the-
loss of information.
But Amy, what is the first law of thermodynamics?
I forget.
Yeah, you're gonna have to Google it. It means
Yeah,
that
destroyed it.
energy and matter cannot be
shouldn't.
destroyed or created. So therefore, when you say the Big Bang came from nothing and exploded
I've
into
never heard an atheist say that.
Lawrence
Well,
Krauss.
But,
Lawrence Krauss. That's funny you use him. He specifically took that title because the theists were saying it so often.
But
and
Amy,
now
I'm
we get
asking
shit
you.
for it.
Hold on, guys. I'm asking.
There was never a nothing. I don't know it. If you could give me an example of a nothing, I would study it. But we have no examples of that.
Amy, but where did we come from?
Are you saying where did the universe start or come from? All we know is that everything was in a single point. All the stuff beyond that, I can't tell you.
But where did that? Hold on. But where did that point come from? Where did that?
See, I not only do I not know, but I have no evidence to think that a high level thing like a being or an agent was there before.
Well, the thing is, we're not believing in a high level being. We're believing in a God that's immaterial, outside of space, timeless. You know, the thing is, okay, hold on, Amy. If you believe in the first law of thermodynamics, something that's material cannot make something that's material. Correct?
Well, I just got to say, I'm believing in Jesus the Christ, who died and raised himself from the dead because he was righteous and death cannot hold him. And he made God obvious. So now we have direct connection to God through him, and he has given us life.
And I would word that as all of the scientific evidence points to the fact that Jesus Christ is Lord.
Well, I mean,
science
is pretty secondary. Science is pretty secondary compared to God expressing himself in the
Not
sun.
when you understand that science itself is.
Sorry, but yeah, it's totally secondary to the sun.
I know. You have
To
to
be
understand,
generous.
science is not a primary or secondary thing at all. As Friedman, I love how Dyson put that. How, how did he put it? Technology, it's a gift from God. Second to God's gift of life, it's the second greatest gift from arts and sciences and everything else. All of this is from God. Our ability to even think and to really call something science, that's a gift from God. And God gives us science. He teaches it. In fact, I love how Einstein put it. Let me get that real quick. I quote it so often you think I'd have it memorized by now. How he doesn't care about.
In fact, the only reason we even have morality and
He
choice.
just wants to know God. He don't care about he just wants
here
to
goes,
know
quote.
God's thoughts, not the, he don't worry about the details.
I'll quote it directly. Albert Einstein, I want to know how God created this world. I am not interested in this or that phenomenon in the spectrum of this or that element. I want to know his thoughts. The rest are details. And so I translate that in my own career as all of these things that we try to learn, try to understand the origins of anything, or try to learn from God's creations and all these things with DNA and whatever to adapt to our own. These are all details. Science only proves God exists. The rest are details.
Yeah, I mean, I just think if we want to know how God thinks, then we focus on Jesus and how he expressed the mind of God. So
that reminds me of Von Braun. So was it you, George, asked me to quote him earlier? Someone was asking me. Although I know
someone
reference
else.
to Christ ever commenting on scientific work, I do know that he said, quote, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Thus, I am certain that were he among us today, Christ would encourage scientific research as modern man's most noble striving to comprehend and admire his Father's handiwork. The universe, as revealed through scientific inquiry, is the living witness that God has indeed been at work. Werner von Braun, the founder of rocket science, basically started the U.S. space program. Love that guy.
The German scientist that we brought over after the war.
They tried to kill him. Yep.
yeah, I mean, from Operation Paperclip, and the awareness I have of that associates with Satanism, but I just heard that from some supposedly direct sources. So what do I know? Because people can be dishonest, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just making the point that science proves God exists, and that that's how we can learn from God, is observing how God does things.
And yes, it's a great tool we can use to, you know what I mean, to help convert people. So I see nothing wrong with using science to help convert.
Well, exactly. And then Bacon himself started the scientific method.
Science.
It's just fulfilling 1 Peter 3:15 to always have a reason for your belief.
Well, even God actually stated science. I mean, we have it in Isaiah.
It's better than using vain philosophy. You know what I mean?
I wasn't being sarcastic. You should always defend what you believe.
So Amy, I have a question. So matter cannot make matter. Do you agree with that?
I believe that it cannot be as far as we can tell, created or destroyed. That's what they
Okay.
tell me.
Yeah, so that's the first law of thermodynamics. It cannot be created and it cannot be destroyed.
Can be translated back and forth. That seems to be the only movement.
But that means it's not actually destroyed.
Uh,
Translated.
that's why I don't think the universe came from nothing. As far as we can tell, there was a something. It was just there's nothing could happen until the expansion event because everything was in a single point. But
Okay, so
I-
let's go back to that single point. That means that there
Okay.
was something.
there
right?
was something.
There was matter. What was before that?
See, you're saying before, but if time happened when the expansion event allowed us to have movement, then before is a nonsensical term. It's like
Oh.
saying the example, and you guys may scoff at this.
Oh, man.
Example is like going. You're traveling, you're hiking, and you ask someone where's north, and they say that way, and you go and you travel, and they say where's north, and they point someone else, and you go, and then
not-
eventually you hit the North Pole, and you're at the center of where north is, and you say where is north, and they say there is no north.
Well,
That's not a really terrible analogy. Let me answer that real quick, if I may. Quantum physics proves that there is a supernatural forces. In fact, that's something Jastrow talks about. How he wrote an entire book on how supernatural forces are a scientific fact now.
I would love to see that article.
I'd like to give
Oh,
a quick direct answer to your question, Amy.
Okay.
And sorry, there's a lot going on. What's the question again, though?
It's just she's starting at the conclusion that nothing could exist before existence.
Oh yeah, the whole before thing. Well, that's what makes God like the right answer, is that God's not this time-bound entity where it wouldn't make sense. But with God, it does make sense.
Yeah, we've been talking about supernatural mathematics and physics and forces and science for over 100 years now. It's a travesty. It's not common knowledge.
Can I step in here on this discussion, please? I'm not having a go at you, Amy, but I've seen every lecture. I've seen every lecture that Krauss has got on YouTube, and you can watch them yourself. But in every one of those lectures, he actually talks about a universe from nothing, and he uses the mathematical, I guess, similarity where he adds all the positive energy, all the negative energy in the universe to come up with a zero, and he's saying that proves his theory or his hypothesis of a universe from nothing, until someone took him to task and said that in secular papers and articles they claim that black holes contain an infinite amount of energy. So how can
Not sure
you
about
have
that.
a universe that adds positive and negative energy equal to zero when a black hole has infinite amount of energy? You have to ask the question. He said, Mr. Krauss, could you tell me what half of infinity is?
So yeah, black holes aren't infinite. They emit Hawking radiation, and one
Wrong.
day a black hole will disappear.
That was proven wrong, Amy.
That
Black holes do
Hawking
not-
radiation is now a proven
It is
fact.
not. It was
Yes.
dope. It was disproven.
I
We
can tell
tried
it's easy.
to further his theory after he passed away. That he was based on the idea that several thousands of entangled particles that could try to transfer energy past the accretion disk. I forget the name of the one scientist. He actually did the math, tried to use about 20,000 different entangled pairs, and finally gave up. The Hawking radiation myth was disproven by what's called, if you want to look it up, it's called a firewall paradox. If you wanna find out
I'm open to it, but currently Hawking radiation is proven, and black holes
Incorrect.
will dissipate.
Not only are we not able to actually detect black holes easily, but just look up the firewall paradox so you can update your science.
Okay, but also, if you'd like, you can read some scientific articles on why. I linked one on why. What is Hawking radiation?
All right, it's the idea that black holes come out. It's his one original idea his entire career that he didn't plagiarize.
Say that paradox again. I want to Google it.
Firewall. Black holes do not melt. The only good thing about that was that at
Oh,
least Hawking
it's a
stopped denying black
hypothetical
holes even
phenomena.
existed half his career. That's the only good thing. Penrose finally convinced him.
The use of a firewall to resolve the inconsistency remains controversial. So we
Don't
have
they, Joel, now posit that like supermassive black holes co-evolve with their corresponding galaxy? I've seen that the other day. I'll look at the link real quick.
Oh gosh, there's so many different mythologies about this.
Yeah, I know. It's a joke.
Yeah, that was Einstein's, but they're calling it the Big Rip now in modern cosmology. But Einstein was predicting about it last century. The idea that black holes will continue to not only grow in size, it could become these super singularities, as he called them.
Mhm.
But they'll reverberate gravity waves together, which have reciprocating reverberation waves, to the point where they'll exponentially just continue to increase. And LIGO is actually starting to detect those. And there's some suspicion that it might be actual confirmation of Einstein's theory. But he correlated it with how it's going to destroy the universe eventually. Not just, the Big Rip theory is also about the constant expansion rate that might actually end up destroying all subatomic particles and causing them to just literally rip into.
We may have a heat death.
So not
Probably
only-
going to all be black holes and then have a heat
Well,
death.
So the interesting thing about Einstein's prediction is that this comes true. It's literally the same. If the way I like to describe it, if two opposite spinning super gravity waves from these super singularities that Chris brought up were to collide near the Earth, it would look exactly like what John saw in Revelations, I think chapter 13, where he said he saw that it looked like the sky was rolled up like a scroll and the mountains and the islands were removed. That's exactly
Right.
what
Yeah, I read that. Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
Yep. So if two spiraling gravity waves were to collide near the Earth, that's how it would look like. And that's part of these predictions that look like they might be very viable. We've discovered over 80 super singularities in the center of galaxies now since Einstein's prediction.
Yeah, and we've only discovered so many black holes or
that I agree with.
What is one of the stars that actually exploded? I forget the name. We only have so many of them, and they actually only add up to about like 5,000 to 6,000 years.
Okay, I want to say last thing, and I want it to be an olive branch instead of going back to that. This will be my closing statement, and I will say it's the one thing I agree with Jesus with. And that is simply, there is no Jew or Gentile. There is only all of us together. That sentiment, I very much like.
What about love your neighbor?
What's that?
What about love thy neighbor?
Yeah. I was talking more overall, but yeah. I mean, generally speaking, unless your neighbor's being an asshole, I generally think you should be nice to your neighbors.
Well, Amy, I hear what you're saying. What you're saying is not the same thing that the scripture means, but I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. But it was Paul that said in Galatians 3:28, there is no longer Jew or Gentile, slave or free.
Oh, you're right. It was Paul.
You are all one in Christ Jesus.
All right. Well, I like that sentiment, and I love you all. John, thank you as always for running a fun after show.
Good night, Amy.
Good on you, Amy. God bless you, mate. God bless you.
Thank you for being civil. Thank you.
Unless you can define what a Jewish person is.
I was about to ask her what a singularity in a one-dimensional universe looks like.
I meant to do that too. Cut off.
I can't imagine a one-dimensional universe.
Be a pretty small dot to have all that. The amount to hold everything in the universe.
Snooki's Trinity video where the gentleman uses an example of a 2D universe where you can have either a circle or a triangle, but then in a 3D universe, you could have a cone that was triangular and circular. Was pretty cool. But going down to one-dimensional, that's just a line. I mean, that's boring.
Well, that's right. A circle and a triangle, depending on how you view it, can be a line. You get what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So it's all a matter of reference.
Yeah.
Well, that's the irony for me on all of these conversations is the more we discover, the more we realize that the frame of reference is the single most important variable. Yet the materialist wants to completely ignore that reality in terms of like understanding of existence. It's like, oh no, the only way we can understand existence is from this particular worldview, or perspective, when we know beyond doubt that a different one completely changes the context. But they want to ignore that whole aspect of the paradigm.
Semantics. As an example, someone, I guess you call them Most Epic Blaze something in the chat section saying, ask what did Jesus say about to the slave? You know, I argue about how there's a difference between voluntary versus involuntary slavery. You know, true slavery, what we consider in the modern language, versus employment. So Jesus is talking about just do a good job. Don't quit your job because of, you know, any nefarious reason, or don't break any contracts, kind of thing.
Well, when you take out a mortgage to purchase a house, you become a slave to the bank.
There you go.
Yep. Every
So that's
job you do,
voluntary.
you're trading time. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. So the semantics. There's always to interpret it, different words.
You can trade your time for money. You can trade other people's time for money. You can build something other people will trade their time and money for.
It's always your time, though. You're right.
That's what
Your time.
Hey, John.
Ultimately, wealth is the ability to purchase time.
That's it.
Hey, John, guess what time it is?
Uh-oh. Walk the dog.
Dog time?
Jack Russell time, not Jack Daniels.
You guys know me really well.
Well, no, what he's really saying, he's going to go bust out his house vest. He's going to go down the street, raid the butcher shop, and then come back and be cooking and then sending pictures of all of his amazing luxuries that he's going to cook from.
Hey, I'll put some more photos, John, but I'll tell you what happened. Yesterday was my other half's 61st birthday, and to celebrate it, she bought all this seafood. You would have seen the photographs and whatever, but tonight it's my treat. I'm just going to go and buy some Thai food. So when I get them, I'll post those pictures for you so you can watch them.
George, I got to ask you one question. You're still on lockdown there, right?
Yes, mate. Yes, mate. At the moment, they've eased it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
They will allow us to go to the park, but only one visitor, with only one person that you don't know. And they're saying that on the 26th of October, they're going to review everything and probably go back to normal again.
Okay. Are they paying the average person to stay home?
They are, but not everyone is getting money. I think was it about a month ago, the Commonwealth government stopped it for certain employees, but some of them are actually still getting it. So I don't know the details, to be honest with you, Chris.
Right.
But yes, some of them are.
So if we all go fly down under sometime later this week or maybe next, we all go have a nice Australian barbecue with you. What kind of laws would we all get thrown in jail together? Or?
I don't think next week, but probably in about a month you might be able to do it, Joel. I've invited John and Jesse to come over and stay at my other house.
Yeah, but
it's got 4 bedrooms, and you can bring your fly rod and fish for your lunch and whatever.
I was talking about having the extra fun of fighting with the Gestapo. You know?
Sorry?
I was talking about what kind of extra fun we could have violating the Gestapo rules down there with you guys.
Well, that's right. I mean, see, I need to mow the lawns over there, and I can't go, so I don't know how long the grass is now.
Okay.
Wow.
Here in Nashville, during the middle of the shutdown, I didn't cut my grass, and some Karen, I don't know if they reported me or if they actually were sending out inspectors or whatnot, like driving up and down streets, but apparently there were weeds that had grown more than 12 inches, and I got a citation for not having my grass cut in the middle of the entire city being shut down.
I can see a homeowners thing.
God, it rained so much here in East
How does this
Tennessee.
make any sense that I'm going to get, like, you're going to cite me? Like, the court's closed. The court is closed. What? Oh, I was so pissed.
How does the city ordinance institute lawn care laws? I mean, again, homeowners association.
Yeah, apparently
the city will do it too.
Yeah, you've got to keep you got to maintain your property.
That's
it.
From
They'll take it.
from a bushfire point of view, if you have the grass is too long, you might actually be creating a fire hazard. So that's what they use, the fire hazard local law.
Well, I get that, but my grass was like hadn't.
Yeah,
been, like,
when we left California about 3 years ago or so, they're having severe droughts back then. There was lawn services that you could literally hire to paint your lawn.
Wow.
They would come out and paint it green for you. It was great.
Like synthetic grass and green concrete.
Yes, they would paint it.
All I know is I'm so glad mowing season's over with. Oh my Lord, I'm so glad. I've mowed like 4 acres and oh my God, I'm so glad it's over. It's like I got off of a second job. I got to quit.
Yeah, I had to mow a lot too myself.
Just hire some slaves. Did I say that out loud?
Good luck finding them.
That's the thing. She's right. I mean, I've tried so many people, and they will not. You cannot get people to work anymore.
No.
Yeah.
My neighbor.
Yeah.
When I was a laborer, we had a hard time finding laborers back in like 2006.
Oh my gosh, that reminds me, Jesse. In the Marine Corps, do you guys ever have to rake rocks?
Oh my gosh, yes. In 20. No, we didn't rake rocks. We rake sand.
Oh,
I'll build you back up.
Perfect. It had to be flat and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, I always wanted to question my sergeant, but like, why the F are we doing this?
Wow, you get
questions.
Is discipline. You need to do it because it looks good. We're
They
like,
keep us busy.
yeah, exactly.
We had a. This is one detail we had to do. We had to paint these old barracks that were about to be demolished the next week. We're like, why are we painting this?
We did the same thing. We would do that all the time. We painted an old shed that was actually, it wasn't a shed, it was actually our gas chamber, and we had to paint it. We had to make it all look all good and whatever. But they were selling it. They were getting rid of it, but we had to paint it. We had to make it look good. And I'm like, why are we doing all this work, all this backbreaking? Yeah.
Do you have any old CS gas line, I wonder?
Yeah, right. So
Before I go,
oh, sorry, George.
I was going to say, before I go, we love our barbecue and cold beer in Australia, but please note, we don't barbecue shrimp. We barbecue prawns.
On your footpaths?
Anywhere.
That would be more my neck of the woods.
God bless you guys, and I'll
too,
talk to you
George.
later.
Take care,
night,
buddy.
George.
See ya. Bye.
George.
Shalom.
It's a cookie, not a biscuit.
Hello, Nicholas.
Yeah, the Marine Corps made
LPP.
us do a bunch of stupid stuff.
Hey, Ryan. Shalom.
Howdy. Presbyterian.
I thought I'd pop by to say hello and congratulate you there, LPP. I'm friends with your buddy Smokey.
Yeah, congratulations.
I appreciate it. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so-
800. We'll see what happens. The world may end apparently on Saturday. Matt,
Right?
Matt Dillon.
Oh, that was so much fun. I think Harold Camping made the prediction back in May 2011 as I was graduating high school that the world would end. And I thoroughly enjoyed the day of my graduation, watching that clock tick by, only to remember, oh, right, he's a false prophet. And the smile grew larger and larger and larger
Well,
upon
that-
my face.
Did it start out with 1994? Something like that?
Well, he had been making false prophecies for decades by that point, but this was one of the final ones. It made a lot of news. It was something like in May of 2011, the world was going to end. Well, it clearly didn't.
Are you talking about the Mayan calendar thing?
No, Harold Camping.
No, that was 2012.
You said 2011.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like within a year of each other.
Yeah, it
Roughly.
was in close proximity time wise. I
Yeah,
was
which is
I was like some kind of a false Christian at the time, and I thought maybe Harold Camping was right. So then when I woke up and I was still there, I was like, okay, he wasn't right.
Well, I'll be completely honest. The day that they said that the apocalypse was going to happen, or the revelation, or whatever, you know, where we're going to be taken up to heaven, I was drinking a beer with another lady. We're like, we don't know the day or the hour. How are you going to know? They said it was this day in 2012, you know, in April, I think it was. And we were just like, it's not what the Bible says.
Well, when somebody says gives you a date like that, you know that's not the date.
Exactly.
I think Jesus
don't know
actually
the
said
day
that,
or
Chris.
the hour. Like you can't know. Like I can think maybe you can guesstimate within like maybe 6 months, maybe, but I might even be arbitrary, but I don't think so. I don't think we
Yeah.
can really know.
Yeah, we can just kind of tell it's coming, like the branches will be turning green and all that. But the Mayan calendar, that was December, I want to say 2012. I know my friends threw a concert that same night, so I have that poster buried away somewhere, and it has the date on it.
So Nicholas, when it happened in 2012, it was the Mayan calendar, and it was a group of, I can't remember if they're Christians, Jewish, I don't really remember, but they thought they deciphered the Bible based on mathematical principles. And they thought they came up with a date in like June or July or something like that of 2012. And they
Oh
thought
yeah,
that
it was December. I found it here on Wikipedia, December 21st, 2012.
no. There was another one that happened actually in June of
That sounds exactly like William Miller and SDA. What's her name? Ellen G. White.
Ellen White.
That's exactly how they came to their false conclusions.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was, but like I said, you know, this is like,
There was a more recent one. Do you remember the blood moons?
oh yeah.
In
Like
so September of 2016, I believe it was supposed to be another end date.
I believe that one, if I'm right, I think John Hagee said another false date, but that
Yeah.
doesn't shock me. I mean, if you look at the charismatic and Wesleyan holiness movements, they've been notorious for date fixing.
Exactly. And the thing is that the Bible, you know, I always take the Bible as very simplistic and literal. Like the Bible says we won't know the date, so we won't know the date.
Yeah, I was trying to look it up. Wasn't there a Bible verse where Jesus himself said something about if someone tells you about when the time will end to not believe them specifically?
Yes.
Yes.
It's in Mark 13. I'm trying to remember the verse.
Yeah.
It's also Matthew 24. The whole chapter talks about the end time.
Yeah, it talks about you not believing in, you know, people that were talking about, oh, it's going to happen in this.
Oh, here it is.
It's where people
Mark
get
13 verses 32 to 37. But of that day and of that hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels which are in heaven, neither the Son, but the Father. Take ye heed, watch and pray, for ye know not when the time is. For the Son of Man is as a man taking a far journey, who left his house and gave authority to his servants, and to every man his work, and commanded the porter to watch. Watch ye therefore, for ye know not when the master of the house cometh, at evening, or at midnight, or at cock crowing, or in the morning, lest coming suddenly he find you sleeping. And what I say unto you, I say unto all, watch.
Exactly. Like even when some of my friends think that it comes within a month, I'm like, you don't know this. You really don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
you might have like 1% of evidence, but you really don't know.
Well, the only indication he gave was when he talks about the fig tree and when the branches are tender, you know, summer is coming. And that's a very vague indication of like, oh, we see things are progressing, you know? So that's all he says we'll have is like, we'll see that like it's happening. And he must be implying Revelation. He knew Revelation was to come. And we can see that like things are becoming like Revelation, but that's a very loose connection. It's nothing like a specific day or hour.
And we can add Daniel to that.
Interestingly,
We can add Revelation to that. Like, we've got lots of stuff that we can add to that, but we still can't actually pinpoint it. Because people 80 years ago thought that, the end times were coming. In fact, the apostles of Christ thought that it was coming in the time of Nero because of everything that was happening. But we can see today that a lot of the stuff in Revelation could not have happened back then. And during the times of World War I, that kind of stuff couldn't happen. So we've got lots of prophecy that is happening actually now.
to be very plain, the Lord says that he rebuked the Jews for seeing that the sky was red and lowering, and thus being able to predict the weather, but being unable to discern the signs of the times. He did not discern the times of the day. And I will still hang my hat on the quote from J.C. Ryle in his work, The Surprise of Christ's Return. I do not know when Christ will come, he writes. I am no prophet, though I love the subject of prophecy. I dislike date fixing, and I think it has done great harm. I only assert positively that Christ will come again one day in person to set up his kingdom, and that whether the day be near or whether it be far off, it will take the church and the world exceedingly by surprise. Mind you, Ryle died in 1900. Let that sink in for a moment.
Yeah, there is a verse in the Bible. I don't know. I'm not saying that it means anything as far as the eschatology, but it does say that God is faithful to the 1000th generation. We've only had like 150 generations.
I don't think necessarily, though, it's talking about the literal 1000th generation, their jargon. Sometimes 1000 can be representative in the scripture of a very long, if not near infinite period of time.
Yeah, like I said, it doesn't mean that it's going to be 1000 generations, right?
Well, but I'm going to have to actually agree with Jungle Jargon that even if we look at the generations in the Bible, we don't have 1,000 generations. We have like 200.
100, yeah, 150, depending on which
Or something like
generation,
that.
which
Yeah.
lineage you take,
Exactly. I think Jensen says there's 180 or something
Yeah,
like
but
that.
it's not exactly.
I'm talking about from like creation on is what he's talking about. Like after creation,
Right.
I think he only says there's like 100 or something like. There's really not that many generations. Like it's
Right.
much,
I mean,
much
I
shorter
could get like about 150 maybe or something like that, but
Exactly.
it depends which line the genealogical line you take, or which
Well, it depends if you use the Masoretic text or the Septuagint. So
no, because genealogies depends how long people lived and when people were born.
which would be the Masoretic and the Septuagint?
No,
Sep-
I'm saying the actual genealogy depends when your actual ancestors had
Yeah, I know.
had
That's the
children.
Yeah, that's the Septuagint and the Masoretic. Septuagint says that Arphaxad, Salah, and Eber were 135 or 130 years old when they had their children. The Masoretic says that they were 30, 35, 30 years old or whatever. That's what I'm talking about.
Right, but I'm talking about your actual, grandparents and when they had their children and when everybody was born. It depends. I mean, different genealogical lines will have different numbers of ancestors.
Not when it comes to the Bible. You either have the Masoretic or the Septuagint.
Jesse.
But where else are you getting your information? You either have the Masoretic or the Septuagint. Either
No, I'm getting the information from your actual genealogy.
where are you getting the genealogy from?
The genealogy comes from historical documentation of when people were born, when people
From the
lived.
Septuagint or the Masoretic?
No,
I think the big
no,
factor
the
here is that people lived so much longer before the flood that
You
we're
don't
not
get what I'm
necessarily
saying.
we're not
But we're
thinking
not talking
20
about.
or
But we're
40
talking
year
about before the flood.
generations.
I'm asking Jungle. What?
Well, I'm kind of agreeing with you, with you, Jesse, that
No, but listen,
we can only go by the Bible because
Nicholas,
it was so different
listen.
from back then.
Listen, Nicholas. Some people have children when they're 15 or 16. Some people have children when they're 20 or 30, and that makes a difference in the ancestry as to how many generations there are.
He's referring
That's-
to after.
Yeah,
That's all-
sure, Jungle. But I'm asking you, please answer me. Please answer me very plainly. Do you believe in the Masoretic or the Septuagint?
No, I'm not even going back that far. I'm going
But
back.
I am asking you because the thing is that when Noah and his sons got off the ark, you have Arphaxad, you have Salah, you have Eber, you have Peleg. How old were they when they had their sons?
Yeah, I know that, but
But you can't answer.
the one that I was going by the other day when I was talking to was the one. I don't know which one it is, but it's the
We're not
one that
talking about that. I'm asking you in general.
when
In general, do you believe in the Masoretic or the Septuagint? Why can't you answer that?
why do I have to? No, I'm saying
I'm
that
asking in general. In general. Just answer it. Do you believe in the timelines of the Masoretic or do you believe
well,
in
I
the
would think the
timelines of the
Masoretic, but I remember when I said the ages were cut in half with the global flood and cut in half again in the days of Peleg.
No, because you believe
Okay.
something very bizarre about Peleg. I'm asking, do you believe
You're
when it
muddying the
says
waters.
hold on,
You're
Jungle.
muddying the waters.
Jungle.
What did I answered
hold
you?
on.
Didn't I answer you?
No, you did not.
Yeah, I did.
The Masoretic text is that Arphaxad is 35 years old when he had his first patriarchal son that is the line of Christ. All right. In the Septuagint, it says it's 135. Which one do you go by? Very basic, simple question.
I'm guessing the Masoretic, but it's the one. It's because they're
Well, don't both say that
there's
there's
some of the
1,000
texts.
generations?
Some of the texts have the descendants of Noah. They have them at younger lifespans, and there's another one that has an older lifespan.
Okay, so that would be the Septuagint versus the Masoretic. So I'm
Okay,
gonna
which is which?
Okay, so I'm gonna. Okay, so the Masoretic is actually the younger text, meaning with the 100 years, or with the less
With the
100
younger
years,
age.
and the Septuagint was with the older 100 years. So hold on,
The
hold on.
older age.
Let me explain really fast. So how do we decipher? How do we know which one is actually true? Because this 100 years, we have no basis to actually figure out where does this 100 years come from. So hold on. So in First Kings, I think it's 6 something. I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's basically in the first 4 years of Solomon's reign, he started to build the temple of the Lord, and 480 years prior to that is when the Israelites left Egypt. In the Septuagint, it's 440 years. In the Masoretic, it's 480 years. When did the Israelites leave Egypt? When was the Exodus? And if you really think about that, the Exodus is when they physically left Egypt. So in the Septuagint, when it says it's 480 years, they're actually adding on the 40 years of them wandering in the desert, which is not in Egypt, it's outside of Egypt. So we can actually see that the Septuagint is actually an outside perspective. So when we go back to Arphaxad, Salah, Eber, all the rest of the first 6 patriarchs we actually have ages for.
What were the ages?
They were private interpretations in the Septuagint. But in the
What were the
Masoretic,
ages then? In the Masoretic, what were the ages?
30, 35, something like that. And
Yeah,
let me
I
ask
mean,
you
when they died.
please.
No, it's not when they died. The
I
ages
know,
that are,
I know,
but it has
but
nothing to do with when they died. It had to do
But
with
I
when
want
they
to
gave
know how long they lived.
I just want to
480,
establish the King
460,
James. The King,
450. Hold on, Nicholas. The thing is, they lived 450, 480, 460. That's irrelevant. It has to do with when they had their son that was the patriarchal line.
No, but it has something to do with the lifespan of the person, and because it was
No,
cut
it
in half in
doesn't.
the days of
No, it doesn't. Because the thing is, why would you wait 100 years before you had sex with your wife? I'm just being totally blunt.
basically, and
Like,
250 years
well, seriously, if you
in
have,
the days of in the days of Peleg.
why would you wait 100 years to have sex with your wife? I'm just being totally blunt.
No, I'm not.
Like,
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about just the age of the person, lifespan of the person.
but it has
How,
nothing to
how is
do
all
that.
this relevant to the end time stuff?
I don't know, but I just wanted to address the King James agrees with the Masoretic apparently, right? Because I'm seeing
Yes, it does.
Eber lived 4 and 30 years and begat Peleg, for example. So this seems to be one of the ones you're mentioning.
You're correct there, Nicholas. The authorized version is based off of the Second Rabbinic Bible. That's the Masoretic text.
Well, they were 30, they were 35, they were 30 years old. You know, they were not 135, which the Septuagint says, which doesn't make any sense because if you look at their lines, like how many sons they had, especially from Shem, doesn't make any sense. Like, why would they wait 100 years to have sex with their wife? Like, I'm just being totally blunt. Like, 100 years. You're thinking of a century. 100 years doesn't make any sense. So anybody that believes in, you know, they were 135 years or they were 125 years old,
But
doesn't
that
make any
doesn't
sense.
even affect the numbers of generations, though, Jesse.
It's not the effect of generations. I'm thinking about logically.
I'm
Logically,
talking about.
Jungle. Hold on,
I was
hold on.
talking about the number of generations
Yeah,
between.
but look at First Kings 6 something or whatever when it says how many years they were out of Israel or out of Egypt. Sorry, it says 440. Why is it that the Masoretic says 480 and the Septuagint says 440?
I don't even know what a Septuagint is. What is that?
Septuagint is actually
translation.
it's a later translation from the Greek because the Greeks believed in an older Earth, not the old Earth like we do today, but they didn't believe in a young Earth.
What's the Greeks have to do with the Old Testament?
Well, they don't.
Because
the
the
LXX
no,
is
not
just-
the Old Testament. The New Testament is written in Greek.
Right.
The
Yeah,
LXX is simply, to put it in its most simple terms, a Greek translation of the Old Testament.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Now that is being
No,
very
no.
simplistic.
No, because the New Testament actually references Old Testament stuff in Greek. And it does talk about Old Testament stuff, meaning it actually has old ages. That's where people get very confused. Those that translated into the Greek, there were a couple that translated into old timelines because the Greek were believing in an old Earth, meaning prior to the flood, not billions of years like these idiots believe now, but
So nice.
all right.
I've been trying to think of a funny way of kind of poking fun at what history nerds like to talk about.
I'm a
Nick,
history nerd. Poke
saying.
fun. Poke
But the-
fun. I want to hear
But
it.
I was talking about the number of generations, and it doesn't when
Yeah, but
the kid was born doesn't affect
but-
the number of generations.
Well, the thing is that it does because I don't know how many. Okay, so do you believe that they were 30, 35 when they had their children? Arphaxad, Salah, Eber, Peleg. Do you
But
believe that they
that
were?
doesn't affect the number of generations.
Yes,
though.
it does. It affects it big
How so?
time.
How
If
so?
I
Because
may
if
say-
they were 135, 130, their generations would push them 400 years in the future.
But the number of generations would stay the same.
No, it wouldn't. It would actually almost triple it.
No, I'm talking about
Yes,
the
it would.
number of
Yes,
generation. I'm talking
I'm talking.
about.
What is a generation, Jungle?
I'm talking father to son, father.
I'm
Your
at
genealogy, father to
yes.
son, father
Is
to
it
son.
20 years? Is it 30 years? Give me a
It
generation.
depends. It depends how
No,
old your father was when you were born. That's what
but
I'm
we're
trying to
talking,
say.
but we're talking about generations over thousands of years. Give me a general number because that's what historians do and that's what archaeologists do. Give me a general number.
It
You
it
can't.
changes throughout history. It used
When
to
does
be people had kids when they were 15, 16, or 16, 18, 19,
No,
whatever.
that's not true. We can have kids when
Today,
we're gonna have we can have kids when we're 12 years old today.
but
Then
exactly. And
we couldn't have
sometimes they
kids
have
until.
kids when they're 30 or
Earlier than we did.
40.
But
But
back then we
but
couldn't have kids until we were 20,
but
if not
there's an
later.
actual history. There's an actual
No,
history
there
of
isn't.
when your ancestors were born. Uh,
Okay, if there is, then how old was Arphaxad when he had his son?
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about your actual
How
genealogy going back.
No, I'm asking you because you go by
That's
the Bible, right? How old was
that's why I
Arphaxad?
said it depends. It's about
No.
150
Jungle,
generations, depending which line you
Like
take.
talking to John.
But
Well,
the
look,
thing
y'all.
is,
I just wanted to say hey to LPP and congratulate him. I'll be out of here.
yeah,
Y'all take care of you.
It's this is kind of an irrelevant discussion anyway.
Yeah, if it's less than 1,000, I think we're good.
Well, then why'd you bring it up? Like, if it's irrelevant, why are you bringing it up to argue it?
No, I wasn't arguing. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
it
I
seems
was
like
just saying
Jesse's
my generations. I have generations with all the names of all the people between me and Noah and Adam and Eve, and it's about 150 last time I checked. Depending on which
150
genealogy,
years?
depending on generations, depending on which genealogical line that I take, will affect the outcome of the number of generations. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. That's all I was trying to say.
But that's kind of irrelevant because the thing is that it depends on how old they were. How old do you think that Japheth was when he died?
It
I'm asking you.
It
Yes,
doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It
It
doesn't
does matter.
affect the number of generations.
Yes,
the
it
number
does.
of
How many children did he have?
No, the number of generations in your
Nope.
your
How many?
particular
How many?
genealogy. It
Nope.
will
How
not
many?
affect your genealogy. The number
Yes,
of
it
generations
does.
between.
It does matter because the
Unless,
thing is, I
unless
have Jungle. I have cousins that
because
are
you have
near. Hold on, listen to me. I have
you have
cousins that
multiple lines
are
of
Jungle.
genealogies too.
Jungle.
Jungle, talk, Jungle. It's your turn.
I
It's
have
gotta be your turn.
cousins. I
Can
have
we move to
cousins
a
that are
2 minute
near my age.
Can we move to 2 minute increments where we let Jungle talk for 2 minutes?
That's okay. It's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, please. This is
Jesse, go ahead. Go ahead.
He already did talk for 2 minutes.
Hold on. All right, Jungle, your turn. 2 minutes.
I know. They hardly let me talk. I know. Okay, go ahead, Jesse. Well, thanks, Iger.
I wanted to bring up Isaac Newton.
It's like, golly, yeah, it really doesn't matter. You guys are beating a dead horse.
Yeah. Well, it's fascinating. And Jungle, what
It
you're
is
saying
fascinating,
actually piqued
but
an interest.
I would
Igor,
like
can
to
you hear me?
go, but I already get what he's saying. He's saying,
If you can hear me or not?
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. We were kind of both talking. I was make sure if you could hear me as well.
Go ahead, bro.
No, you. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh yeah, Jungle saying like for me and Jungle, we have different generations because my parents might have had me when they were 19, as opposed to his parents that might have had him when he was 40, and so on and so forth. So our generations going back that far are different, and that's what that's his point.
It's
And
going to affect the number of generations, right?
There's two different genealogies where it's where they had added with the Maceronic test or the Septuagint, and then there's and obviously the Maceronic test seems to be more accurate. It was older. It's from like let me
But
see.
it won't affect the number of generations in your genealogy, though.
Well, yeah, and we're all gonna have different amount of generations in our genealogy at this day and age because some of our parents had us when we were 19,
But
some of our parents had us when we were 40. So it's gonna.
but we have thousands of different genealogical lines. So depending on which one you're following is going to have a different number of generations.
Right. If you're following your father's line versus your mother's line, and their father's line versus their mother's line, and then so on and so forth. So
Right, or their
I get what you're
your
saying 100%.
your father
This
and,
day and
and
age,
his mother and her father and there's thousands of different lines.
right. And I understand that, and I think everybody understands that. But Jesse wants to focus on the Messianic versus the Septuagint.
Masoretic
I think we can all agree that the Masoretic seems to be more accurate than the Septuagint because it
Yeah, the
predates.
Septuagint would be a Greek translation, and they were like outside of the loop or something.
They were following fallen angels at the time, worshiping Zeus and all these other entities.
Could be.
I wanted to talk about Isaac Newton.
Oh, that guy, he's a Freemason, bro. He wrote that book. And plus, he came up with the theory of gravity where an apple fell on his head and whoop, here's gravity. Apples fall on heads. So there's. Oh, sorry, I went off topic there. I don't even want to get into
Talk about it, how he's often kind of misrepresented about the whole end time.
Oh, he did write an interesting book where he decoded the Bible or whatnot, right? Tell us about that, Joe.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of atheists try to claim that he was an idiot because he tried to predict the end of the world as well, and he was in alchemy, typical atheist apologetic crap. And the thing that is, I read his Politicus book itself, and it's really awesome stuff. It's freaking huge. The English translation is it's not real English; it's hard to read. But yeah, he's just totally misrepresented. He's mocking. He mocked those that tried to make end time predictions. He made his own little scientific calculation of it, whatever. It was supposed to be between like 2016 and 2060 or something like that. But the very end part of it that nobody seems to relay is that he says, quote, "This I mention not to assert when the time of the end shall be, but to put a stop to the rash conjectures of fanciful men who are frequently predicting the time of the end, and by doing so bring the sacred prophecies into discredit as often as their predictions fail." So I just wanted to.
That's
kind of
good.
correct. Yeah.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah, I don't like Newton at all, but for personal reasons. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna get into them today.
Said get down.
So Jesse, did you understand what I'm saying? I was trying to say.
I think we all understand, John. Go, please don't bring it back up again. Let's talk about Isaac Newton again.
No, people don't want to talk about history.
We can start talking about the breakup of the continents 100 years after.
No, we don't
There's
want
talking about history, and then there's
just get
talking
pissed.
about history.
Yeah. The thing is, most people don't want to talk about history. So,
No, I love
no
history.
offense.
History squared.
I actually do appreciate the fact that you brought up the Septuagint and the Masoretic because most of us did not know what you were talking about, and now I get a basic gist of it. So thanks for bringing that up. But it was.
Well, Iger, I'll tell you this. So with the beginning, when it talks about like the 100 years added on, just look at First Kings. I think it's 6.
Right.
When it talks about how
do you
long
want
the
to,
Israelites were out.
Do you think the Masoretic text is better, or do you hold to the Septuagint?
So let me explain.
It's
So
a simple A/B choice. Like which one you like better, which one you think is more trustworthy.
I will explain. All right. So I'm not one to like hold to one or the other, but what you need to do is you need to compare the two, right? So when
One was written in 285 BC, and the other one was.
Iger, hold on. Let me explain before you cut me off.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hold on. Okay. So when it gives the extra 100 years on to the first 6 patriarchs, we have nothing to compare it to. Like, where do they get it from, right? But when you go to First Kings, I think it's 6. I can't remember the exact scripture, whatever, but it says in the 4th year of Solomon's reign, it was 480 years before that the Israelites had their exodus. In the Masoretic, it says 480, and in the Septuagint, it says 440. So when you're looking in Genesis and when it's talking about these 100 years, we can't figure out where this disparity comes from. Meaning, if you're just looking at it logically, where does this 100 years come from? We can't figure out this disparity. But in 1 Kings 6, 40 years makes sense. Meaning it's a private interpretation. Meaning whoever was writing this in the New Testament thought that when the Exodus happened is when the conquest happened with Joshua. After Moses had died, after the 40 years of wandering in the desert.
So did a Greek translator screw up, or did one of the actual epistles screw up?
Well, what they did is they were actually trying to cater to the Greeks because the Greeks believed in an older Earth.
So you like which one you like better?
read.
You like the Masoretic text or the Septuagint?
Read both of them. I'm not trying to say don't read either one. I'm saying read both and compare both of them, because when I compare Genesis to the Septuagint, I see these 100 years, and quite frankly, I was confused. I didn't know where to figure out the disparity. Where are they getting this disparity from? You know,
They might have not had a, they might have not had enough people at that time. So maybe people were single for a long time. Who knows? I don't know.
No, it has nothing to do with that. The thing is that it's either God's word or it is not.
So which one you like better again? It's Masoretic.
Masoretic.
Fact or it's the
Masoretic. Okay. And which one does Jungle like better?
we
Masoretic.
want to know what the fact
Okay, good.
is.
So,
We
so
want
you
to know what the actual fact is. What the
Hold on,
actual.
hold on. So Iger, the
Why does
reason
this matter so much?
Yeah, because people they have a big issue with it because it adds an extra 400 years onto creation and when the flood is or whatever,
Okay.
But I will tell you, Iger. So what actually got me on it was reading 1 Kings 6 when it said 440 and 480 between Septuagint and the Masoretic. When I was reading Genesis and it was 100 years, I couldn't find the definition for why they had these 100 years. But when I read in 1 Kings 6, I'm like, 40 years, that makes sense. That was the 40 years that they wandered in the desert. That means it was a private interpretation when they thought they exited Egypt. But God says multiple times in the Bible, when I brought you out of Egypt, not when you got to do your conquest after Moses and all the people made their mistakes 40 years later. That's the reason why I believe in the Masoretic. Has nothing to
Yeah.
do with some kind of like spiritual thing or whatever. It's
Yeah, my dad was actually telling me something about that 400 years. Yeah.
yeah. So because the Masoretic says 480 and the Septuagint says 440. So where's that 40-year disparity come from? Kind of makes
Yeah.
sense, Either
Yeah.
they're wandering the desert, or that's the reason why I say that the Masoretic is inspired and the Septuagint is man-made. But I'm also the type that will say that read everything and compare it. The Bible does not contradict itself.
Yeah, that was the bigger question then. Which ones did the apostles use?
Well, the apostles actually did use the Septuagint. Yeah, because there's actually quotes from the Septuagint.
Well,
but the thing is that it has to do with timelines and not salvation.
That's what was used. But I've also heard that there's Hebrew equivalents to the Gospels written in Hebrew.
Oh, there probably was. Absolutely. The main part of the Gospels and everything after Christ was basically written. I think there was 2 actually languages in the Old Testament. 2 books that were written in another language, but the rest of them were all written in Hebrew. The New Testament languages were Greek and I think one other.
Arabic.
Maybe Arabic or
Yeah.
maybe
Aramaic. Same.
Aramaic.
yeah, it's Aramaic, what Joel's wife said.
Aramaic is
This is Joel.
like a derivative of Hebrew or something.
It really is. Have you seen the Moses controversy?
No.
I've heard you mention it, but I have not. You said it's a movie, right?
It's a movie. It's on Amazon Prime, and he also does the Patterns of Evidence, the Exodus. Watch it. It's absolutely amazing. It is a really great job on finding the original Hebrew. So the original Hebrew that we have, and of course, I love how Ramat puts it that they have linguistically hijacked it. It's called Proto-Sinai. Sinai, Proto-Sinai. I can't pronounce the word. It's Hebrew, basically Hebrew, but they linguistically hijack it and they call it Proto-Sinaitic instead of Hebrew, but it's Hebrew, and they've dated it to 1800 BC.
Proto-Sinai.
Sinaitic.
Hey, I just want to tell everybody good night. I already fell asleep, so I'm gonna do it again.
Yeah, Chris.
Normally, you go to
Okay.
George walks his dog.
Yeah, when George walks his dogs by bedtime normally.
exactly.
Somebody in the chat, Mitchell, good night, buddy. He said talk about soft sore tissue. I'd love to do that, but I'm sleepy. Good night.
Good night, Chris.
Good night, Chris.
Yeah, it's funny because Doki just mentioned in the side chat, 480 years puts the day of the Exodus for the Patterns of Evidence. So when I was talking earlier about all historians actually agree on the date, and I'm talking about secular, non-secular, agnostic, atheist, the date of Solomon is 970 BC. Within 1 year, I think I've seen.
970 for what? The Solomon
When Solomon began to reign.
when it began to rain. Okay.
Yeah, when he began to reign. So in the 4th year of Solomon's reign is when he began to build the temple of the Lord. In the Bible, that's when it says it was 480 years before that they exited Egypt. Now, I'm the one that's going to believe that they was when they actually left the land of Egypt, not the 40 years of wandering, like in the Septuagint.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you just add or minus, however you want to do it, 480 years to 970, right? That gives you 1450. Moses was 80 years old when the Exodus happened. So add another 80 years. Now, the best reference I've got, and I have not found another reference, and if you guys find it, email me. I would love to see it. But the only reference I found is that there were 64 years between the death of Joseph and the birth of Moses. Now, this is not a patriarchal line. This is not a genealogy. Because Joseph is not in the genealogy. It's actually Judah, his brother, Judah. And Moses is not in the genealogy. So
I think they were.
No, they're not. No, Judah's in the patriarchal line. And Moses is not in the patriarchal line.
Oh, they're still mentioned in some other genealogy, but not the Christ.
Yeah, exactly. The seed of Christ is not Moses and is not Joseph, right?
Gotcha.
Okay, so Moses was 80, minus 80 years, his birth. The best reference I have says that there's 64 years between Moses and the death of Joseph. In the Bible, it says that Joseph was 110 years old when he died. So 80 minus another 64, and then minus another 110 years. Now, I did the math between our FACSID to the date that Joseph actually became a vizier, meaning the second-hand man to Pharaoh. He was 30. It was 630 years, so minus 30 years. 600 years before that, there's the flood. It's actually 2300 BC.
Cool.
Yeah.
Science.
It's not science. It's not science.
2300?
Yeah, 2300 BC. And then
You just trace the evidence. That's science to me.
okay, that would actually
Yeah,
make a lot
science
of
is what
sense.
you can know. Science is what you can verify.
Well, but history is not science.
It can be.
If you can verify it, it's what you can know. Science is what you can know.
You know what's really interesting, Jungle, is I found these Egyptologists that, like I said earlier, they're agnostic. They don't even believe in God. But they know that the Exodus happened in 1450 BC, which I just told you, minus, Moses' years, all these years, they actually do believe that this is the contemporary date, which is the contemporary date. A lot of Egyptologists now don't believe that, but they do. They believe it was in 1450, and they believe that all of Egypt's history is actually been like hijacked, basically. Like you need to shift all of it forward like 600 years. And all of it actually, when they do that, it actually all lines up with biblical chronology.
Yeah,
My
because they
second
were
favorite.
Go ahead.
they were measuring the genealogies wrong in the Egyptologists or whatever.
No, what they did was there's only two pharaohs or maybe three pharaohs mentioned in the Bible, in the Old Testament. First is Shishak. Shishak. Yeah, thank you. Well, the one that they connect him to is Shishak. And his name is Shishak the First. And he actually reigned 150 years after the time that the Bible says that he actually did. Basically, he raided Solomon's temple. He grabbed all his loot, all his boot, all that kind of stuff, right? He reigned 150 years after that. And the only reason they even connected him is because of the similarity of the name. So what they did was they connected all of history. They synchronized history with this Shishak and Shashank or whatever, this pharaoh's name. And then they go back and they look in 1250 BC and they don't find an Exodus because they're looking at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Because the Shishak of the Bible or Shishak or whatever is actually Tutmosis III, who reigned, if you Google it right now, reigned in 1450 BC. He's actually the one that reigned in 930, 920 BC.
So that's why they say there's no Exodus.
Exactly.
The scholars.
Exactly. And the other thing is, Jungle, if you look at when they say, because they'll use their evidence and they'll use the Bible to confirm Shishak and Shashank or whatever, but then they'll bring it backwards and then say, oh, well, the Bible's not true because they can't find the Exodus because they're using a name as a reference. No evidence whatsoever. The most wealthy pharaoh in Egyptian history is Tutmosis III. Solomon is known to be the most wealthy emperor ever that we've known. So if a pharaoh actually raided his temple and got all his gold, we should see a pharaoh in Egypt that has the most wealthy reign. It's actually Tutmosis III. And we actually found a seal of him, seal of Tutmosis III in the temple. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
This conversation's reminding me of a gentleman that I knew back when I was in high school. And I wasn't really all that big of a believer back then, but he ran a television show on the local Christian TV news network thingy, whatever it's called, back in Houston. And there's one day where he was doing some sort of thing, whatever, some radio TV broadcast tower thing, right? And we were stuck there for like the entire day, like 8 or 10 hours. And he sat there, he opened the Bible, and he went back and forth through every single book of the Bible, the books of Kings, Daniel, Revelation. He went throughout the entire Bible, connecting the dots to everything in history, like you're talking about. It's just right there in a little table in this little shack in the middle of nowhere. It's crazy.
And I bet you didn't understand any of it.
No. I understood some of it.
I'm being a jerk because last time I explained Egypt's history, you were like, you should have just talked to me about rocket science.
I don't think people have.
The fact that he could connect those dots was amazing.
I'm kidding, Joel. I'm being a jerk.
So how does Usher's timeline line up with what you just said, Jesse? Is he off or is he on?
Usher.
Usher's timeline is.
Give me something that would link him with.
Doesn't he say it was like the flood was 4,400 years ago or something like that? You know whom I'm talking about, right? Usher, who
Is it in the Bible?
No, Usher was like a pope or bishop or something, buddy.
Oh no, I have no idea what
He
you're talking about.
he got the age of the earth. He calibrated the age of the earth. Or I mean, age of the the history since Adam and Eve. And
Well, what
he's
do
the
you know what his
person
marker
most
was?
people go by Usher, his calibrations or his calculations of the age of the earth. Yeah.
Sure, but what was his calculation? What was his marker?
That's I haven't looked into it, but he says that the flood was like 14. I mean,
Yeah, 44.
4,400. Yeah, 4,400 years ago, or
So I've heard that. So the only question that I ever have to somebody is just look up the date of Solomon's reign. Like atheists always come at us with, there's
or
all
it was 40. It
the-
was 4,350
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah, in my history presentation, I actually said that, creationists believe between 2650 to 2350 or 2250 for the flood. And BC is what I'm talking about.
BC. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Just look that
And
up.
yeah, and I honestly, that's fine. You can believe what you want, but what I want to ask is, based on the recent historical stuff that I've done, if no historian, and I'm talking about agnostic, secular, atheist, doesn't matter, all historians agree on the date of Solomon within 1 year, 970 to 971. God says that before that was 480 years. Abraham was 80. You minus all these
But
years, you really can't get beyond that. And I've
but
come to the
there's
state. Go ahead.
there's other markers that you can line up the events, like the lunar calendar, the
Well, but we're
sev-
talking about the Bible. I'm not talking about lunar calendars. I'm talking about the Bible. The Bible says that in the 4th year of Solomon's reign, it was 480 years.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's other markers
But
as
Jungle,
to
but
the
answer me this. Was it 480 years or was it not?
No, I'm saying you're probably right, but there's other events that need
Yes.
to line up somehow.
But would they have to line up with the
I
Bible?
mean,
Here's the
the
thing is
study.
that I know.
No, I'm just saying the
and
study of
I
the
know.
is pretty intense, pretty complex.
It's not intense and it's not complex. Here's
I
the thing.
mean,
Hold on. Please forgive me. But the thing is that the Bible is my foundation. When I look at history, I don't use history to determine the Bible. I use the Bible to
right,
determine
but
history.
there's other markers though, as
But
far
no,
as
there is
when
not. It
things
is
happened.
no, there is
I'm
not.
I'm not calling into question what your conclusion is. I'm just saying that they probably would line up too. So I mean, because depending on how you look at it, things
But
will line up.
what discredits the fact that in the 4th year of Solomon's reign, the Israelites were 480 years out of Egypt.
No, I think you're probably right as far as I can tell, because my father was saying the same thing about the 400 extra years or something like that.
Yeah. Okay, so and then let's go back further. We know that the Exodus was when they left Egypt.
I
Moses.
got a quick question.
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead.
So what are you saying? The flood was about 4,000 years ago then, or
No,
5,000?
2300 exactly.
2,300 exactly.
Because I like saying the flood was about 4,400 years ago. Most atheists don't even believe in the flood. So
True.
right. So I find this conversation, and I'm kind of enjoying it. But I'm not as well versed in the Bible, I guess. But
Okay.
right.
Are you good at math?
Yeah, you said 2,300.
I'm very bad at math. So can I give you some math really fast?
2,300 plus 2020.
No.
So
970.
2,000 years ago. So yeah.
No, wait, Iger, hold on. I'm terrible at math. 970 plus 480.
Right?
970 plus 480. What is that?
No. You said the flood was about 23. When was the flood again? About when?
No. But I'm taking it from
1,450. Einstein said that whatever your problems in math, he assured you that his was worse.
No. Oh, all right. Well,
Yeah,
Jesse,
but
when did you
Iger.
say the flood was. You gave a
No,
year.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking. Okay, so
I'm not asking you to ask me something. I'm asking you to answer. When did you say the flood was?
2300.
Okay, so 2300 plus 2000 is 4300 years ago, plus 20 years.
Boy,
So
wait, where are you getting all these?
4,300
Whoa! Where are
But
you
you're
getting all these pluses?
20. You're saying 2300 BC is when the flood happened.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so we're in the year 2020. So add 2,000 years to 23 BC. That's about 4,300 years, 320 years ago. And then, that lines up.
No, you don't add today to the date of the flood. You add today to the date of creation.
You're saying the flood happened in 2300 BC. That's all. Thank
Yes.
you. I already got it in my head. The flood was
Yes, but you can't add 2020 to the
43,000.
date of the flood. You have to add 2020 to the date of creation.
I'm actually gonna be because I find the
Yeah.
conversation very interesting, but you guys are
Because
arguing about the same. You guys are
well,
beating a dead horse.
but the
But I
thing
enjoy
with
listening to you guys. This is very
the
interesting.
before the flood is exactly 1,656 years.
Exactly. So you're trying to add 2020 to the flood when you need to add that to the creation date. Just what Jungle said. You're trying to add an arbitrary date on a weird position.
Right, because it's 2020 years. Because you said 2300 BC is when the flood happened.
Yeah, but that's the flood. But we're not talking about what Adam and
I was
Eve
just
weren't
curious.
right before
I
the
was just
flood.
curious when the flood was at. That was my question.
Huh? Go ahead.
I was curious when the flood was, and you said 2300 BC.
Yes, but when was the creation?
It was like 1400 years before that. 1500 years.
1656, which is what Jungle
Okay,
said.
okay.
So
16.
therefore, if we try to look at the age of the Earth, we add 2020 to it, which is what Jungle Jargon said.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in agreement with all that, and I was
Okay.
just curious.
Yeah. So
I get it,
when
but,
we talk about the flood,
I'll let you guys carry on because you and Jungle are more well versed on these topics than I am. I'm kind of coming
know.
from a different angle, but I agree with you guys. Evolution is stupid. The Big Bang is dumb. There's no way this Earth is 4 billion years old. You guys are arguing over 400 years, which is very interesting to me because you barely ever get to. Most of the arguments are: is the Earth about 6,000 years old or 4 billion years old? So I'm enjoying listening to you guys and getting some insight. But
right, it's such a dichotomy, right? Like
Right. So, but
like you hear 4 billion years, you hear 6,000. Like
right, and
that's all you get.
but I've been saying the Earth is about 6,000 years old. If you look at the Jewish calendar, I think it's 5,780 years old. If you could just Google how old is the Jewish calendar, and it comes right up, 5,780 years old. But so I like to say about 6,000 BC because who knows what was lost in the Dark Ages or bad history or little atheists writing it a couple years here and there. So it's very interesting conversation you guys are having. But I'm gonna say goodnight to you guys, and I'll just stop. All right.
All right.
God bless y'all. This is
Okay.
Good night, Iger.
You guys are doing a great job, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
Hey, Iger, before you leave, don't leave yet. So, with my calculation from Solomon's reign, which means, like I said, agnostics, atheists, Christians all agree on this date. The Earth's date is actually like 5,079 years.
Right, and for me that makes very little difference if you Google up the Jewish calendar, it's 5,780, and you just said what?
Yeah, exactly.
What did you say?
They're all about 6,000 years.
What did you say?
Chinese, Jewish.
Wait. What did you say just now?
5,966 or 76.
9,000.
No,
I'm sorry, 5,000.
5,976. Like
So you're adding 16 years to what you, if you just Google up how old is the Hebrew calendar. And
Exactly.
look
I'm
that
actually
up.
missing 8
You're
years
adding 19
because
years, and to me that makes
yeah.
very difference in the world we live in today, where people think they come from fish and frogs or whatever they freaking think they come from meteor that landed on Earth and brought life. Who knows what the kids
Yeah,
are being
but
taught
they
nowadays.
believe there's like hundreds of millions of years
The,
and
the
we're
more
off by
important,
like
the more
a
important fact is
decade.
that God is
Oh,
real.
we could
And the
have.
Bible is pretty accurate. It's the most accurate history book that we have, and that's my main focus and that's my main concern. I'm not here to argue over 5 or 6 years. You know what I mean? There's a bigger fish to fry. So with that,
We could
I'll
have
Love
another.
it, Iger.
yeah,
Love
I'll
it,
say the
Iger.
serenity prayer for everybody in the chat. God, please grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the strength to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And this is for any atheist in the chat. This is known as the sinner's prayer. It's, dear Lord Jesus, I know that I'm a sinner, and I ask for your forgiveness. I believe you died for my sins and rose from the dead. I turn from my sins and invite you to come into my heart and life. I want to trust you as my Lord and Savior. Amen. God bless y'all.
Amen.
Good night, Iger.
So that means we can have another prediction of the end of the world when we get to 6,000 years, right?
I don't know. Actually, Jungle, that's a great question because I mean, is it 10,000 years? Is it more? I mean, I do personally believe that we're in the end times and you know, but we can't actually know.
But we can't predict it.
Exactly. Like, it was actually kind of funny. I was actually reading an article that was trying to debunk Jesus, basically that he didn't live, he couldn't have been there or whatever, based on the fact that he was a Nazarite, he was in Egypt, he was in Bethlehem, all that kind of stuff. And I'm like,
It was a Nazarite or a Nazarene.
exactly. And they didn't look at any of those details and it's like, and then you're going to try to debunk Revelation when even those who wrote about Jesus didn't even fully understand what they were writing about. And yet, in retrospect, we can see it, 2020, we can go back and we can look at it and we can see, okay, this actually lines up with this. This actually lines up with this. And then they want to try to say, oh, well, Revelation actually, none of this is actually happening.
I still hear people saying that he was a Nazarite, but I'm trying to figure it out where that, trying to figure out which is which, which is right.
Well, I mean, he was in Bethlehem and then he went to Egypt and then, I mean, I don't know.
Some sources I think say he was a Nazarite. I mean, yeah,
That's
Nazarite,
true
but
because he was supposed to be born as a Nazarite like Samson, actually. Because Samson, it wasn't Samson born a Nazarite or supposed to be a Nazarite?
yeah, Samson was a Nazarite, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And he's supposed to be born not necessarily on Samson, but in that order, like the Nazarite order, because Samson's mother gave him up to the Nazarite order, kind of like the Levites or whatever.
Yeah.
Man, I'm trying to think of the
Yeah,
story.
like Samuel was given up too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, and I read a post a long time ago that talked about how confusing Jesus's birth was. Like they couldn't really predict it. I mean, they knew he was going to be the savior. They knew he was going to be generally here, but they didn't know where. And
Yeah.
they argue, was he going to be a Nazarite? Was he going to be in Egypt? Was he going to be here? Was he going to be this? Was he going to be a Levite? Was he going to be a part of the tribe of Dan?
Because out of
And
Egypt says out of Egypt I did call my son.
yeah, exactly. But it also says that he's going to be the line of David,
Yeah.
right? So I guess why I'm referencing that is because the Antichrist has the same thing. We don't know where he's going to come from. It says the line of this, it says the line of this, it says he's going to come from the east, but we really don't know. And in retrospect, we will know. But right now, we don't. Same thing with prior to Jesus's birth. They didn't know. They were confused.
Yeah.
They said this, they said this, they argued about it, you know.
But then the gospel clarifies that it was because he went to Egypt and then came out of Egypt
Only in retrospect.
in retrospect. Yeah.
Yeah, only in retrospect. Not during the time, because that's not what they were taught.
Right. They didn't know if he was coming on the clouds or on a donkey.
Exactly. Exactly. And it was only in retrospect. And, you know, it kind of makes me curious about the Antichrist because we have all these theories. It says from the east. Well, where's the east? Does it actually mean from Jerusalem or does it actually mean from where we are in America? And you're not in America. I know you're in Africa, but
No, I'm in America.
but you were born in Africa, right?
No, I was raised in South America.
South America. Why did I think it was Africa?
I talk a lot about Africa.
Maybe that's
African
why.
genome.
Man, that's why. My bad. I'm so sorry. I thought you were actually born in Africa.
I was born in Illinois,
Oh, okay.
but I was raised on the Amazon River.
Gotcha. Gotcha. But
Mhm.
but if you think about stuff, you know, when we look at it in retrospect, like, you know, in the future, we always see where, I don't know, information leads up to it or whatever. But with the Bible, we can actually very much see that. And with Revelation, we can't see anything. Like, we have
Right,
all kinds of theories and
that's why I don't like eschatology discussions too much, about what's going to happen when and everything.
what did you say? Eschatology? Is that what it's called?
Epistemology.
Es-
Epistemology, study of knowledge.
What is it? No, eschatology is the end time study.
Oh, sorry.
Eschatology. Yeah, I don't do that kind of stuff. I just, you know.
That's why I wanted to quote my second favorite Bible verse like 2 hours ago. You guys are talking about this stuff.
Okay, Joel, give me your second favorite.
This is what the
Bible
Lord
verse.
says. He who made the earth, the Lord who formed it and established it, the Lord is his name. Call to me, and I will answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. Jeremiah 33, 2-3.
Verse 3, yeah.
Science.
I love it. I love
Ask
it.
God, he tells us. All these
He
crazy-
does, but the thing is, you have to listen.
Yep.
Joel,
Oh
tell
my
me,
gosh, you're right.
Joel, how many times have you not listened to God?
Too much.
Too much. Yeah, me too.
Hold on.
Hey, Joel, just curious. What years did you serve?
94 to 99.
Well, shit, you're older than me. Okay, so I was in 2002.
Yeah. You remind me of another quote I have to read now. It says, I love to think of nature as an unlimited broadcasting station through which God speaks to us every hour. If we only tune in. This is George Washington Carver. Yes.
I love that. That's amazing. I can hear your wife. Is it okay? Can you give me a nickname for her or something? Because I want
Well,
to say
Dookie
hi.
calls her Mrs. Joel now.
Mrs. Joel, can I call her Mrs. Joel?
I'm good with that.
Hi, Mrs. Joel.
Hello.
Hello. Ah,
I served at 82 to 86.
in the Army, right, Jungle?
Army, in the Army, regular
Yeah,
Army.
you both are pussies. So
What?
sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. I
Yeah.
mean, you know, the Marine Corps.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
I-
To break it to you boys.
We understand.
Yeah, I didn't want to. I thought they were just too little bit extreme, like you said, raking the sand and stuff. That
Oh,
was a little bit too extreme to me.
You guys are totally gonna laugh because my mother, the most like passive woman in the whole world, told someone one day, "Yeah, my daughter was in the was in the Marine Corps, and it was the men's department of the Navy." I couldn't believe it. She actually had the bravery to say that. I died laughing. I was like,
Department.
"Mom,
The men's department were
the men's department of the Navy, the
Oh, the
Marine
Navy.
Corps."
Navy, don't be blue. Tinkerbell is a fairy too. Yeah.
Did you hear Mr. Joel?
No, Mrs. Joel, you got to speak louder.
I said Navy, don't be blue. Tinkerbell was a fairy too.
That reminds me. Were you able to join the Strictly Veterans Facebook group I sent you?
No, I didn't even look at it. Mrs. Joel, Mrs. Joel, let me tell you, this is what my mom said. My daughter was a part of the men's department.
Yes.
in
We
the
were,
Navy.
Mighty cute.
but yeah, all that rivalry is in that channel, that Facebook channel.
Oh, it's big time. Oh my gosh, at my college, it's so big.
Just don't bring up the Coast Guard.
Oh yeah, don't bring. But they're the unicorns.
Yeah, I have.
Little
My
pirate.
uncle was in Coast Guard.
But they're the unicorns. Like I was at my lounge, I was working there, and a Coast Guard guy showed up, and I was like, the unicorn showed up. We have a unicorn. We come and talk to him.
Yeah, George Bond's asking to bring up so India sent some satellites, some lunar observatory satellites, and so now they found rust on the poles of the moon. And guess what rust needs to form?
Oxygen.
Water
Yep, water and iron and oxygen.
and oxygen. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
George is-
I'm not entirely sure what that means. So
yeah, George was asking if that's evidence that there's a theory that when Noah's flood occurred, that there was a large water spigot from the oceans of the deep, or whatever they call it, the waters of the deep, and it shot out into orbit with such force.
Yeah.
And so
yes, I do believe
I'm
that.
skeptical of that. But
I believe it because okay, so let me give you guys a theory here. This is all history. I rarely bring up science.
Science.
Methuselah, Adam, all these others, they lived 1,000 years, right? And then when the flood happened, dramatically their ages went down.
to 500 years.
Yeah.
Or
that's the whole
actually,
pyramid thing.
actually, we have no reference in the Bible. And I'm not saying we don't have reference outside of that. They lived 500 years. Everybody lived 430, 465. They all
Well, like
died.
Adam lived like 1,000 years, right?
Yeah, but it was cut
Who?
in half though.
Who?
Nobody lived 1,000 either.
No, I'm talking about after the flood.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about Shem, Japheth, and
Yeah.
Ham.
Less
Noah
than
lived-
500 years.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody lives last. Okay, so what I'm looking at is that there's a double entropy. God doubled the entropy after we got, out of the flood, right?
What do you mean by that? Double entropy?
Meaning that
Okay, so if
Cut in half.
Methuselah lived 995 years,
cut
Adam
in
lived
half.
950 years, and our facts had only lived 435 years, you're doubling the entropy.
It's cut in
Oh, I
half.
see.
The lifespan was cut in
And
half.
yeah, exactly. Thank you. So everybody that lived after the flood lived half the time. Now, everybody that lived prior to the flood, you're talking about Shem, Japheth, and Ham. Okay, we know that Shem lived 600 years. Noah lived 950, but he's kind of
because they were
he's
they were
kind of
born before
yeah,
the flood. Yeah.
exactly. He's kind of Noah's kind of irrelevant because he lived 600 years before the
Right.
flood.
Right.
But Shem, Ham, and Japheth lived maybe 100 years before, meaning they got all of the detrimental stuff. Because I personally think that when God flooded the earth, he destroyed the atmosphere. He destroyed everything because humans were taking advantage of that before that. So he destroyed all of it. So
Well,
we see this dramatic degrading.
Yeah, the Earth was
of Earth.
destroyed. The Earth was
For the
completely destroyed.
barometric.
Everything, atmosphere, yes, jungle, everything. So when you look at Methuselah, who was actually not long before the flood, because there are accounts that say that Shem actually talked with Methuselah for so long or whatever. And then Shem was 95 years or whatever, and then the flood happened. Noah was 600 years. And then after that, so Shem, Ham, and Japheth probably would have lived an extended time, 400 to 700 years. Noah lived to 950 years. It says he lived 350 years after the flood.
After the flood.
Yeah, our
Yeah.
fact said was 430. Salah was 465. And then you can literally see a slow degrading of their ages. Now, Terah is a little bit of an odd one. 'Cause
Well,
it was,
I would say it was cut in half again in the days of Peleg. You can look at the lifespans.
No, because Taro is 205 when he died.
Yeah,
So
but the
you're
rest of them-
wrong. You're wrong on that.
No, it was cut. It was less than 250 years.
No, he was no. Okay, hold on. Let me find.
But there's rust on the moon, guys.
But it's a big change.
Joel, you don't like history. I'm gonna make you
Yes.
like history.
It's a
I like-
big
I like
change
solid
between cut in
history.
half once from 1,000 years and cut in half again from less than 500 to
Well, the
less
thing
than
is, that
250.
the thing is that you're trying to bring it uniformity thing. It's not a uniformity thing.
No, what
It
uniformity thing?
well, you can't just say it's cut in half. It's cut in half. It's cut in half. Because hold on.
Well, it was. It's less than
No,
250
hold on.
Years.
Hold on.
From less than 500 years to less than 250 years.
I thought the barometric thing solved it all. Explained it.
Yeah, it's not that.
No,
Hold
because
on.
it was cut in half a second time in the days of Peleg. If something happened in the days of Peleg,
No, nothing happened in the days of Peleg.
it
Peleg,
broke the continents apart. The
where
continents.
is Terra after the days of Peleg? Like you're talking it. This is
Terra.
Terra. Who is Terra's father, or who is the father, or who is the son of Terra?
Talking about Greek mythology now?
No, I'm talking about biblical. Who is Abraham's father?
Oh yeah, Abraham's
It's
father.
Terra.
Yeah, Terra. Yeah.
I thought
Terra.
it was or something like that.
No, that's the city he came out of.
No,
Oh.
they just
Sorry.
I mean
Sorry, not to you.
after it was cut in half again the second time, the lifespan just kept going down.
No, it has nothing to do with that. Hold on, I'm trying to find my PDF. I can't find it.
Yeah, if you want to talk about Whiskey 10 cables on a Apache attack helicopters. That's what I could- but ancient
Hold
biblical
on,
history.
hold on. I got this. Ah, shit. I'm so disorganized when I come to my stuff.
I'm on a phone, so I can't see anything.
No, you don't have to see stuff. I just need to talk about it.
I mean, I could have brought my computer, but I didn't want to bring my computer down here.
Yeah, congrats, George. So watch out for those COVID police.
What's George saying?
The COVID police,
Yeah, he's buying lunch for his
the
wife.
SARS-2 police.
Mm-hmm. They're in lockdown still.
I heard they're having a big problem in China, and it's going to be really bad.
Big
this
problems in
winter.
Middle China.
And what?
Sorry,
because-
Most, but the admin's not here, and you're kind of crazy. No offense.
Who is it?
Some most epic person's been pretending to debate. Hitler wasn't a Christian. Hitler was an atheist. Hitler actually said that he wanted to let Christianity die a quote slow death.
Yeah.
And he imprisoned Christians.
Hitler is like the worst person.
I
There's like-
personally
there's-
knew somebody who was imprisoned by the Nazis. A Christian.
There is a biblical litmus test as to what a Christian is.
Someone who follows Christ?
No. There are fruits of the spirit, and if people don't, if any individual doesn't possess the fruits of the spirit, they fail the litmus test, thereby not Christian.
Ooh, I got an even better one. Hold on. I quote Jesus on that. Hold on. What was that? Scroll.
Well, don't forget if you're having a bad year, don't judge people off of their fruits.
Here we go. Quote, not everyone who calls out to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven. Only those who actually do the will of my Father in heaven will enter. On judgment day, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, we prophesied in your name and cast out demons in your name and performed many miracles in your name. But I will reply, I never knew you. Get away from me, you who break God's laws. Jesus, Matthew 7, 21 through 23.
That's right.
I captioned that by saying that's Jesus talking about atheists trying to pretend to be Christians for the social benefits.
Okay, so let me ask or answer Jungle. Okay, so Arphaxad was 35 years, Salah was 30, Eber 34, Peleg 30, Ru 32, Serug 30, Nahor 29.
What are all those dates? 30 what? That's not the last.
I'm not giving dates. I'm giving a chronological order.
Oh.
Who?
Yeah, so look at Genesis. I think it's like 10, something like that. So you got Arphaxad. He was 35 when he had Salah. Salah was 30 when he had Eber. 34. 30 was Peleg. 32 was Ru. 30 was Serug. I apologize for my pronunciations. Nahor was 29. Terah, he was 130 years before he had Abraham. Abraham was 100 years before he had Isaac. Isaac was 60 years before he had Jacob. Jacob was 90 years before he had Joseph. Now, I know Joseph
That's
is not...
what I was talking about with the genealogy. It depends when the person was born. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. But, so when we have these genealogies, because the thing is that Joseph is actually not in the genealogy. I took him... I actually pulled his data out of the Bible because we have two huge historical markers, global flood and a global drought. And they're massive. Global flood was massive. The global drought was massive. And I actually have secular stuff that actually talks about a mega drought that happened 3,500 to 4,500 years ago.
Yeah, Jensen agrees that there was a big drought.
He's actually the one that pointed out to me that he said that in the Bible it said that it wasn't just local, it was global. And in the Bible it actually literally says that it was
Worldwide.
across the yeah, exactly, it was worldwide. It was across the entire earth. And so I found evidence for that, and I was looking for a marker. I was looking for a global marker or whatever, and because Joseph's drought this is massive. It's very big. And so Imhotep, which is Djoser's vizier, that's Joseph. If you guys look up the similarities, just look it up.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty amazing.
What was his name?
Imhotep.
Imhotep.
Yeah,
Okay.
Imhotep. And it's actually interesting because if you read in, I think it's like Genesis 12 or Genesis 13 or whatever, the Pharaoh of Egypt actually gives Joseph a new name, and it's actually a Pharaoh's name or a Egyptian name.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you look up the meaning of that name, it's actually very similar to Imhotep's name.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, well that lines up. That matches up.
But what doesn't match up is the spelling of their names. So when I was talking about earlier about Shishak and Shishik,
Yeah.
Shishik from the Bible and Shishank from whatever, the Pharaoh, they don't line up because they may sound similar, but they don't actually line up. Just because they have a similar name doesn't mean that they're actually related in history.
Right. And a
Yeah.
small change like that could change the meaning.
Yeah.
Meaning of the word. If you look up the meaning of the word, it might be different things.
Exactly. So I can't remember what Joseph's name was. It was like Zappa something or whatever, and it literally doesn't even sound like Imhotep, none whatsoever. But if you were Egyptians and you hated Hebrews, would you not change his name, the savior of your country? You would change his name. You would change it to, well, I kind of think that the Egyptians were socialists, so you would change his name. You would make it to something that would, resonate with all Egyptians or whatever, and you would change his name.
Yeah.
Which is happening right now.
Well, they would always deface previous pharaohs, stuff like that.
all the time. In fact, Tutmosis III actually defaced his mother, Hatshepsut. What's that, Mrs. Jewel? I heard you.
Oh, sorry. Mrs. Joel was getting ice. You can hear her. I try to mute. Having a little side debate here about stuff in private chat with that most epic weirdo. So,
Who's the epic weirdo? Me?
no, in private chat.
I'm kidding.
They're doing the typical atheist religion apologetics nonsense.
Oh, I'm not reading that shit. I'm sorry. Excuse my language.
Yeah.
I'm reading my.
Says the Marine. Sorry.
Yes, says the Marine.
Okay.
By the way, Joel, what was your MOS? I forgot.
89 Bravo. I was an automatic test equipment operator / maintainer, which probably doesn't mean anything to anybody.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? What did you do?
I was.
Sorry, go ahead, Jungle.
I was a 63 whiskey.
Yeah, what is that? I was a
sounds
35,
like-
31. You guys wouldn't know what that was. You Army Fs.
Well, it changes too.
Well, no, it doesn't change because you. Go ahead. What were you, Joel? Go ahead, Joel. What did you do? Were you a
basically
box
super
kicker?
electronics geek. Anything and everything with with the circuit board, radios, Apaches, computers.
See, you were calm.
Huh? Yeah.
You were calm.
It's like
Yeah.
calm times. a
Don't
billion.
try to sugarcoat it. Okay, Jungle. What were you?
I was a 63
ordnance.
whiskey. My
What
dad
is
was.
that? What is that?
It wasn't a 63 Bravo.
That doesn't help me.
Sure.
That
It's
helps
a-
Joel, but that doesn't help me.
It's a wheeled vehicle mechanic.
You were a motor T? Or
I
you
was
were a mechanic?
Mechanic.
You were a motor T mechanic? Like you worked on trucks or
Wheel
AAVs?
trucks, wheeled vehicle repair. The trucks, the bigger trucks.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Deuce and a halves, even Jeeps, but too.
We didn't even have Jeeps. Oh my gosh. Jeeps
Yeah.
were gone by the time I was in.
I fixed radios, but I wasn't a comms guy. That's 35 Lima.
I actually.
So Joel, did you do computers? No.
Yeah, everything, anything and everything with a circuit board. I repaired the fire control computers for Abrams, for Patriot missile systems. Did all the avionics and all the TADS, Pinvis, all the target stuff for Apaches, you name it, man.
Our Blue
Think
Force,
our-
our
Huh?
Blue Force trackers, like our BFTs.
Say the first part, something about Cracker? What?
Our BFTs, our Blue Force trackers.
Yes.
Yeah, the computers with the little. Okay,
Yeah.
you
Little
guys,
Hardy laptop.
you
Yeah.
guys are gonna have to forgive me. I was motor T. I was a truck driver. All right, we had BFTs. They had little blue symbols on. We followed them.
It's cool. Little diamonds and whatnot. But yeah.
Yeah. No, they were circles, but you
Okay.
know. What do you guys think about motor T as being dumb? I'm not kidding you. Half my Marines couldn't even read.
No.
I gave them the escalation of force, and I read it to them. And one of my Marines was like, "Sergeant, I didn't understand half of that." I'm like, "You can't read this?" And he goes, "No," but he is one of my best drivers.
There you go.
That's like, it was actually kind of funny.
As long as they kept the Taco Bell moving, right?
You know what? As long as I could teach him about, not shooting somebody that he didn't have.
Oh no.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was good.
In
you
the
know?
Army, it's 88 Mike is the truck driver.
Yes,
convoy person.
88 Mike. Yes, I
had
did
a-
know 88 Mikes. We had them
My,
with
my
us.
ex-brother-in-law was an 88. Well, he was technically a 35 something. I forget. He was a MLRS crewman, but once he actually got there, they didn't use their MLRSs, so he was an 88 Mike. He drove trucks, and that was the backbone, man. And those guys saw the most action on the convoys.
We did.
Yeah.
We did. Absolutely. Like, the thing is that, I mean, absolutely infantry sees a lot, but we have to haul them.
Mm.
Because until the Marine Corps and the Army actually changes their infantry and motor T or whatever and tries to combine it, where's the infantry going to go if they don't have us to drive them?
Well, they would try to ambush you guys all the time, right?
Right. I was gonna say, yeah, outside of like Operation Phantom or something out of So outside of like, was it Al Anbar, whatever it's called?
Al Anbar.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah. Nobody was targeting anybody but the truck drivers, but the convoys.
Yeah, because they had nobody else to target because we were the ones that were driving the roads every single day. So I'll just give you guys this. So I was in Iraq in 2004, 2006, and 2009, and I was a truck driver every time. Well, I moved up in rank, so I did less of the truck driving, but yeah, I mean, shit, I tell people, excuse my language. Well, somebody else got pissed at me about my language, and I'm like, well, you know what? You never heard me in the Marine Corps. Like, this is 15 years ago. Like, I'm doing much better now. Anyways, so we were so when we were in Iraq, our gunners, when I was a gunner even, we used to have to tip our machine guns up so the barrels were up.
Right.
So the piano wire that they had underneath the overhangs or the overhangs, the bridges that they would have over roads. What's that called? Not an overhang.
Overpass.
Overpass. Thank you.
Catwalk?
Yes. Yeah. No. Not a catwalk. It was an overpass. It was where you could drive vehicles over. They would hang piano wire underneath it to catch our gunners. So it cut off our heads and slice off our heads because piano wire is actually, people don't think it's very tough. It's very tough.
Especially the G key. Just kidding.
You know, doesn't matter. It was piano wire. It was tough. It would cut off our heads and you know, and when I was a gunner, we, you know, every time we went over an overpass, that's the name, an overpass, we would, you know, shift our machine guns up so hopefully our machine gun would get caught, not us.
Would break it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, jungle, it was actually kind of crazy. I was in can't remember the base. I saw a guy that I was actually stationed with in Japan a year prior, and he had this massive cut along his neck. Massive cut. And I was like, dude, what happened? And he goes, piano wire cut me. But what happened was it snapped his neck, or it snapped his head back, and it didn't cut his head off. It just, he literally, and everybody called him Cutthroat after that.
It's a horrible nickname, but yeah.
It's a horrible nickname, but he's so lucky to have that nickname and not be dead. Like, I hate to break it to people, those that are listening live, but, you know, us military members, we're very morbid. Like, if you live, good.
Well, you're instantly reminding me of an old motor pool tragedy I should share about a guy got his head chopped off, and and
you make fun of it. And what do you do? And it's not because we hate the person or because we're trying to detriment them. We just have very dark humor because what do we do when we're in combat? We see stuff that we can't even comprehend in our mind, morality wise or whatever. What do? We make fun of it to try to lighten the situation. And then civilians are like, oh, you're so mean. And we're like, have you ever been there?
Right. Yeah, you have to. You have to be able to cope with it.
Exactly. You know, I'm not trying to say it's right, but, you know, you have to be able to cope with it.
Well, you have to have a certain mentality. You have to be a certain caliber, as they say. You know, you have to be pretty tough-minded to even last in that job, just to get out of boot camp, much less to actually put boots on the ground out there.
Well, and like I said before, Joel, and you kind of disagree with me with my terminology, but I say that the military brainwashes people. And you said, what did you say?
Conditioned.
The
same thing.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. It has very similar meanings, but it has a very profound meaning.
Yeah.
Because I can't tell somebody who's Joe Blow from the block to go and charge a hill. They won't do it.
And if they do try to do it, they'll screw it up, right?
Or they won't do it at all. They won't do it because the thing is that when I tell a Marine that they have to go and charge a hill and I know they're going to die, they have to go and do it.
Well,
But that's
hopefully
what
they do
but
it
that's what
smartly.
conditioning does. Because
Yeah.
if that one Marine dies and it saves the entire platoon, that's
Yeah.
no offense to the civilians that are listening, but they won't understand that.
I'm not that thin skinned.
Oh, I love you, Mrs. Joel. I heard you back there.
But she's worthy.
She's amazing. I love Mrs. Joel.
Yeah.
I don't even know her name, but I don't care.
You can tell him.
Yeah. I've said your name a few times.
Yeah. My name's Kelly.
Hi, Kelly. I'm Jesse.
Hey, Jesse. Good to meet you, honey.
It's good to meet you too. You're awesome. You're like my mom. She's got 2 kids that went to Iraq back to back, and she called me one day. She goes, "I saw this Marie at the store. Is he supposed to be wearing this?" I'm like, "Oh, Mom, you're such a dork."
Or she saw somebody in uniform
Out of
out in
u-
like Walmart or
like
something.
out of uniform or
Yes,
something?
yes,
Oh,
yes. Because the Marine Corps is like, we're very stringent. Like, you can't even go and get gas in your uniform. Like,
Oh, no, I was with a Marine, married to one for 15 years. My ex-husband.
She's
Yep.
got stories.
I got stories, baby.
oh, I believe it.
He was a Marine sniper.
Yeah, he was.
So he
Oh
was,
boy, I bet he was an asshole. Excuse my language.
Oh, he was. Oh yes. I know. Oh yeah. That's why he's my ex-husband.
I
God love
believe
him.
it.
You know what? I'll tell you what. So
Oh,
yeah, he was definitely the whole of the turd cutter, no doubt about it. However, what he was so good with his veterans, because he worked at the VA and did a lot of the adjudication paperwork with the Veterans Administration up
VSO.
there. Yeah, he's a veteran service officer, right? And oh my gosh, he would bend over backwards for his vets. So I really respect and appreciate that. Otherwise, couldn't keep him out of jail for DV. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah. Kids have
Absolutely
stories
believe
about
it.
the cops storming the house and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
It's 'cause
you know, it's kind of funny. Kelly, right? That's your name? Okay. What's the name? Sorry.
What's that? Oh, I said yes, ma'am. It's Kelly.
Okay. Okay. So I came back to college and came back around a bunch of veterans after like 15 years. And I kid you not, it's the same way. It's the same way. Like, they don't change.
What do you mean, darling?
So, like, so the way that you were talking with your ex-husband, they don't
Mhm.
change. They're still Marines. They don't
Oh, no, always.
change.
Yeah. One thing I did love is the incredible camaraderie in the Marine Corps. I mean, my goodness, you're running into hard times, and you got a buddy who's a Marine or whatever, the old VFW, dude, they'll bend over backwards to make sure that you and yours are taken care of. It's like it's one great big massive family. I absolutely adored that.
Absolutely. But the other thing is that actually has to do with any branch.
Yeah.
Any branch, actually. I mean, sure, we make fun of the Navy, we make fun of the Air Force, but
Air Force?
it's all of them. Yeah,
Air
the
Force,
Air Force.
Total
Yeah.
Pirate. Yeah.
Yeah. But honestly, all of them, it's the same thing. Like, I was president of my veterans club, and it didn't matter what branch they were in. Now, granted, we had more Marines, probably because we had the lowest paying school in my state. We call it the welfare school. And we did have more Marines per capita than like CSU and the other colleges, but yeah.
As long as it's accredited.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I mean, it was accredited, but it was just the fact that we had the lowest payments required or whatever, and
Tuition?
tuition, and
That's
we
a
had
good
more.
thing.
We had more Marines, and
That's good.
I mean that was about it, but any of them. I mean, I had Army guys, I had Navy guys, Air Force guys. Didn't matter. They were all
Mhm.
brothers.
They're all
Well, see, I was stationed in Redstone in Alabama, and for my AIT, and we had a Marine contingency there because they were training on what's called the old Hawk missile systems, if you're familiar with that old junk. And because the Marine Corps, they love to get the Army hand-me-downs and whatnot, and so they love to
Oh,
start
we get.
fights though. I mean, I could just walk out of Toftoy and there'd be some squad Marine want to just fight just for the fun of it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Are you kidding? You have no idea how many times I try to keep my guys from fighting.
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh my gosh, I got stories about my ex on that. He'd fight for any old reason.
Right.
It was so funny. And I was not good because I would, oh no. Because he wouldn't fight, well, he'd fight for any old reason, but usually it was something that was, bad, except for one time. One time I was laughing. The guy was saying something vulgar at the door. He was drunk as a skunk. And I went to go tell my ex about it. And I thought he would laugh. No, he got up and cleaned that poor kid's clock. Oh my gosh. It just knocked him the heck out. It was
Well, and I'll never forget the Marines that I went out with. Like, I would go out with, so when I joined the Marine Corps in 2002, women were only, like 2.3% of the Marine Corps or something like that. And, I'd go out with a bunch of guys and there'd be like 15 guys and me. And they would get into a fight. So I would go and pretend to be their girlfriends to get them out of a fight. It had nothing to do with sex or anything like that. I was trying to get them out of a fight because they were being dumbasses.
Yes,
and I did it over and over and over and over again. And it just seemed to be like kind of a common denominator with these guys. And it didn't stop from Japan when I was first stationed in Japan to 29 Palms to it didn't stop. Yeah, exactly.
I still my favorite still landed the big PX man, Camp Pendleton. Yeah, baby.
You didn't say it in the Filipino, we call it.
Oh,
accent.
yeah. My ex was 12 years older than me, so he served way back. I mean, they were going to the Philippines.
She's got this wicked accent.
Oh,
90s, right?
Pardon?
Am I thinking 90s or Philippines 90s or?
When did he sign up? Oh my gosh, he was like 150 years.
No, he's in
ago.
Beirut, so yeah, Beirut.
Yeah, he was Beirut 83. But when did he sign up?
I know.
I don't remember the date now, but he got out in 96. Medical reasons.
Okay, so it would have been at least early 90s to mid 90s, right?
Well, again, he was in Beirut.
Early to mid 90s, right? Okay,
he
gotcha.
He was in
80s,
Beirut in
90s.
1983, so he signed up a long
Yeah,
time
when they got bombed.
Yeah.
Oh, when the barracks was bombed?
Yeah. So I don't know. It's probably either late 70s or extreme early 80s. Is what he's saying. Yeah, because he's 12 years older than me. So I'm 46. So
All I'm remembering is the awards case.
You're only 10 years older than me.
Darling, you got to hear this story. So God love him. He had an ego the size of a planet. It's such a. It was so funny. This is one of my favorite things that happened with him to this day. And anyway, we were broke back then. You know what I mean? He was getting out of the Marine Corps. He was still waiting for the VA. It took him like 5 years for his case to finally get through adjudication. Thanks to one adjudication officer pushing it through, which was awesome. But anyway, I digress. He handmade this metals case out of a regular picture frame, right? And he put like red velvet on it. It looked really nice. He really did a good job. Well, after he got it completed and assembled, there was a dead fly. Somehow a fly got in there, right? And it was just sitting there in the bottom right-hand corner of the frame on the inside, of course. Anyway, so we had a whole bunch of neighbors over one day, and he's like tugging at his waistband, showing his medals. And I'm sitting on the couch ready to barf. I'm like, oh, you're so gross. Look at you, right? Just, yeah, look at these medals. And I said, yeah. And I said, you see that dead fly in the bottom right-hand corner of the case? They're like, yeah. I said, that's his first confirmed kill. That was so funny.
Oh man!
Well,
I would have died laughing.
Yeah, well, he was funny because God love him, but he didn't get my sarcasm for many years. So everybody else is laughing. He shot me the biggest "fu" look. But what was he gonna say? Everybody was laughing. It was funny.
Yeah.
Oh, he couldn't say anything because the woman outdone him. Like, but I mean, no offense to you guys, but. I'm very literal, so I actually wouldn't have gotten that joke if you hadn't explained it. But, for a woman to like say a joke to men that didn't get it, Yeah, y'all are fucked. Excuse my language.
Mhm. But back to your point, you have to have a sense of humor. These things to
Oh, yeah.
survive.
Well, I think it has to do with if you're literal, not like the guys in the Marine Corps used to tease me all the time because I'm so literal. Like if you say dead birds are flying over my head, I'm gonna look up.
With a yellow
With a yellow bill?
and a whistle?
Yeah, you guys can kiss my
I don't know.
butt.
You're not allowed to sing that cadence. I don't know. I heard it was kind of banned after a while. But
You've no idea. I'm so terrible. Like,
yeah, Marines are probably like all bored now. Like, what the heck?
What the heck? Yellow.
oh man. So my Marines actually tricked me one time. They told me that they were gonna help me with something. So I'm very short. I'm 5'3", and most of my Marines are much taller than me. I was a sergeant at the time, and I was the assistant convoy commander, and they were like, "Sergeant, we're gonna help you," and I was like, "Okay." So I told you guys I was a motor T driver, and they actually duct taped me to the tow bar on the front of the Humvee.
Yeah.
So I'm 5'3", okay? They picked me up and they duct taped me to it. My lieutenant, he drove by and started laughing. And I was like, "F you, sir." But the thing is, they made some joke or they made some kind of I didn't know what they were doing. I had no idea what these big Marines were doing. And they picked me up and they duct taped me to the tow bar. Oh man, that was so embarrassing.
So how does that help you though? That's
I was like 3 feet off the ground, Joel. Are you kidding? What could I do? It was embarrassing as fuck.
That's
Excuse my
reminding me of a
language.
joke I think I saved it. Yeah, here you go. This is an old joke here. It says it's a text message between sergeant and specialist. It says, "Why'd you let the LT lock the keys inside the vehicle? You're a specialist." Huh? Have you heard this one before? You're a specialist. You've been promoted more times than him. Specialist text back. "I was smoking my cigarette. How am I supposed to know he'd lock himself out?" Says, "This S word is why we don't get issued bayonets. Dummy cord him to the steering wheel. Last thing we need is for him to wander off." It's an LT joke. That's screwed up. Well, her story, and we call it a 100 mile an hour tape. She got duct taped to the.
So Joel, we actually had a lieutenant that locked himself inside of a complex. Basically, it was something engineers had built. It was just plywood and all that kind of stuff. He locked himself inside of it, and he got locked inside of it for like 12 hours.
Nice.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
How do you lock yourself inside a building? I don't know.
I don't know how he did it. I don't know if somebody locked him from the outside. I don't know what they did.
LTs are good for.
But yeah, well, LTs are dumbasses, so especially if they're not Mustangs.
I actually locked the word foible. What does that mean?
Your mama.
What?
My mama? What's my mama got to do with foible? She said, "What are the foibles of capitalism?" I'm like, what the f does foible mean?
It was an ad for pumpkin spice mac and cheese. I mean, come
Sounds
now.
disgusting.
That's awful.
Yes.
And don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of capitalism, but every now and then it makes a mistake, okay? And pumpkin spice Kraft mac and cheese is a big one. Throw it out.
Foible. Huh. Women.
Believe it or not, I locked a lieutenant in my room one time.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
It's a long story though.
Well, do share. LT jokes are always good.
Well, I had one of my friends brought me home from downtown because he thought I had drank too much. So somehow I was in my room talking to the lieutenant, and I said, I was a little bit lit, still. And I said, I got to go use the restroom. He said, okay. And in Germany, you know how the doors have the push button lock?
Mm-hmm.
And you can't unlock it. So I pushed the button and walked out the door, went into the bathroom, went out the window, went back downtown again.
Dude, sneaky.
And of course he asked the guard. What do you call the guard?
MP.
The guard, that to go out. He asked if he saw me, and of course the guard didn't see me because I didn't go out the door. I went out the window, out the bathroom window.
Yeah, that's reminding me as far as drunk people go. Drunk LTs. So I was in Korea in Camp Eagles. Had the highest alcohol consumption rate in the entire Pacific Southeast theater. Right, like 400 people on our post. So bad they even built a custom walk-in freezer or refrigerator for our little PX on post. But so my LT, he was a first lieutenant and platoon leader, and was super drunk this one time, and it's a Army aviation base next to the Air Force base, and he was drunk as a skunk. And there's a little fuel depot between the two hangars, and where we stored our JP4 and whatnot. And there's a big old giant sign on there, no smoking within 50 feet thing, right? And he's got this barbecue pit like right next to the hangar, well within the 50-foot, little warning thing. And he got some sort of thing with the hose going from one of the JP4 cans, and he poured this diesel all over his barbecue pit. He's trying to light it, He's got this Bic lighter going. He's all, again, he's just, and it's in the middle of the day too. It's horrible. He's asking us to come over there and help him light this barbecue building. Sir, you can't light JP4, first of all. But it's just, we let him back to the barracks, took care of him, but it was horrible. He never got us in trouble. So he took care of him.
I never got in trouble for doing that because what was the lieutenant going to tell somebody, that I locked him in the room?
Well, why didn't you just unlock it?
So I never heard anything about it.
Yeah, he almost crashed. We were doing one of those joint whatever international exercises, and again in Korea we had all kinds of. We had Australian people, we had some Russian Spotnitz guys, we had some Kiwis. We had all these guys all doing this fake ruck march thing together. And one of the things was how to react to incoming aircraft fire. You got to drop on your back, and shoot up in the air. It's kind of dumb. But anyway, so our LT was flying one of those little old Kiowa Scouts, and he's coming in. He actually was flashing his floodlight lamp on the front to simulate like he's firing his machine gun stuff. It's kind of cute. But he spins over us right on the road. Huh?
I said, "God bless you" in Portuguese.
Oh,
thank you.
Nice.
What are you guys, Army guys, talking about?
Oh, we're talking about locking LTs. No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Being a bunch of babies, it's okay. I got you, boys. It's actually kind of funny. Jungle, did you see my feminism debate?
Yeah, I think I did, or at least part of it. I think I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually use the Marine Corps as some of my bases because the Marine Corps is the only branch that actually separates their men and women. And basically my whole premise was that if we need feminism, then we should actually see women superseding men. But if we have a boot camp that's actually segregated, the whole training and all that kind of stuff, which no offense to the Army, no offense to the Air Force, the Navy, whatever, but they don't have segregated boot camps. They don't. Marine Corps is. No, they didn't.
Yeah, well, I went to boot camp Fort Sill, Oklahoma. They were segregated. 94.
Yeah, but I think they changed that.
Yeah.
But I couldn't. The problem with your debate is I couldn't understand what you guys are talking about. You guys.
Well, that's because the feminist debate is stupid as.
You guys are using language I didn't understand the language.
Well, her language was so stupid, Jungle. It was intersectionality. That was her language.
Dumb buzzwords of the day.
Yes, thank you. It was dumb as I don't want to cuss, but it was dumb as fuck. Like it drove me nuts. Like seriously, like I used to be a feminist. I understand everything you guys used to believe in. And none of it is absolutely true.
Well, and you were brilliant in that it's not about equality at all. It's about power. They just want.
It's about equity.
Yeah.
That's what I said the whole time. Like, it's not about equality, it's about equity. Like,
Yeah.
they changed the law in California about you have to have a certain amount of females on a board. And like I said in the debate, like, you can't fire a man who's already on the board. You actually have to increase your board space. What are these small companies going to do? They're going to be screwed.
Well,
And it-
flip that. What if they mandate that you have to have a certain amount of men? That's just sexism.
Well, the thing that infuriates me about the whole thing is that any female would ever support this kind of nonsense, any kind of gender identity politics, affirmative action, anything, any race, any color, females. Why would they support? It's the ultimate insult. Hey, we think
Right.
you're so stupid that we have to force companies to hire you, and they have to meet a certain type of numerical quota, or else they can't stay in business. I would be infuriated. I'd be like,
Well-
I want to get hired on my merit, thank you.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. It's
Yeah.
demoralizing on top of that because everybody's
That's
going to
what
know
I'm saying.
when she's in that boardroom or whatever.
It's like saying that I'm a female, that I'm getting hired based on the fact that I have boobs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm here because some politician said I
wanna
have
get-
to be here.
Yeah,
I'm the
exactly. And I
token.
don't want to get hired on that. I want to get hired on the fact that I have qualifications. And I mean, I'm not sure if, shit, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's getting late. It's 3
Jelly.
a.m. here.
Pardon?
Shelly, that's your name?
Cool.
Shelly.
Who? My name's
You.
Kelly.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you.
I'm Kelly, darling.
Kelly,
Kelly.
Kelly, not Shelly. I'm sorry, Kelly. Kelly. So let me ask you a question from the Bible. How many women leaders do we see in the Bible?
Oh, honey, I don't know. I haven't counted them.
Like at least
Not
2?
very many, to be completely honest. There's not very many. I wouldn't say that women can't be leaders, but I would say that on an average like percentage, we're not as good as leaders.
We have
I wouldn't
Golda
say that
Meir.
we're. Now, hear me out before you guys detriment me. But I wouldn't say that we're less than men. We're just different.
Thank you. No, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I actually have very unpopular opinions as it pertains to women's roles. Frankly,
Me
we
too.
weren't built for that. It's just that simple. So yeah, I can imagine it'd be very, very few.
Well,
So hold on. I was in the military, right? I was in. No offense to you guys that were in the other branches, but I was in the hardest branch, and it's the only branch that actually separates their men and females.
Mm-hmm.
And I would actually say that women shouldn't join the military.
Thank you.
I'm going to be
my gosh.
completely honest, because what do we do when we join the military? One, we can barely actually even get to their standards. First of all,
Right.
because they're trying to put us in male standards, and we're not men, we're females.
That's right.
The weakest male is still stronger than the average female.
Yes, ma'am.
Can't help it. But guess what? Guess what God did? When Eve sinned, who was the first one called? It wasn't Eve, it was Adam. Adam bore a unique responsibility to be the head.
That's right.
And I'm not trying to say that like women didn't like Eve didn't have a responsibility for sinning first. Absolutely not. She
And-
definitely got her sin,
And
her
it seems like we suffer for it too because we don't live as long, comparatively speaking.
Well, actually, you know what? Jungle is kind of funny because a professor or a pastor said that men that age alone and age more like milk than more like wine. They sour over time. So when God said that Adam needed a helper, he needed a helper because we needed a partner, not like it's like a Jerry Maguire, like we complete each other or whatever, but he was giving us a helper. And for women, some women are like, oh, we're just a helper, whatever. No. Christ is actually considered a helper. God is considered a helper. We're in good company.
She jumped. Sorry, our kitten is proving to be adventurous. There she goes.
How old
doing
is the
pretty
kid?
before. Yeah, I was trying to add earlier that intelligent people in general, male and female both, males as well. The best leaders are those that don't seek to be leaders. Oftentimes, they want to. Most people will only the better leader will only lead if there's nobody else qualified or to take that role.
Sure,
Donald
Joel,
Trump.
but I'll tell you this: it's not women that are going to do it.
That's right.
Well, that's the thing. A woman is a good leader if there's no good men to help take the place.
No.
And men see the same thing.
No. Yeah. The thing is that men. Okay, so if men were to lead and all that kind of stuff, women would be subservient to them. It's very few like Deborah, Esther, Ruth. It's very few.
Naomi.
There are very few women that I could and
Lydia.
yeah, exactly. It's very few. It's very few because when men actually stand up to us and put us down or whatever, the first thing women do is we back off. But if it's another woman to another woman, totally different. But when it's a man to a woman, it's the whole scenario is totally different. That's the reason why men have always led our societies. And I'm personally not against the male patriarchy or whatever they want to call it these days.
Thank you.
Yes, because the thing is, what was Hitler? He was a bad male patriarch, but guess what? There were 5 countries that went against him that had male patriarchs that went against him and took him down.
We're hardwired in different ways, but there's nothing inferior in either one of them.
Exactly.
Men are hardwired to provide, to protect, etc. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And, yeah. So this whole male patriarchy nonsense, it's just typical female rebellion.
Exactly. It's stupid as shit. Excuse my language, but it's so stupid. They're well, first of all, they're trying to go against the God created order, and
that's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I'll often argue that I'm fine with women training in the military or training for combat in general, but and just so that they can be prepared, so that
if all the men are dead.
Right, and that, I'm fine with a woman going into combat as long as all the real men are basically already dead. Yeah.
Well, but the thing is that can the woman actually complete the combat?
No, that's just the thing. They have to, no matter what political nonsense exists, women have to be trained differently than men.
That's right.
But the thing is that's not what they were doing, Joel. They're actually
I know.
lowering.
That women are just as exactly like a man, which is
they're
ridiculous.
they're lowering men's
That's
standards.
anti-science.
Yeah, exactly.
But the point is, though, is that I still want women. I'm still happy with women wanting to train and to be prepared. Then their standards have to be lowered. But again, once the last man standing is gone, then they're the defenders of the children.
Well, and my point is that, and everything that we're talking about right now, to me, has nothing at all to do with women being inferior or incapable, incompetent or whatever. It has nothing to do with that. Just to make it clear, for the edification of others listening, it has everything to do with if you have a man and a woman fighting by side in combat together, that man is going to be incredibly distracted trying to prototect her.
Yeah.
Even for the naturalist, evolutionist idiots out there, your men are hardwired.
Well, and the other thing is that, being in the Marine Corps, I mean, I hate to say it to these feminists out there, but we are not physically the same as men.
No.
I hate to break it to you, but I never matched a man. Never. Running, my pull-ups, nothing. And, and I'm not trying to brag or anything like that, but I did 7-day hang pull-ups with a flak jacket on, not with sappy plates, but I did 7-day hang pull-ups when I was 21. But that doesn't make me a man because I was actually on the low end of men when I did that.
Yeah, but there's another factor too. There's tons of factors we can go over.
Oh, it's mental.
Very uncommon knowledge is that women smell different.
Yeah.
So if you're situation, and there's a particular period of time that's happening to you at that moment, the enemy can smell you.
My
Hey,
dad
oh,
almost
yeah.
got fired once.
I
for
know.
bringing that up.
Oh my gosh, I know. You have no idea. Like,
So my dad was in the Navy, Jesse. My dad was Navy, right? He's actually one of the first SEALs in Vietnam, and 20, 30 years later, he's working at a chemical factory, and a couple of the ladies there, civilians were asking him all these questions, and he was like, I don't want to tell you, you're going to be offended by what I believe, and no, we won't be offended, we promise, blah blah blah. And so they reassured him, and they totally lied because they did try to get him in trouble. But so they asked him, why do some people not think that women should be in combat? And he brought that up, and in fact it's Army regulation. Like, women are by regulation have to take a shower every 3 days minimum to avoid getting extra problems down there.
Well, that's awful nice one, but 3 days isn't enough.
Well,
particular.
Just to stick, guys could be out there for freaking a month. We started to get the stinking. But no, so he mentioned that, because they had problems with that in Vietnam.
I didn't know he mentioned that.
Yeah, and they were talking about firing him.
That's ridiculous. That's just a biological freaking fact.
And that's what
like
that's
you,
what he was
you
trying to say.
can't change it. Like when we were talking to that trans person, who was it?
Oh, yeah, I forget the name too.
Whatever that person that was wearing that dress,
Dude,
and I'm like, you have no idea what it's like to be a female. None whatsoever. You don't have to squat to piss, first of all. You can have boobs, cool. You can have a beard, cool. That doesn't make you man, doesn't make you female.
Bearded lady.
Yeah.
Same.
Like when you'll laugh at this because I was a truck driver. Guess how I had to pee on my convoys.
How's that?
I actually had to get underneath my truck and pee. And I told the guys, I was like, my shit is dirty as yours. Like, you want to look? Go ahead. Like, what was I going to do? Like, I was their driver. Like, I had 8 guys.
I bet you when you were having to pee under the truck, you were like, thank God I'm 5'3".
Thank you. Yes. Because I
You ran
could fit
through the
underneath
truck.
the truck.
Kelly's 5'1", so I think she relates.
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh. Are you that short? Oh, you're like 2 inches
yeah.
shorter than me. That's not that short. We're about the same height. In fact, if we were next to each other, people would be like, oh, they're the same height.
I'll just stand on my tiptoes. No big
Yeah.
deal. Yeah, that'll
You
work.
know, it's actually kind of funny because they tried to kick me out of my MOS.
What? Why?
Yes, because I was 5'3.5" and I need to be 5'4" in order to be a motor T operator.
Heaven's
Huh.
sake.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Well, my senior drill instructor basically argued. Well, I don't know what she argued, but I kind of assumed it had based on our boots because our boots are about half an inch.
Hey, that works. That's good.
Yeah, I don't know what she argued, but she got me into my MOS, and that was back in 2002, long time ago. Like I get into my college, and these guys, they called me the old woman in the Marine Corps, and I'm like, dude, I'm not that old. But these guys are old.
We had a guy,
Young. I'm sorry, young. These guys are young.
Yeah, we had a guy. He was 40 years old going through boot camp with us, and he was and he was hanging. He was keeping up with us, but he was always like, "You guys don't respect your elders." But he was always grumbling. It was cute.
Wow. Do you know what the Marine Corps is like? Upper limit is?
Wasn't it like 34? Well, it was back then. What is it
No,
now?
it's 29. And it's been 29 for like 20 years. Like because of the physical requirement. Has
Oh, wait,
nothing.
am I thinking reserves? I could be thinking reserves.
No, because even reserves, you have to go through boot camp.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Like, I mean, just the no offense to you, Joel, but our physical requirement is far beyond yours.
We're old farts.
Oh, you just run another mile.
We are
bro.
old farts.
Whatever. It's not a mile, Joel. It has everything to do with like. Oh man, there's so much more.
Well, you guys have to ride around the Navy, so I don't want to hear it.
I was
Whoa,
disappointed.
that's because we're the men's department. What are you talking about?
I was disappointed in the Army. We didn't run very much. We'd been lucky if we ran a mile,
Yeah. Well, the Marines, you know, they've been running the 3 miles since the 80s, I think.
Yeah. So I was at Fort Bragg. We did the 82nd Airborne Ruck March. It's a 30-kilometer ruck march in the friggin' sand.
Oh, you're such a baby.
Yeah.
Go to
Bleed.
South Carolina and get bit by what are those bugs called?
Mosquitoes?
No, they're not mosquitoes.
It was Fort
They're
Jackson.
some kind of sand bugs. Oh man. You have no idea. When you're sitting there in formation and you can't move and you got 5 of them biting your neck and you can't move until you're
Oh, heck no. Oh, my
Oh man. It's so freaking terrible.
Dude, okay, so I was born and raised in Southern California, right?
Southern California, like
Like
Twin
California.
Palms, LA.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been to the Stumps, I've been to Pendleton, but basically,
Okay.
essentially is where I was born, or I was born in San Bernardino, raised in Riverside County. But anyway, I get here to freaking Texas. I'm gonna tell you something. They have some whack freaking bugs out here. They have I call them rad roaches. I don't know if you ever played the game Fallout, but they have like these ginormous cockroaches in the video game, right? Well, in Texas, they have them. They're about 2 to 3 inches long. I kid you not. Probably 3/4 of an inch wide.
Palmetto bugs. Yeah.
Palmetto bugs. I call them red roaches. They are scary. I had one chasing me down. They're super aggressive too, and they're massive. Yeah, no. Yeah, bugs in the South, terrifying. Oh, and mosquitoes. They're not mosquitoes like I know them. And flies. I don't understand why people bother driving cars here. They can just ride the flies to work. They're huge. I couldn't believe that, man.
Do you know what's crazy? So where I grew up was 9,500 feet. Do you know what we had?
What's that?
Nothing. We didn't even have poisonous like spiders.
What?
Seriously. We did not have black widows. Black widows can't live at 9,500 feet. So all
Oh
we
my
had was daddy
God.
long legs. We had a few bears. We had a few mountain lions. Like, that's what I grew up with for almost 15 years.
That's lovely. Yeah,
Bears
no,
sound
we
like
had
pretty
them.
Oh, yeah. Wait till you live with like 10 months of winter. Less than 40 degrees, negative 40 degrees. Yeah, you'll
Wow.
hate it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm a spoiled Cali girl. I don't know how to drive in the freaking snow. I don't even know what to do with snow. I just like to visit it and look at it and go, oh, that's so pretty. And that's it.
You know, it's so funny because my mom was working at a gas station. This lady came in and she goes, "Did you paint your mountains?" And I was like, "What do you mean?
Did you what?
Paint our mountains? Like, why would we climb up the mountain, paint it, and, you know?"
It's an awful lot of paint.
Yeah, well, this lady was from Florida, and she had seen pictures, and she thought we painted our mountains.
Wow.
And it was some other things like, you know, what elevation do deer turn to elk? Do you have controls in your rivers, like when you're on the river? My mom was just like, she was kind of being a bitch. She was like, "You really think that we paint our mountains?" And he was like, "I'm so sorry, I'm from Florida." And my mom was like, "Well, this town is at 9,500 feet. What do you think the mountain is?" Like,
Yeah, not to be too insulting, but have you ever heard of Florida Man? If you haven't, look
No.
it up. That'll explain her question.
No. I don't think I've heard of that. What is this?
Florida Man?
yeah, I've not heard of Florida Man.
Florida Man. I have a friend who was born and raised in Michigan. He moved to Florida, and he experiences some of the craziest freaking stuff. And people get arrested in Florida for very strange things. I just look it up. Just look up Florida man.
I can vouch. I can vouch for that too because I was in Florida. I've been in Florida, and they have the strangest crimes.
Yes.
I'm kind of scared.
Oh, you should be scared. I mean, they get arrested for some whack stuff. Oh my gosh. They put California to shame. That's pretty impressive.
Worst superhero ever?
Yes.
Florida man.
That's right.
A naked Florida man is arrested for oh, hold on. TV. Hold on.
So I have to look up Silverton, Colorado. Like Silverton, like silver by the ton. Actually, that's how the town got its name. The previous name was actually Bakersville or something like that, like the early 1800s. But yeah, so the town that I grew up in is 9,500 feet, and
Wow, there's a whole website devoted to this guy.
Yes, there's a whole website about Florida Man, and all these men from Florida getting arrested for really weird things.
Florida man sprays neighbors with bug spray, hits himself in the head with nunchucks. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Didn't mean
you
to
know what's
interrupt.
kind of crazy is that semis actually couldn't come across the highway unless they closed the entire interstate down, or the highway,
Mm-hmm.
because that's how thin the highways were.
Wow.
Well,
got
I'm
a
not.
video.
I'm not kidding you. So, do you guys know what switchbacks are?
No,
It sounds familiar.
So when you look at like trails that go from like left to right, like it looks like a Z pattern going up.
Yeah.
So going into Silverton, because it's 9,500 feet, we have a zigzag pattern going into the town, and there's only two ways.
Okay.
And the only two ways to get in there was over two very dangerous mountain passes. In the U.S., the 5 most dangerous mountain passes, Silverton has 2 of them. And the only way a semi can go across them is if they close down the entire highway, because the semi will, based on how they turn with the trailer, it's kind of hard to explain, but they would literally close down the entire road. Like they have to close down the entire road.
Yeah, they have to have room. So
Yeah,
yeah, one of them, Florida man, got arrested for giving an aggressive wet willy, but it gets weird from there. I mean, they go. Hang on, I'm gonna look it up.
And by the way, I drove trucks in the Army too, briefly.
Did you really? You were motor T?
Well, that's, the part of my MOS, our what's called the ATE, the automatic test equipment, basically fit. It was basically a big computer system to test all the stuff in, and it fit in an 18-wheeler.
So you didn't actually
Really?
drive them?
Yeah, I drove 5 tons and stuff. Yeah.
You didn't drive them 5 ton. They didn't have 5 tons. Wait. When were you in?
The late 90s.
Oh, okay. You would drove
Yeah.
5 tons.
Yeah,
because
I had
we
to
didn't
get all
have.
that training. I had a Class C license and all that good stuff. Yeah.
Well, but the thing is that they changed the trucks. So we had 7 tons, 2002, 2003, and the Army changed them too. So
Okay.
I worked on 5 tons.
Yeah, we had to do our own maintenance too.
oh, nice. So I'll tell you guys this, that my instructor said that I was the best one that could back a dog leg trailer with a double trailer.
Nice. Wow. Yeah. I did get just one trailer.
So what we did is I was actually talking shit to my instructor.
A double trailer?
Yeah, a double trailer. It
That's
was
the skill.
2 20-foot trailers, and we were talking shit. Anyway, so technically when you're like backing into like a bay or whatever, you've got like 2 feet on either side, 2 feet or whatever. So we backed the double trailer in, and we put the cones on the outside of the tires. And me and the sergeant that were having a debate about it. He was like, I can do better than you or whatever. And he ran over 2 cones. I ran over 3. And we didn't actually put them 2 feet on the outside, which is actually a typical backing in like a dock or whatever. We put them to the outside of the tires, not including the bulge of the tires. And he ran over 3, or he ran over 2, I ran over 3. So, no offense, guys, but I'm pretty good at backing trailers.
Florida man arrested for having a Trump-shaped ecstasy pill.
Florida man arrested for hitting his mom with
What
a
is
corn
that?
It's the Florida man phenomenon. Sorry. Yeah. this is crazy.
Who's a Florida man? Is he in the chat?
No, it's just we were talking about earlier that there's a phenomenon, I guess, apparently bringing up your point about Floridians get arrested for the weirdest crimes.
Send her that, and it'll give her all kinds of Florida Man articles.
You just Google it.
Man, I have a best friend in Florida.
And I wasn't there for that long, but the time I was there in Florida, I heard some strange stuff too about Florida.
Well, Florida's a super liberal state, so
Actual crimes that were actually happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're perusing
Florida Man caught on camera licking the camera.
on one of those doorbell cams.
Yeah. Florida Man calls 911 to report himself drunk driving.
No,
Florida Man got arrested for hitting his mom with a corn cob.
you read that one already.
Okay.
Django, did you see my feminism debate?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw it.
That was the one with Dr. Christie, right?
Yeah, stupid Chrissy Winters. That dumbass bitch. Excuse my language. Oh man, that stupid lady drove me nuts.
Yeah.
You were patient with her, however.
We actually fast forwarded to most of her stuff.
Oh, thank you. Because the thing is that I emailed the moderator for weeks, talking about what our debate was or whatever, and he changed it like 2 days before. Oh, you have no idea. I was so freaking pissed. And I was actually supposed to debate Erica Jungle Jargon. What's her name? Erica
Gutsick Gibbons.
Yeah. He changed my debate 2 days prior to her debate with me. And I was like, you know what? I'm done. Like, I'm not going to deal with this shit. Like, you try to change it with Chrissy Winters, and you're trying to change it with this. Like, I'm not that skilled of a debater. I'm not going to change my debate within 24 hours. Like, I'm not that skilled. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to be a piece in her board that's going to,
Well, that was the point. That's what they were trying to do.
Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right. She was trying to make me look like a piece of shit, and I'm not going to do it. Excuse my language. Sorry. And I wasn't going to do it. And so, the moderator, he was kind of pissed at me. And I'm like, you know what? You try to do this with my feminist debate, and I know more about feminism than I do about the other stuff, and you still try to change it. Yeah.
Well, you skunked her from an objective observer. I didn't know who you were. You got her.
Yep.
You know what? He even tried to corner me on. Well, actually, he tried to push me away from when I was trying to corner on abortion. That's what actually really made me mad about him.
Yeah,
I tried to corner her on that, and your husband Joel, he, made a comment about, thank you for, sticking up for the innocent babies, and the moderator actually pushed me on. He wouldn't allow me to actually corner her.
Wow.
And it was really sad, and I was like, wait a second, you got 3 females here. Like, are you BLM that doesn't care about black lives because there's black lives in police, but yet, there's females that have been, saved from, abortion or whatever, and she didn't even care. She didn't even. And when I tried to corner her on it, the moderator, he pushed me on. He was like, "We need to keep on first wave feminism." I was like, "I am on first wave feminism,
Yeah.
whatever."
Exactly.
Yeah.
The conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't like it.
Nope. Some people don't like extreme harsh truths. It's been so battered into our heads that abortion is a good thing. It's a fine thing. It's a form of
legal.
birth control.
Yeah.
It's legal, therefore it's right. It's been hammered into our heads that anybody that makes an opposing argument, which is all too easy to do, they're met with derision, like, oh, and people are appalled. Oh my goodness, how you're an awful person. How can you disagree with women's rights? It's like, you're murdering them so you don't get stretch marks, so you can have a nice financial future. I mean, think about this for a minute,
And also, you can't procreate by yourself. How are you going to do that by yourself?
That's right.
why does a man not get the right to say anything about their own baby?
That's right.
I just that horrifies me.
You know,
It's
we were.
their baby. It's their. It's half their DNA.
That's right. It's a separate freaking human being. It has very
Exactly.
little to do with your daggum body. I mean, seriously, it's not an organ.
Dagon. I love that. Dagon. That's such
What's
a
that?
military thing. I love it. I love it.
What happened?
Dagon. You said Dagon. That's such a military thing.
Oh.
I haven't heard that in like 15 years. I'm sorry. I had to point that out.
Like, it's cute. The Texas is starting to rub off on her too.
Oh, stop. If that
Says y'all on occasion.
Nope, screenshotter didn't happen.
No, but you know, it's the same thing. Like I've been fighting for men for years. Like you made half that baby.
Yeah.
Why can't you have some kind of say in it? Like what? And it's because of this whole feminist movement because they
So-
think that women are oppressed in the past.
So it's
But-
not the woman's body. It's half the.
It isn't the women's body. How is it our body?
It's half the
It's a
man's.
whole separate human being. Thank you.
It's not even the man's.
Right.
It's literally an entire separate being inside of us. Like
a
our
new person.
entire body is built to be
It's a
different.
creation. It's a creation
Yay.
right in front of our eyes.
Exactly. Like Jungle, let me ask you a question. How many women have always complained about being cold all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do you think that is?
Because the blood circulates toward the inside instead of the outside.
No. Has nothing to do with that. It
Because
has
of
everything to
love
do with being having a baby. Because when we have a baby, when our bodies grow with a baby, our body temperature raises. And if we had the same temperature as men, our organs would fry.
I think I heard you say that actually in that debate.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Exactly.
because
Like
I'm hot all the time. Roasting my
What's
daggum-
that?
I said I'm roasting all the time. I don't know why. It's been that way my entire life. It's like I'm a radiating furnace. I'm not sure why. So I prefer cooler weather.
Can I ask you how old you are? I'm not trying to be
Well,
rude.
No. I mean, I've been dealing with this forever. I've always run hot, if you will, my entire life.
Oh, okay. So I've always run cold. So
Lucky. See, I can sleep when I'm cold, but I can't sleep when I'm baking. Yeah.
So my mom's actually smoked when I was a kid, so I'm not sure if it's the 100% reason why I have poor circulation, but that's the reason why I have poor circulation, so I'm always cold.
Hmm.
And
you're right. Yeah,
but the
that's-
thing is that women are typically colder than men
Yes. Typically,
because of the fact that, you know, when we have babies where we can't have the same temperature as men because otherwise our organs would fry.
So
And that's
do
even men, and that's even women that are overweight, meaning our body temperature would be higher. You know, we still can't have the same temperature, so
Makes
it's
sense.
very interesting. Yeah.
so your temperature raises,
Mm-hmm. By half a degree, actually.
but you said it can't be the same temperature as men.
No, I don't want to say it can't be the same temperature as men because when I was in Iraq, I saw these women that were dressed totally in black, and it was 130 degrees, and the men were in white, so therefore, it rejects the light or whatever, But
Yeah.
anyways, the women still could have babies. They had no problems. But I believe their body temperatures, because they were born in that atmosphere, because they were born in that temperature, their body temperatures were probably different than the men. Like if you look at the body temperatures of men and women in the United States, when we don't have extreme temperatures of 125 degrees to 135 degrees, you'll see that women are actually a lower body temperature. Unless, and I'm not trying to be mean, people understand, but if you're extremely obese, you are going to have a higher body temperature because you
I've
have
often
fat.
wondered if it's because I'm a quarter Swede.
I don't know.
She's a Viking.
Honestly, because you're a Viking, you're a badass.
No,
It could be.
just that
Well,
Sweden is colder.
and then she's also mostly Irish. That's why there's a lot.
No,
of-
I'm actually
Honestly, it has nothing to do with genetics in that sense. It actually has to do with body fat. Honestly,
Oh, I know about
if,
that.
Yeah, if you have more body fat, you're
I
gonna
mean,
have
that's
more
polar
heat.
bear stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? Like polar bear stuff. Like if you have more body fat, you're gonna have more heat.
Well, I could tell you something that I was out here in the woods for like when I was running away from the pandemic. I was out in the woods in February, the end of February, March, and in the cold in a hammock. And then I went to visit my mom in Kansas, and I thought that there was a electric blanket underneath me, and it wasn't. It was just a mattress, but it felt like an electric blanket. It was so hot because I was used to the cold. Somehow I got acclimated to the cold.
Well, the thing is that you can get acclimated in like 20 days. Joel knows that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Reminded me of
Like
Korea.
when I got to Japan, my lieutenant, he made sure that those of us that had been there less than 30 days were acclimated. Like
Yeah.
you have to be acclimated. Like, just because you're born at a certain elevation, like I was born at 9,500 feet. And I went to Japan, and yet I still needed to be watched on my acclimation process because that wasn't an atmosphere that I was like accommodated to. It was totally different.
Yeah.
Now, all I know is that when I went to Houston, Texas, you have to grow gills to survive there.
Does that mean that you got too drunk?
No, meaning that, check this out, okay? So, again, born and raised in Southern California,
I'm
okay?
from Houston, by the way.
He's from Houston, so he's a friggin' total swamp rat, and I'm like a lizard, right? And I go down there to Texas, open up the front door one morning, expecting, some nice dry breeze. My freaking sunglasses fogged up like I opened up the dishwasher. I couldn't believe how humid it was. I'm like, what is
What is this?
Gills. Yeah, I'm looking for gills in Joel's neck. I'm like, how do you breathe here? I can't breathe.
It's like that when you get out of the car, your glasses just fog up.
They do. It's really, really weird.
Yeah, that's what happened to me when I was in Iwakuni, Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Like my hair stayed wet all the time. It
no.
drove me nuts. And I even had short hair. I didn't even have long hair. I didn't even have a bun. Like my hair was short and it was wet. Like from the moment I took a shower in the morning to the moment I went to the motor pool, it was wet the entire day because of the humidity. Like it drove me up the wall.
Yeah, that humidity is awful. And that's, people are always like, oh, well, they try to equate the different types of heat as if, there's some kind of equivalency here,
Dry heat.
between a dry heat and a, more humid heat. And I'm like, no, hands down, hands down. Houston
Well,
suffers a whole lot more than Southern California. I don't care if it's 115, 120 in Southern California. You are doing better than like 85 degrees in Houston. And
Wait, where do you guys live?
right now we live.
Don't tell
We
anyone.
live in
Don't say. People.
Or give me the climate. I don't give a shit about the
We're in Central
city.
Texas.
What's the climate?
We're in Central Texas now, which is still humid. You still get the weird dishwasher effect when you put on your sunglasses, but it's
Gotcha.
nothing like Houston.
Gotcha. So I'm
Well-
actually moving down to Yuma, Arizona. Do you know it, Joel?
Yeah, we got one of our kids is in Mensa, Arizona.
Mesa.
Mesa.
Yeah.
Near Phoenix.
Thanks. Yeah, that
Mensa.
that's nothing like Yuma. Yuma is like 29 Palms. Like
Yeah.
it's hot as F. Like
Yes.
it's very bad. Like I was talking to a friend of mine and they were like, "Oh, it's not so bad." I'm like, "Are you kidding? It's 125 degrees. Like
Yeah.
you touch something like you have to use gloves or whatever."
Yep. I lived in Barstow, California for a few years. And
Oh, did you? Okay, so you know where 29 Palms is then.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Where the Colorado Desert is and the Mojave Desert.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yep.
There's a
29
woman behind every tree.
There's nothing down there.
Exactly.
Like 20 Did you know they actually planted 29 palms going into the base?
What's that?
They literally planted 29 palms going into the base.
They'd have
It,
to.
it was dumb as fuck. Excuse me. But it was stupid. I couldn't believe they did that. I'm like,
they have to find something to name it. What were they going to name it otherwise?
I don't know because they think there's a bunch of drunk MFs. So like, I can't believe they did that. I was like, you spent $100 million or whatever they spent to plant 29 palm trees. Like, I can't believe they did that.
What was there before?
Nothing. There's nothing there.
So how did they get its name? I wonder now.
Because they planted 29 palms. That's how they named the place. See?
I don't even know where 29 palms comes from, but the base doesn't get it from.
Joke.
Oh, it's so stupid.
Yeah,
There's nothing out there. In fact, Joel, if you were a Marine and you went out there, we would actually try to get you to swim in oh man, I can't remember the name. It's been like 15 years. There's a sewage pond that we would call like some kind of lake or whatever. And we would get some of the new Marines drunk and we get them to go and try to swim in it.
Oh my
Oh, that reminds me. Here, gross.
Well, the thing is that they were so drunk that they wouldn't know.
Oh yeah.
Smell it.
That reminds me of this gross little lake pond. I was again. My AIT was over in Alabama, in Redstone, and it's near Huntsville. And there is up in a little bit of mountains up there in the forest. And there's this one place. It wasn't restricted, but we weren't supposed to go up there, and we went up there anyways. And it was like it's an old. It's where the U.S. space program started there in Redstone. They had all these old rockets and stuff. And so they had these this old battery farm where they would just literally dump all these old ancient alkaline batteries in this little lake by the little granite little river, or as a little mountain cliff side. And so it was very toxic. You weren't supposed to swim, all these warning signs, but it was beautiful. So it was always really tempting to want to jump in there. Until at night, we went there at night, and you could literally see there's like this green glow under the water. It was great.
Yum.
Yeah.
That's charming.
From all the batteries. Yeah.
You were talking about the humidity before in the Amazon. Some of the people had mold in their hair that would grow in their hair. It was like a green mold.
Yum.
Wow.
In the Amazon, you say?
Yeah.
Ooh.
See, I don't mind the humidity. I grew up around it, but I don't mind it.
Well, you again. You have gills.
But
We
the
know
Amazon is
like
Amazon is different
I want to hear what he has to say. What's that, darling?
because the Amazon is different because there's any little cut will become infected. There's a lot of bacteria and stuff going around in the jungle.
Yeah, they talk about stuff swims up your urethra and stuff. I've heard. Yeah.
And you got parasites. You got all kinds of
It
nasty
never
stuff.
happened to me.
It depends on what you do. Like,
Hmm.
I've been in both situations. I was in Japan and I was in Iraq. Like, really depends on how you treat the cut. Like,
Yeah. Well,
it really
yeah,
It really depends. Like, seriously, like if you're gonna be an idiot and not like treat the cut, then yeah, you're gonna get a disease. Like,
well, it gets infected in the Amazon. It gets infected. You have to. We didn't
yeah,
even have.
but the thing is that the Amazonians, they would have died hundreds of years ago if they didn't know how to take care of that.
No,
I think what he was trying to say is that you have to take extra special care because of the bacteria content in that climate is so bad that you have to watch it like a hawk. You know,
it does get infected. We didn't have triple antibiotic or salve or whatever that we
I guess
use here.
I guess when I look at it is that we need to change our paradigm with looking at people in the Amazon and stuff like that. There was a guy that went to the Amazon to look at bird species. Actually, there was like, I'm just gonna use the number. There's 200 bird species, and he asked the local Amazonians what they thought about the bird species, like what their names were, how many names they gave to them, and they gave like 190 names. And there were 200 bird species based on those that had PhDs. So I'm going to say that when it comes to the Amazonians and it comes to diseases and stuff like that, like, I have very little information.
they definitely have some kind of trick up their sleeve to be able to survive and procreate and continue on.
Exactly. Like when we look at like the Brazilians, you know, from Brazil, like I mean, granted they're doing it off of basic God that we don't believe on, but you know, they do these things. They have they cure these infections or whatever on their feet, whatever, you know, because they don't have the same stuff as us. They don't have shoes, and they can actually cure these bacterial infections.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they make a show, makes it look like they're doing it from God, but
You mean the Indians, the
no, I'm talking about the Brazilians.
the Brazilians,
Yeah, from Brazil.
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about because I was raised in the Amazon jungle in Brazil.
Well, but I'm talking about those that are Brazil. Because if you're talking about Indians, that's like North
A little
America,
ceremony they would do or something.
Peru.
Well, the Amazon Indians are in the
That's
Amazon jungle.
fascinating. That you grew up in a Brazilian jungle. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
That is freaking fascinating. I would love to hear your stories.
You can't even
it's
survive.
hot.
Just kidding.
Yeah,
Well, worse than more than being hot, I want to know like the cuisine. You know, what was it like on a day-to-day basis and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because that's fascinating. You know,
yeah.
the furthest south I've been is Mexico. I want to know.
The food is pretty normal. It's rice and beans and steak and you know, chicken, fish, whatever. It's pretty normal. I mean, I think
Where'd you grow up in South America?
and on the Amazon River.
Probably one of those
Where?
deadliest places on earth. Is that? I
That's
think.
freaking
Yeah,
awesome.
but where? Like where expressively? Like what is the country?
Brazil.
That helps, but Brazil is very big. No offense, but
Right.
me.
Right, but there's only one Amazon in Brazil, and it's the state of Amazonas, and it's the capital city of Amazonas.
So is that anywhere near where you are? Yeah, Antangulo is in Brazil, right? Is that?
Yeah, but would be in southern Brazil, probably.
Okay.
Somewhere around there.
He's originally from Sweden too, though. I think
But like you said, yeah, it's a big country, and just Brazilians.
So where
That's
is
why he
the,
said when Brazilians,
where's the town that you grew up in?
the town,
Mm-hmm.
it's called Manaus. It's the capital city of Amazonas. It's Manaus.
Will you spell it?
MANUS. AUS. MANAUS.
MAN.
I bet you your food is amazing. Oh my goodness.
Oh, when I went back there, I was looking at everything. I wanted to buy everything I saw. I wanted to eat it.
So when did you move out of that place?
When I was 17.
17. So what's the name of the county?
The county. There's no. I don't think there's counties. There's just towns and the state and the town. That's as far as I know.
So Colorado doesn't mean anything to you?
No, but you've heard of Puraque, right? Puraque or no?
I see it.
No, I mean there's what they call the electric eel. It's called the Puraque.
No, I'm talking about like a county, like a big county called Colorado. Coroado.
Coroado is some crowned. Sounds like crowned. Coroado.
That's where you used to live.
No, I used to live in the city of Manaus.
Yeah, the same Manaus is in Colorado. It's not it's not far from it.
Coroado.
Mm-hmm. C-O-R-A or C-O-R-O-A-D-O. It's literally not far from Manaus.
It depends. Far is relative, or not far is relative.
I mean,
Coronado Beach Hotel,
no,
Bezos, Brazil.
no, I'm talking about like something that's like less than 20 miles.
What?
Amazon 3-day weather forecast.
Just type in C-O-R-A or C-O-R-O-A-D-O.
Amazon River.
I don't know. I could tell you some of the sections of the city of Manaus. One is São Francisco, and the other one is Cachoeirinha. Those are the two.
Compensa.
Compensa.
Mm-hmm.
Compensa. That sounds familiar. Do you see Itacoatiara?
See Lero de Vale.
Boa Vista.
Oh, well, I don't see any major stuff.
Boa Vista, Itacoatiara, Parintins would be another one.
Well, you have to tell me where it is based on Manaus.
But
Manaus, there's also Colorado. There's
The-
also Compensa. Like
Compensa.
what I'm seeing about Coro, I don't even know how to pronounce it. It's a municipality.
Municipality. Okay.
Yeah, there.
Okay.
It is close to Manaus, but it doesn't. I don't know. I don't know if municipality is synonymous with county necessarily, but
Coroado that's municipality. That would be kind of like a city or town or something, I guess.
I'm seriously just on Google Maps. I'm not trying to debunk you or whatever, but I'm on Google Maps and I'm not seeing what you're talking about. Compensa, Colorado, Manaus.
You see Manaus? Do you see Itacoatiara?
No, I don't see Taco. I
Do
don't
you
see what you're talking
see
about.
Rio
I see
Negro?
Colorado.
The Rio
I see
Negro?
Compensa. Nope.
Yep, I see Rio Negro. I see Compensa, Manaus. I see.
How about Solomões? Solomões. Do you see Solomões? You know what Solomões is?
Educanos, Kendos. Even
I don't see any of that. I see Compensa. I see Colorado and Manaus. That's it.
Solomões is actually the Amazon River. Rio
Right.
Solomões.
Oh.
That's another word for the Amazon River.
That is fascinating.
And they have what they call the mixing of the water. Is the Amazon River mixes with the Rio Negro, which is brackish black water.
Right.
And you can actually see it mixed together, different colors.
Yeah, here they have a little camera icon on the map at precise so that people can go there and see that the mixing of the two waters. That's interesting. Oh,
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh, I don't see that.
I grew up on a boat going through the mixing of the waters.
Oh wow.
So where am I missing this? Because all I see is Compensa, Corrado, and Manaus. That's the only
Well,
three I see.
Manaus is the city where I lived, where my parents worked.
Yeah, but I don't see anything else.
How
Like,
about Puraque? You say Puraque? Purquequara?
well, what am I looking? East, west? Like,
It
you
would
have
be
no idea how
east.
many things I'm looking
Down
at.
river. Down river is east.
South. Are you talking about
How did you
south?
pronounce that
East.
again, darling?
Puraquequara.
Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can.
Wait. What did you say?
Puraque.
South?
East.
Just east.
Down river.
Well, but downriver means south.
No. Means
No, it
means
runs
east.
But which river? There's two rivers.
The Amazon River runs east.
Yes.
Okay, so when I'm looking at Google Maps, I see Compensa, Manaus, and Corrado. Tell me where to go from there.
Scroll in, darling. You might be able to see more.
From which one? Compensa, Manaus, or
Yeah,
Corrado?
Manaus. You'll be able
Yeah.
to see
Manaus.
pretty clearly. Yeah.
Okay, so then the river that I see to the left is the river
Re-
he's talking about?
Rio Negro.
Well,
The
it
Rio
doesn't.
Negro
It
and then the
doesn't.
Solomons.
Well, here's the thing, Jungle. It doesn't say this on Google.
It
Right?
doesn't
I
say
can't.
Solomons.
No, it doesn't. It gives me Press Vargo. It gives me Aparecida. It doesn't say what this river is.
But I see that doesn't say. What does it say? Amazon River.
No, it doesn't.
Here, I'm gonna have Joel post a link to what I'm looking at, so you can see things more clearly, darling. Hopefully.
Okay, because I'm getting a little confused. I'm trying to look. I'm there, but you got to be more specific.
I could. I'll tell you what. I could. I'll get on my computer and I'll do a video and zoom in on where I used to live.
I'm gonna check it out on satellite. Oh my gosh, it's so green and beautiful. Oh my.
Well, the thing is, you don't need to do that. You need to just be specific. Like, I could literally tell you where I live in Colorado without having all this like crazy
I
communication.
already told you it's Cachoeira in the city of Manaus.
That doesn't help me. If I told you I lived in Silverton, Colorado, would you be able to find me?
Heck yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, you would be able to, but he wouldn't be able
Right,
to.
Silverton, Colorado equates to Manaus, Amazonas, Brazil.
Okay, so that link, I'm not finding anything but a moving.
Do you see the state of Amazonas?
Wow, look, Joel, this is where the water mixes. Satellite imagery.
I'm not seeing anything with this. Like, it's just giving me.
You got the blue and
I
white
just
Nile rivers in Africa, Sudan.
Manaus is the capital city of the state of Amazonas.
Same thing.
It's basically the only major city there's
Silt.
that's there.
okay. So Joel, I looked at that. All I got was some kind of moving graphic. It didn't.
I don't
do
know
any-
what we're trying to find exactly. I'm kind of lost.
Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to look at Google Maps. Like, from Manaus, where am I going? East, west, north?
But what are we trying to find outside of Manaus?
We're trying to find Jungle's homeland or home city.
You
or
said
whatever.
Manaus.
I already told you it's Manaus, this Cachoeira, the city of Manaus. But the school I went to was downriver.
Well, but that doesn't help me because when you say downriver, you're meaning something totally different.
No, it's
When I say downriver, I mean south.
Down
it's
by
down.
the river.
It's downriver, downstream.
Is that our Army only cadence? I don't know.
toward the Atlantic Ocean.
Toward the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, hang on.
I'm forgetting that old cadence now, guys. I don't know if the Marines sang it or not, Jesse.
Down by the riverside.
Are you talking about? It's actually not the Atlantic because you are
Mhm.
far from the Atlantic. It's like the Rio Negro.
It's a big country. It's a big river. It's the largest river in the world.
Yeah, but you have no idea how far it is from the Atlantic. Like,
I have no idea. I
uh-huh.
know it's far.
It's far.
I'm just saying it runs
It's
into
it's
the.
it's so far. Yeah. Runs into, but yeah.
But see
Joel,
that would be
what
downriver. I'm trying to explain what downriver is.
what is downriver?
Downstream
Towards the ocean.
toward the
but-
ocean.
Okay,
All-
so I'm
all
looking
drains
at
lead towards the ocean?
Manaus, and there is a stream coming from the left, and there's a stream going to the right. What is downriver?
Well, there's
There's
a big
no
mix of
stream that
rivers.
comes up from the north.
The Brown River.
I'm very little.
It's like the Rio Negro meets the
Brown
Amazon.
River.
And then there's the Parana di. I don't know how to pronounce that. How you pronounce that, Kelly? Parana di what?
But if you look at Manaus, it's left and right. It's not downriver or upriver, which is north and south. Like, I'm very literal with my cardinal directions.
So go
if
to the
you say
right.
if it's north and south, yes.
If you go to the right,
Thank
you
you.
might find
Left, east, and
Purkequara.
right.
If you go to the right, you might find Purkequara if you can see it.
That's what I'm talking about. You can't just be like, vaguely descriptive about stuff. If you say west, I'm gonna go look west of Manaus.
It's
I'm
east. I
very-
told you
I'm-
east. I told you east of Manaus.
It's not east, it's west.
No, it's east.
The river that you're talking about actually comes from the west. Thank you. Thank
It
you.
comes
Thank
from
you.
the west
Silly.
and goes to the east. It goes to the
Dude.
Atlantic Ocean.
Does go to the east. Yeah.
Amazon Theater's got 4.8 stars out of 5.
Dang, I want to go to the Amazon Theater.
Yeah.
Amazon Theater.
I'm just letting you know that I'm not a typical woman. Like, I understand left and right, east and west. Like,
Kelly can't.
I said east many times.
Direction challenge.
No, the thing is that you have a river coming from the west, going to the east. Do you not look at that?
Yeah, so I said go to the east from Manaus.
No,
From
you
Manaus
need
is
to go
east.
to the west
From
and
Manaus
then
is
go to the east.
no, from Manaus is east.
Have you ever looked at the geography of this area? You need to go from the west to the east. Why would you go from the east to the west?
Villa Bariti.
From
foolish.
Manaus to the east.
Kelly laughs at
From
me
the
when I pronounce
wild.
the name from
But the
California.
thing is that if you wanted someone to find it, you would tell someone to. Well, first of all,
Villa.
huh?
I would say if I was there, I would say go downriver.
But what does downriver mean? If you're in Colorado, downriver means
Means
south.
east. Means going to the east, like you said.
It's
Okay,
going-
the thing is that you're making a very foolish statement based on people that think they know what you're talking about. Because in Colorado, when you say downriver, it means south.
Down which river? It depends which river.
No, it doesn't, because you've never been in Colorado, so you have no idea
The
what I'm talking
Colorado
about.
River is
No,
south
we
or
have the
south?
Arkansas. We have
State
all
of
kinds of rivers.
Arizona.
Colorado's not the only river we have.
We have
State-
the Arkansas and Kansas too.
Yeah, but Kansas has nothing to do with where Arkansas is in our state.
Oh, we had the big controversy about deforesting the Amazon. Remember?
Well, he's making an assumption based on
You know they
the same
you know
thing.
they have more forest fires in Africa than they ever do in the Amazon
Who gives a shit? That's not what we were talking about. No offense.
because they always talk about
But who cares?
forest
That's not what we were
fires.
talking about.
and the Amazon rainforest doesn't even burn to start out with.
Why are you
It's wet.
deflecting? We're talking about rivers, all
It's
right?
too wet.
Rivers, the Arkansas River and the Colorado River, don't move the same in your state as they do in my state. Can you agree on that?
In my state is Kansas, and the Arkansas
Yeah,
River
no
goes through
shit.
Kansas.
But do you not agree that they do not move the same? Nope. Of
They
course
don't
you
move
can't.
the same. They're different rivers.
No, they're the same river. The Arkansas and the Colorado are the same river.
Oh, the Colorado and the Arkansas is the same river.
Oh my gosh, did I not say that in the beginning? They move the same.
Y'all are
Me.
silly.
Okay,
They move
so
south.
is INTP and which one's ENTP? I
Uh-oh.
need to know.
She's
I
breaking
need
out
to
the
know.
psychology
I
now.
need to know.
Yes. I say that again. I'm sorry.
No, I'm an INFJ.
Really?
I I don't know what an IFJ is. What the fuck is that
Yeah.
shit?
They're the mind readers.
Use my language.
I'm an
INFJ.
INFJ.
Yeah.
What is that shit, Joel? What am I looking
Oh,
at
I-
here?
that's-
Help
that's-
me
that's
out.
Kelly.
Yes, this is my forte, man.
Yeah.
I'm
My bad,
INTJ.
ma'am. I'm so sorry. I don't know psychology shit.
If you,
What
if
am
you
I?
don't know what your MBTI type is, Jesse,
You
Kelly
will know
find out.
soon.
Yes.
That's right.
I need to know, but I don't know what it is. All I know is I don't know what I know.
You're
Well,
INFJ,
actually,
really? Oh,
to be technical,
no, not
I'm
particularly.
I'm an INFJ/T.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I don't
INTJ.
really. Oh man, I don't really care about that psychological shit. No offense, I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I'm not
you
trying to be
will.
mean.
You will. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't
Yes,
worry.
ma'am.
I will corrupt you over time. It's okay. It
Yes,
won't hurt
ma'am.
much.
What is my IMFJ?
Okay, so Myers-Briggs type indicator is a personality typing system, and it categorizes you based upon 16 personality types with several different dichotomies. Like, for example, you have introverted, extroverted is one dichotomy, sensor, intuitive is another dichotomy, thinking, feeling is another one, and the last one is judging and perceiving.
Oh man, I think I'd fuck all of it up.
No,
I'd
it's
be like the middle.
Well, if it weren't 4 a.m, you'd probably do just fine. But yeah, you just take a test, and it basically based upon your answers is very self-reporting, obviously. But a lot of people poo-poo it because of it. I'm like, dude, whatever. There's a whole lot of crap in life that's self-reporting. But anyway, I digress. So, so you take this test, and it based upon your answers and what have you, it categorizes you. And of course, everybody's dynamic. So, you're going to have a few traits from all other different types of personality types or whatever. However, your main type will be this 4-letter combination. Like mine is INTJ, his is INFJ. So that means that he is introverted, intuitive, feeling, judging. And judging doesn't mean judgmental. It means you need things to come to a conclusion. You need things to have a purpose. Yeah, you're more organized. Perceivers are more spontaneous. They're more disorganized, but they're also, they can be pretty fun-loving, and stuff like that. They're like more like the chill, spontaneous type as far as that goes. So yeah.
I like to summarize INFJs are what they call the mind readers.
Right.
They're very quiet, in which they kind of stay behind the scenes until they need to pipe up, I guess. But they're so intuitive, oftentimes they can know what people are thinking before they say.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is that okay, so no offense to these tests, like I don't think tests can actually, come up with people's things or whatever, like how they can do things, because my brother is super intuitive with people. Like he can literally guess who you are, how you are in 5 minutes. Doesn't matter
Yeah.
how many questions you ask. Doesn't matter anything. Like
It's likely he's INFJ.
I don't
It's
know what
likely
that
he
I
is.
don't know what that is, but all I know is that I personally believe that he can read auras. People's auras or whatever you want to call it. Like he just
Basically.
yeah, like
Basically, I can just look at a person.
yes. Like seriously, Jungle, like I've never met anyone that can guess somebody without asking questions. Like I've had boyfriends in the past who are like, oh, he's gonna ask me a bunch of questions. I'm like, no. He's literally gonna know you, even with just asking you what kind of candy you like. Like he's and it's not an arbitrary thing. It's just he's gonna be able to guess it. Like I don't even know how to explain it. Like my brother's perceptions are very unequaled. So I don't
That's the
I don't know
thing.
I don't know if it like necessarily falls into something that you can test though. Like
No, that's what's so cool
no
about it.
offense. Well, the thing is that I don't think you can test it because
Well, that's what's so cool.
I
Is that, so INFJs are just what they call the NT versus the not NF the
What are you thinking?
the intuitives versus the SJSFP.
It's thinking, feeling.
No, well, I'm trying. Okay, so the vast majority of the human population is what they call the
The
SPs.
sensors.
Yeah.
No, they're sensors. They're
Right.
either
So
SPs or
INFJs, INTJs are extremely rare.
well, yeah.
So that it would make sense that if your brother is a INFJ type, I mean, there's other types as well that are kind of quintessential mind readers, but it's not arbitrary. It's actually quite scientific, I'd say. So my
I believe
I think
it
they were
too.
mother and daughter, and it's based off of Carl Jung's psychology.
I don't know about all that, but I would say that I have a hard time believing that people can actually like biologically or psychologically like confine us because
Well-
we're so different. Like
Well, yeah, of
you
course.
can't actually confine us into like one category to another. Like I've taken these tests.
It's like preferences, darling. It's like you have preferences. Like I was saying in the beginning when I prefaced everything I was saying when I said that everybody's dynamic. You know, some people are not going to fit strictly in their dichotomies. How it is useful, particularly for someone like me. I'm an INTJ, so I'm a thinker. I'm not a feeler. So what happens with me oftentimes, especially growing up, what have you, is that I couldn't relate very well to my female peers. I didn't understand why they were so daggum sappy, why, you know what I mean? That things that were important to them, they play like wedding and stuff with, you know, their dolls. I'm like, the heck, you know, they were very, very emotionally based, and that's just not me. It's just not me. I need logic. I need things to make freaking sense. So when I discovered these typing systems, and also just to digress a little bit, even United States court systems, particularly family law, will subject people to very long self-reporting tests known as the MMPI-1 and MMPI-2, and it's to try to determine if somebody's suffering from psychological disorders or traits of psychological disorders, and that's what they use that as part of the decision-making process for custody, you know, child custody and stuff. So anyway, back to the MBTI, and there's also another one I really like a lot. It's called the Enneagram. So the Enneagram particularly, let me get into that one. That one is 9 different personality types, and again, you're dynamic. Everybody's going to have all of the personalities combined into one individual, you know, obviously, just to varying degrees. So what they try to determine is your preferences, how you process data, how you interact with the world, you know, and
It's like a model.
It's and what it does for me is it helped me to learn about all these different personality types and how to communicate with them more effectively. Because if I'm communicating, say, with like an ESFJ, I'm going to offend them. There's just no way around it. I'm going to pee them off, and they're going to get all butthurt because they're feels, and I'm going to get annoyed. You know what I mean? So I needed to learn. I really, really needed to learn, because ESFJ is one of the more popular personality types among females. I need to learn how to communicate with all the different types. So it's really freaking helpful for someone like me.
ENFP that gets along with INTJs really well.
The thing is, you know what? I actually think maybe we get along very well, and we'd have some great discussions. But I think we disagree on a few things, because I think that I don't think that we are like relegated to like personality types. I think it just has to do.
Well, not to interrupt too much, but it's not being relegated. It's like a description, and everybody fits part of those descriptions, and like you said, it's dynamic.
No, I don't think so, because I think the thing is that we change, because I used to be a feminist. I told you that in one of my comments. Your wife and you guys would have hated me.
But that's not a personality type.
Yeah, but Jungle Jargon, you would have hated me 10. What's that?
Whether you when you changed your mind from feminism to a more sane position, that still had no bearing on your. See what I mean? I'm an insensitive A word, and I don't mean to be. But anyway,
don't worry about it. Be
it's still your personality. What your politics doesn't determine your personality. It doesn't.
It's not politics. It was actually
okay,
a
I'm not
personal
gonna fight
belief,
you,
because
Matt.
I was in the Marine Corps. No offense. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but
I know you're not trying to be mean. That doesn't.
but
I'm
yeah,
too thick
but
into
we
that.
were a very small percentage of the Marine Corps, so I had a very big leg up on my feminism. All right, so when I joined the Marine Corps, it was 2.3%.
Okay, but again, that's not determined by your personality,
I'm
darling.
thinking that we should maybe if you just take it
No,
to
hold on,
hold
hold on, Joel, hold on. But she's got a good point. You got a good point. Like I have to think about that.
Yeah.
Well, that was 10 years ago when I changed my mind about that. So it may have been my position and may have been where I was that made me choose feminism.
Right.
Because the thing is that it's not based on our inherent things. Like I was actually going, you're absolutely right. My apologies.
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. Like,
And I understand. I was reluctant to be, how do you put it?
Oh, me subjecting people to psychological profiling.
There you go. Yeah. She subjected me. She does it to all of her friends. If she's going to become friends with anybody, that's how you know she likes somebody. She will subject you to these tests and all the psychoanalysis stuff. So anyway, so she's looking at marrying
love it
me.
because
So,
it actually makes a lot of sense. Because you know what? When I actually let go of my feminism, you guys have no offense, but you have no idea. Like I was sitting on my computer and I'm like, I don't even know what to believe. I don't even know what to do. I don't even know what to research.
You sound like
A professor of mine said it a brilliant way. He goes, your opinions are like underwear. You change them every day, but your belief is rough. When you lose it, it's hard. It hurts. And so when I lost my feminism belief, I didn't know what to do. I stared at my computer. I'm like, what do I do? What do I start?
Yeah.
I didn't even know what to do. So I started to listen to my brother, my youngest brother, not my four brothers. And I started listening to my other male friends, and I just started to listen. And I would fight back and say, oh, feminism, this, and it was, and I had no defense. And, it was a very slow thing. It literally took like 6 years.
Wow.
It took like 6 years. It was amazing because when I was in the Marine Corps, I had every right to be a feminist. I had every right based on how the men treated me. Even now, I still have a right to hate men and all that kind of stuff, but I still don't.
That's like me recovering from schizophrenia.
yeah, Kelly brought up a thing, Jesse. If you've heard of a lady named Candace Owens.
Yes,
what
I
you
love
believe.
Candace Owens.
You sound like her. You sound like her when her eyes are open to the reality of what's really going on behind the scenes and their true objectives. She floundered too. She's like, "Oh, great! Now what?"
Right? Thank you. I'm so glad you brought that up because I when I found her, I was like, "Oh man, she's saying what I'm believing." Well, actually, I found her about 5 years later, but no offense to Candace Owens, but no, you're absolutely right. Like my brother for years, my youngest brother was like, Jesse, all this stuff, and I was very defensive, and I had no defense. I had nothing. And when it finally gave way, I didn't know what to do for the longest time.
Well, I'll tell you what, when we heard your debate with that lady, it was refreshing. It was really nice because I don't come across, well, frankly, I come across extremely few females that agree. My sister, oh my gosh, she and I do not get along because she toes a whole lot of feminist party lines there, I'll tell you what. But
oh no, it was so cool because Joel put like 3 comments on my video, and I did this. I did that debate like 6 months ago or whatever, and he put all kinds of comments. And I was like, "Did your wife watch it?" And he goes, "Yes, she loved it." And I was like, "Oh, that's amazing! I'm so happy."
Yeah, it was extremely refreshing because I believe precisely the same things. And
I appreciate it because I was very nervous. Oh my gosh, I was so nervous that day. Like I try to do it based on a scientific methodology, and I try very hard to make it something so where females could actually use it to show that feminism was actually detrimental to our society. And that woman, man, I was not prepared for what she did.
Well, you actually, I'll just, again, this is from an objective observer standpoint, because I didn't know who you were. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's the first time Joel and I have ever seen anything pertaining to you. And from an objective viewpoint, you didn't lose that debate. Hands down, you freaking nailed it. You nailed every freaking aspect. You came across very confident, very knowledgeable. That's the most important thing. Confidence, that isn't so important to me, but from a worldly perspective, of course, confidence is everything, which is silly to me. But most importantly, you are knowledgeable, very articulate. Yeah, you definitely rocked the heck out of that debate. She didn't have anything but her freaking buzzwords. Every time she would make a point, I was envisioning this big red button that she kept slapping with her hand with these dumb buzzwords that mean absolutely freaking nothing at all. Yeah, you definitely won that one.
You know, it's kind of funny because I love my sister-in-law, my youngest brother's wife, and me and her, we disagree on a lot of stuff. But when she watched the debate, she was like, "Jesse, you did a great job," and I'm like, I felt like it did horrible because I felt like she kept trying to corner me. And unfortunately, and I'm not trying to talk crap about modern day debate, but when I tried to corner her on abortion, he moved me on. And when she tried to corner me on a point, he did not move her on.
That's a shame. See, I hate that.
It drove me nuts. Like, I'm like, listen, there are 3 females here that I showed, and you're going to try to push me on because it's not in third wave feminism. Yes, it is. It has everything to do with abortion. But she didn't want to answer it because that's how they are.
Yep. No, they're the only fight they have to offer is emotional reasoning, which, of course, doesn't. It's like once you introduce logic, their emotional reason goes out like a fart in a hurricane. It's over. It's over.
Yeah, I was watching this one girl on her YouTube or whatever it was, and she had gotten her second abortion, and she couldn't figure out why she was crying. She's like, I know it's a bundle of cells. I know it's not a baby. And she was crying on her YouTube. And I don't even know how I found this freaking video. And I felt so bad for this girl because she's been so indoctrinated that she thinks that the bundle of cells that she got pulled out of her body, whatever is first or second term, that it means nothing to her. And yet she's sitting here crying and she can't understand why she's crying. And I felt such remorse for her because she doesn't even understand.
Yeah, no, she doesn't. She doesn't understand, but her spirit certainly does.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and
she knows
and they
internally.
say,
Yeah, she knows internally that it was a baby and that there was a soul
Yeah.
that she killed. Like, I don't think that women are necessarily like these evil things just because they had an abortion. I absolutely think that people make bad decisions. I mean, I think a murderer can actually be saved. Pedophile, it doesn't matter. I'm one of those types that I
But-
think anybody can be saved.
but I
And
think there's studies, isn't there, that people are women that have an abortion, they have a lot of
higher
trauma
suicide.
because of it.
Oh, yeah. They have
Yeah.
higher suicide rates. Like on my college, they try to lie and they'll write these huge chalk things to say women that have abortions are better off. And I'm like, no, they actually have a higher suicide rate, just like homosexuals. Like,
I think
go
I
ahead.
think they have to be sociopathic to kill their own child.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Because if you're 17, and no offense, Joel, but you're not a female.
But if they think it through, if they know what they're doing, maybe But
No,
a lot of
that
them
has
don't.
nothing to do with it. Because the thing is, I'm not trying to be mean, guys.
But
But you're not
but
a
if they don't,
female.
a lot
You
of them
don't.
don't know what they're
I
doing.
know. I know.
mean,
But
they're
the
just
thing is that if you're 17 and you have an option to terminate the baby and you're 17 years old, do you really think that they're sociopathic just
I
because
do.
they're 17 and
Yeah, I equate it to, and I've done this in my own debates, to men, soldiers on the battlefield. You're out there, you're trying to push the enemy back. You're trying to stay alive with your other trained squad mates. And say, for example, you come across a group of civilians, other men and women and even children, and you have to make a decision. Do you add them to your group and try to get them to safety? Do you put your own life at risk? Basically, the same exact situation when a lady has a child, she has to make the decision. Do you protect that life and bring them to safety? You know, you're obligated, same way a soldier has to be. And so for a woman to kill her child for any reason is the same, you know, especially for the reason to try to preserve her own life, as the saying, as their side of the argument goes, is the same as a soldier who runs across a group of civilians on the battlefield. He has to make the same, just kind of similar decision. Does he have the right to mow them down so they don't grasp at him and further put his life at risk, being caught by the enemy?
So let me ask you a question.
Abortion is the same as giving the soldiers rights to murder unarmed civilians.
Yeah, but we're talking about something that's inside you compared to something that's outside you that's
No, it's the
totally
same.
different. No,
No.
no, it isn't. It's totally different. Because no
Just
offense,
life.
Joel, you've never had something inside you that's growing. All right, women's nails, they get weak. Our hair gets, frail. We get,
not important,
spider
I guess.
fangs. No, it is different. And I'm not
Yeah,
trying. And trust
would-
me, Joel. Trust me. I'm not trying to. I hate abortion. All right, I'm barren. All right, I hate abortion more than any woman out there, unless they're barren like me. All right, I hate abortion. What I'm saying is that when you go to combat, it's totally different because you're seeing a physical person in front of you. It's totally different than having a
lacks
baby.
imagination.
It's totally different.
I'm actually in Joel's camp on this one because I've had 7 pregnancies, 1 miscarriage, 6 live children. They're all grown now. Oh my gosh, I'm getting old. Well, okay, so I actually got pregnant at 16. My oldest son, my goodness, he's going to be 30
I know, he
soon.
just got married too.
Anyway, I had him at 17.
He's bigger than me. He's
And I did
6'4"
face
and
that,
craziness.
yeah.
It's weird.
I faced that same decision too. And well, for one thing, okay, so I did come from an interesting perspective. My mom had an abortion before she had me, and she vehemently regretted
Yeah.
it. I mean, it broke her heart.
She
It's
still
been-
cries about it today.
Yep, to this day, all these years later,
It broke her heart,
And-
right?
Yeah. What's that? Oh yeah, it devastated her. She struggled with it forever. I mean, she probably still does to this day. But anyway, so she's telling me, I mean, don't ever, you get pregnant, don't kill the baby. So I came from that unique perspective. But also for me, I had already had a picture in my mind about my baby inside me. You know what I mean? I knew it was a person, totally aware at 16 years old. And I could never bring myself to kill it. Even though my dad was pushing me like crazy. Oh, he kicked me out of the house. I'm
not trying to be rude, but the thing is that combat is totally different. And no offense, Joel, I'm not trying to be mean. But that's totally different than being like 7 days pregnant and taking the morning after pill, which, please believe me, I believe the morning after pill is just as bad as abortion because it is abortion, but it's totally different.
I just don't need my eyes to know that person on the battlefield is a person just as much as the person I can't see with my eyes.
Oh, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not. But the whole, analogy that Joel is bringing up is not really relevant. Because
me,
when
it's just a matter of decision.
when it comes to somebody that's outside your body, it's totally different. All right. When I was driving
Well,
in
that's the
Iraq,
thing.
hold on, Joel.
When you're across civilians at the battlefield, they become part of your body. They'll latch on to you. And they'll like to compromise you.
No, they don't.
And you have to decide: are you going to potentially sacrifice yourself to save their lives, or just go ahead and end them so you can protect?
Joel, listen. The thing is I was a truck driver in Iraq. All right. Our battlefield was not like some kind of infantry battlefield. All right. It was
not relevant to me.
But it is relevant to me though. All right. When we were driving along, we had no idea where our bombs were. We had no idea this little kid that was 8 years old was going to step out in front of our convoy. Were they really looking for food, or were they trying to blow up our convoy to try to kill all the rest of us?
Them in
So
Bosnia.
what? Hold on, Joel. Listen to me. So we were told that we had to run over those kids. because otherwise we would kill the rest of our convoy. And it made total logistical and security sense. Like, we shouldn't stop. All right.
We were told we needed to stop. ROE was always to preserve life.
Well,
In fact, we had guys
what
that,
was
that
your
got in
MOS
serious
again?
trouble. Pardon?
What was your MOS again?
39 Bravo.
And that would be,
Told you.
yeah, well, remind me again, because I'm a little confused, because apparently you weren't Motor T, because that's not what Motor T was taught.
Drove trucks.
Huh?
Yeah, we still drove trucks and we still had to make life and death decisions. But the
What
point
was your
is that
job? What was your job in the Army?
defending life, liberty,
No,
Constitution.
what was your job? What did you go to school for? Where did you go to school?
I don't see this. It's not relevant to this conversation.
Well, it is relevant, because the thing is that I was Motor T. I am telling you, I was motor transport. I was an operator. What were you?
I was
Didn't you
the-
fix things in trucks.
I fixed everything. I made everybody's lives easier.
You
Kept
were a
everybody alive.
mechanic? Why are you being obtuse about this?
Because I don't want to get in a weird conversation about it. I just want to correlate how, even whether it's military or civilian life, we make decisions based on whether or not we want to preserve life. Or take it.
No. The thing is that the military, we make decisions based on the fact that we are part of a platoon. If I had stopped for a young child who had a bomb on them, I would have killed all 40 Marines behind me.
What's it got to do with abortion?
Well, that's kind of what she was asking you, though, darling. To be fair.
Well, so again, you would want to stop to make sure the kid's just not a kid.
No, because they would kill all 40 Marines behind me. Are you kidding? You would never stop. You would never even stop for
Hitting
a
a
bomb.
bomb, whether you hit the kid or not with the bomb, this bomb's going to go off no matter what.
Here, let me see the mic.
But it
real
would
quick.
be an ambush.
What I was wanted to ask just for clarification, when you described in Motor T, where they were, I don't know if they ordered you or what was going on to run over the kids. Were these kids obviously armed? That says everything.
Well, the thing is when you're driving, do you have any idea if they're armed or not?
No, not necessarily. No.
Exactly. So we're driving 30,000 pound trucks, and we're driving down the road, and a kid runs out in front of your truck. What are you going to
Doesn't
do?
sound like you'll have any time to stop.
Exactly. That's one part of it. The second part of it is that if we did somehow have enough time to stop, we would kill every Marine behind us, because their entire point was to stop all of us.
Right. Yeah. It's no secret that they would use children to affect that. Right.
Exactly. They did it with women. They would actually pretend like they were pregnant, and they would put bombs in front of them to make them look like they were pregnant.
I can imagine all of that. Right.
Yeah, exactly. So when I was in Kuwait and they were telling us that we could not stop for children or women, because the whole point was, and it has nothing to do with America, Joel. You know, I get what you're trying to say, but this doesn't happen in Iraq. All right. We had 5-year-old children that threw bombs underneath our trucks as we were trying to go through.
Right. Yeah. That's no
And
secret.
we got lucky that they were just grenades, and we had enough armor underneath their trucks that they didn't actually disable our trucks.
Right.
We were lucky. And as a woman, I was horrified. And I'm not trying to say the men weren't horrified, but I was even more horrified because we have such a motherly instinct. Like, it's no joke. Like, I've never had kids. All right. I will never have kids. I'm barren. All right. I cannot have kids. And yet I was babysitting a friend of mine's kids, and I had driven like 17 hours, and my legs were super sore, you know, and whatever. And her kid was crying at like 5 a.m. and I literally crawled out of my bed. I heard her. This is not my baby. This is her baby. Totally different baby. And yet I still heard her. All right. So I totally, I'm not trying to say that we're trying to, you know, mow over kids, but unfortunately, the Iraqis in Iraq,
Unfortunately, if
that's
they're
what
armed,
they
have
do.
to.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
they
having
want to kill us.
having a child in your womb isn't the same, and they don't come with bombs.
That's right. That is true.
I'm just talking about the decision. If you've got the ability to decide to take a life or to spare it, that's all I'm saying. And
So you're saying that if I spare their life and then I kill 40 Marines, one life is better than 40 Marines?
that
No.
well, that's not the same thing
But,
as
but
trying
the
to
thing
keep
is
a child
that
alive in a sociopath's
you're
womb.
stuttering here, Joel. You're
I'm not
stuttering
stuttering.
here.
I'm
But
not
the thing
stuttering at
is
all.
that you were never a truck driver. You were never a truck driver on convoys in Iraq
We're kind of getting off topic.
delivering
It's apples and oranges.
supplies.
I'm just saying that it's not the same as
It is
the
the same.
decision for a sociopath to kill somebody in her womb.
Well, and the Joel's point that I thought that was actually, because I'm trying to steer the conversation back to the abortion issue, is that the unborn child is not strapped with bombs. It's
Right.
not even
The
potentially
child's
strapped with
in the
bombs.
sociopath's body.
Yeah, but we're not
Um,
talking about that. We're talking about. I thought we were talking about Iraq.
Well, it kind of turned there, but
I was talking about nothing.
Yeah.
You're
No,
wanting
no.
to focus on the idea
Joel,
of convoy operations. I'm talking about a different type of situation where you don't anticipate having to basically carry a bunch of civilians with you in an already hostile situation where the civilians aren't supposed to be there. They're they're not armed, they're innocent, and you have to make the decision on whether or not to try to keep them alive with you or to let them risk your life further and inconvenience you like a child would in the womb.
But what situation are you going to be in Iraq in that way? I was never in a situation like that.
Anywhere outside of a truck.
What? Who's out? Okay, Joel, I don't know what your MS was because you're being obtuse about it, but
No, I'm not. I already told you what it is. And I don't. And in the military, you don't always do your job.
no, we did
whatever they
in the
tell you to
Marine
do.
Corps. No offense to the Army, but we did in the Marine Corps. In fact, the reason why KBR was the only one that wanted to drive with the Marine Corps is because we did have a plan. We never actually were like cockroaches in the light. Right? No offense to
Okay.
the Army, but they're like a St. Bernard. Right? They're big and strong, but they're very uncoordinated.
Okay.
So no
You're-
offense to the Army, but we didn't have that kind of stuff.
Right.
We don't leave our trucks, we don't leave our personnel, and we don't leave anybody that's attached to us.
I think that basically, I'm trying to summarize this to help make the point understood. I think what basically he's trying to say is that if no matter where you are, whether you're in Iraq or somewhere, Vietnam, wherever, in any kind of combat scenario, you're on the ground, you're not in a truck or anywhere else. You're out in the open, you run across a group of civilians in an area that they're not supposed to be in. And you have to make the executive decision, unilateral decision. Okay, am I going to go ahead and try to rescue these guys' lives or try to save my own ass?
Right.
And he's seeing abortion as being a similar argument. You got this innocent child in the womb. If you don't kill it with abortion, it's going to inconvenience you for the rest of your life. You're going to have to dole out all kinds of money and
until you have the child, you can put them for adoption.
yeah, well, yeah, just the inconvenience of childbirth, whatever. Maybe they're worried about stretch marks. Basically, just that to choose to value the life over the convenience of the self. I think that's what he was trying to say. Is that what you were trying to say?
Well, yeah, because the argument that the feminazis put out is that, well, if they have this child, it'll kill them. The childbirth is.
Oh yeah, well that's
And
stupid.
I'm like,
but that's
yeah,
not what we're talking about, Joel. We're talking
well,
about
that's the
something when
equivalent. You put
no,
yourself
it
at risk in
isn't.
combat. It's the
No,
same
it isn't.
Situation.
No, it's totally different, Joel. That's the reason why I say
have-
that you're not
it's
Motor
not
T, because
identical.
you were never in Iraq as Motor T. They use their children to try to stop us. All right? So where they
That
could kill
is
the
not
rest
the
of
same
us.
Situation.
It is a totally
We're talking
different
about innocent
situation.
civilians who are not being used as
I'm
weapons.
talking about an innocent child. Do you not think a child is innocent?
You're talking about weapons. I'm talking about the active.
No, I'm talking
behavior
about
of having
child.
to preserve
They
life.
don't even have to bomb it on it.
So sociopaths who murder their children in the womb are equivalent to soldiers who look at civilians who are latching onto them for safety and they believe they have the right to murder them in the street in cold blood.
Where are you getting this relevance? What I'm talking about is people that tell their children to come out in front of our convoys, stop us so way they can ambush the rest of
Yeah.
us. How is that a
Which is-
sociopath?
No, it's not that. He's not. That's not what he's. Hang on, I want to get the mic real quick. He's basically saying not about children being already armed. He's not talking about your scenario. He's talking about an entirely different scenario where
I'm not talking about them being
the
armed.
children, where the children are already unarmed, and that it's known, and that they're looking for safety from you.
But
because
how are you
hot
going to know
zone.
that when you're driving?
I'm not.
That's
We're
what-
not talking about that. We're talking about a different scenario. He's basically saying
What
killing
scenario?
killing actual innocence is wrong. Is what he's basically saying.
Well, but
And
I'm
that-
not disagreeing with that.
Right.
That's
Okay.
the
So
thing.
we're on the same page.
Okay.
The scenario in Iraq was a different subject that came about. I'm not entirely sure how, which I agree with you. I mean, if a child is turned into a weapon, you know what I mean, you don't have a choice but to save your life and the life of your people. I totally get that. He's referring to people that are innocents that are like in a hot zone, and your task, you recognize that these people are innocents, they're just regular civilians, and you try to rescue them, save their lives, or you choose, similarly to abortion, to kill them, because if you take these people along with you to get them to safety, you're putting your own life at risk. So he's making like,
No, that's not what he was saying. Because the thing is, we saved many people when we were out in Iraq. Many people. Those that were dying from heat, those that were, blown up by a bomb or whatever. But I'm talking about the ones who were literally dead set on blowing us up, on stopping our convoys. Not necessarily that the kid had a bomb on them, but the kid would actually stop the convoy. Right? That's what I'm talking about.
yeah,
Right,
that's
you're
not what
talking
he was
about-
trying to say.
Yeah, you're not. We're on two different planets.
No, actually, I don't know what planet you're on, but what I'm trying to talk about is, I'm not trying to talk about abortion or, people. What I'm saying is, in Iraq, it was totally different.
Right. All I'm talking about is which is completely different from what you're talking about, is the idea of whether or not you are going to be willing to risk your own life to save others at the expense of your own life.
What
So
does-
a woman
what
who
does-
knows
what does that
her,
have to
her
do-
child's
what-
going to kill her at childbirth.
Yeah,
has to
but
decide,
what
am I
does
gonna
that
let this
have to do
child
with-
kill me,
Yeah,
or
but
am I going
Joel-
to sacrifice myself so the child can live, just like a soldier will do on a battlefield?
No, that's totally different though, because
Soldier has to decide: am I going to let this
how
child
many
kill
how
me?
many soldiers
Am I going to let
would
this
run
child
over
kill
children?
me, or am I going to sacrifice my life to hope to save this child? That is
Joel,
the same exact
let me ask you
decision.
a question. If you were driving down the road and a child jumped
It is
out in
the
front of your
same exact
convoy,
decision.
would you run over them?
It is the same exact decision. And
But
we're not
what-
talking
but
about
what
just
would you
one
do?
myopic
Would you
example. We're
literally-
talking about the
but would you
ability to
literally
decide on actually taking
detriment
life.
all
For safety.
those behind you?
The child in the womb does not have a grenade.
We're not talking about a child. We're talking child
Yes,
that's
we
outside
are.
the woman.
This entire conversation is
I am
exclusively
not
about
against
child
abortion.
children in the womb versus a soldiers having to decide whether or not to save a
It's
child.
totally
or
different.
Killing the
You're
child so they
talking
can
about
move
something
on
that's
without
totally
having to risk
irrelevant.
their own life to save that life.
Joel, we didn't talk about running
not
over
gonna be able to
pregnant
win this
women.
argument,
We
Jesse.
talked about children. All right. Do you
Thank you,
believe a child is outside the woman?
The
Yes or no?
child is not the woman.
No, a child outside the womb is a child outside the womb. Yes or no?
It's going to be if
Yes, thank you very much. So, therefore,
it's still a
if we saw a woman that was pregnant, we would run her over. But
okay,
they ran.
that's an unrelated
but hold
scenario,
on.
Jesse. I
No,
understand. Okay, I
but
understand.
You're the one that brought this up. I'm not the one who brought
You're
this up.
making up a different scenario, and I understand what you're trying to say, but it's not related
No,
to the
you
abortion
were the
issue.
one that brought it up in the
No,
beginning.
no, no. See, what you're talking about is the not having the choice scenario versus the choice scenario. Women have a choice whether or not to murder their child in the womb or not.
I never said that.
Well, I am. That's why you're having a different conversation. You're having a different debate than I am.
No, I think you're very confused because I never said, I do not believe that women should have a choice to kill their babies.
Then we agree. You're
Okay,
creating a different
then
scenario.
why the heck did you bring up about,
Because
driving?
soldiers on the battlefield, outside of their trucks, outside of convoy
That
duty,
has
has
nothing
a
to
choice.
do with having a baby.
Soldiers have a choice whether or not to
That
preserve
has
or to
nothing to
murder
do with-
civilians in the battlefield at their own expense.
You're being confusing because
well,
that has
that's not
nothing to
true.
do with having a baby.
Let me try. Let me try.
Imagine you're
No,
going from house
no,
to house.
sorry,
you're not in
Joel,
your truck,
but you have
and you
no
see
idea what it's like
people
to be a
that aren't
truck driver in
supposed to
Iraq.
be there, and this group of children starts to latch onto your squad because they will grab your ankles,
No,
they'll grab you by the shirt, they will not let you go. Do you shoot them to protect your life, or do you potentially get yourself killed to
Does
try
it
to get them to
depend? Doesn't
safety?
it depend on what they do? Are we not trained to, you know,
It depends on
learn?
how human you are.
No, it doesn't depend on how human you are.
Just like a woman
Are
with
you
a
gonna let
child,
your
they
Are
have
you
to, they
gonna
have
let
to
your
decide how
squad
human
members,
they are.
Joel? Are you gonna let your squad members get blown up because you think you have humanity? Because the thing
Yes,
is
we'll
that
decide.
those terrorists. Hold
We
on, listen
serve
to
so
me,
that we can put
Joel.
ourselves at risk
No,
to
Joel.
help
The thing is that they're
defend
gonna
those who can't. That's our
Joel.
whole purpose in life.
Joel, they're gonna use that
Look, you're
against
being
you.
condescending, Jesse. No, I'm just to be
No, I'm
blunt.
not being condescending.
The way you keep saying my name, the way you keep interrupting, and the way
Listen,
you are arguing
no,
things that I'm
Joel,
not arguing about.
listen.
It's condescending.
They're gonna blow you up and your friends because you have humanity.
Okay.
No.
If
Okay.
they're not actively trying to
No,
be
good to
part,
go.
look, if there's not a
Apparently you've
bomb
never
scratched
been in
to them,
combat.
and they're just innocent kids that just happen to be there because they weren't being put into harm's way on purpose by the people and outside of in the scenario you're trying to destroy my conversation with, then and they're just perfectly normal kids who just need a hero.
How would you know that?
By checking to see if they've got a bomb on them or not, Jesse.
Oh, how would you know that?
It's called frisking them.
Ha! Go ahead. You try to frisk him. I was in Iraq.
My normal
I
instinct
know
would
how
be
that
just to get
works.
them to safety.
It
I don't
doesn't work
have
the way
time to frisk them, but this is myopic. This is pathetic. The conversation, the debate, the decision equivalence is whether or not to save a life at the expense of your own or not.
Oh, I'm not saying I'm trying to blow up a life, but I'll tell you one thing. I'm gonna protect those who are next to me based on someone else who's trying to kill me.
Right, versus trying to save those who are not trying to kill you, but
But
will
how are
be
you
killed
gonna
if you don't
know?
help them.
How are you gonna know? How are you gonna know, Joel? Tell me.
Okay, let me
I
try
was
this.
in Iraq 3 times, all right? I have 3 combat tours. Don't treat me like I'm a fucking idiot.
I don't think he's trying to do that. I think that you guys are just getting into a pretty heated discussion, which is cool.
She's having a different discussion than I am.
No, I know. That's why I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help explain. Okay, so listen. This is a fictitious scenario. Okay, you're doing whatever. You're marching out in the middle of the jungle somewhere, right? And you hear some nonsense in the distance, and this little tiny kid, like mostly naked, clearly unarmed. Okay, very, very clearly unarmed, comes running to you, latching onto your leg, going, "Help me, please save me," essentially, right? What he's saying is, and this is the equivalency he's trying to make with abortion, is that both children are unarmed. They are factually unarmed. The child that's outside the womb standing in front of you is mostly naked, clearly unarmed.
But the thing is, okay, I'm
Hang
sorry, I'm
on,
going to
hang on,
interrupt you.
let me
I'm
finish.
not trying. I'm not trying to.
Please let me finish.
I'm
Hold up.
not trying to disagree
Hold
with
up.
abortion.
Hold up.
No, I'm not
I'm
trying-
trying to let me freaking finish, please. Just
I'm
a
not
moment.
trying to
please.
disagree with abortion.
No, I know what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to tell you what he's actually arguing, and I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. So the 2 children, one's outside the womb, one's inside the womb, both are absolutely freaking unarmed. Both of them need you to bring them to safety, with a child in the womb to be safely enter the world, as they should, or the child, that's outside of the womb asking for your help and to be delivered to safety. Okay, so in the abortion decision, the woman 9 times out of 10, probably even smaller percentage, actually, they have a threat to their health, whatever. 9 times out of 10, a woman gets an abortion out of convenience. Okay, whether there's financial reasons doesn't matter. So this other child in the scenario, the combat scenario, you have a similar choice in that if you take on this burden to try to deliver them to safety, you're putting your life at risk. Okay, so same as a woman, as a woman that's pregnant with a child and thinking about killing it. So the soldier can make a choice. Do they go ahead and put their own lives at risk to bring this innocent to safety? Or do they kill it because they know that they're risking their lives to try to bring them to safety? Similarly, well, kind of not similarly, because there's no risking life here. That's really the biggest difference. And most of the time, again, most of the time it's just convenience. But
the thing is, it's not the same. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Listen.
No. I'm not going to let you interrupt me. Give me just a moment. I'm almost done. Okay. It's similar, but not so similar. It's along the same vein as the woman.
It's not even the same.
Yes, it is. I don't care if you can see the child with your eyeballs or not. It doesn't matter. It's a kid. So in my view, and this is a very harsh view, I understand that. But in my view, everybody knows scientifically and everything otherwise that the child in the womb from conception to birth is still a child. It doesn't matter whether you can see them with your eyes or not. That's immaterial. So when a woman gets an abortion, I don't feel sorry for them. They've murdered their child. That is murder. They should serve the same prison sentence as if the soldier in the combat field or whatever shot the child to death because they didn't want the inconvenience of putting their life in danger to bring them to safety. Murder
I'm not
is murder.
arguing that. Please, let me.
No,
Okay,
again,
you've been
I
talking for like a minute.
trying to explain
I
Joel's
know,
argument.
I
I
know,
was
but the
trying to
thing is,
explain
this has
Joel's
nothing to
argument.
do with combat. All right.
We're gonna have
When it comes
We're gonna have to move
to
on. You and I
abortion,
agree.
hold
You're
on,
creating
hold
a
on,
different scenario.
hold
Let's
on,
move on.
hold on,
Let's not hold
hold
on.
on.
Let's just change subjects.
No.
Please.
The thing is that I
I don't.
hold on.
Your
Listen.
conversation is different than mine. I don't want to talk about.
No, it isn't because
Oh,
I'm
I can just
actually
hang up.
agreeing with your wife. All right. So hush
I
up
can
and
hang up
listen.
if that makes it easier, Jesse. I really.
Yeah, go ahead and hang up. But I'm actually agreeing with her. I do not agree in abortion. None whatsoever. None. But combat is different. And what we were arguing was combat, not abortion. All right. Is totally different when you're in combat and you have people who are willing to use their children who are already born to cause acts to blow up people. Well, all right. Goodbye. Ah.